Over the past year or so, I wrote and made a very large retrospective of Naruto. At least I want to call it a retrospective, but I really don't know if it is because I didn't grow up watching the show. I just finished watching it for the first time, but none of that matters. This video serves as a definitive edition supercut for the series. Obviously, it's all edited into one video, as well as I've made a lot of smaller changes like making the fonts more consistent across the different parts. The biggest change is that I fully remade and re-recorded the first part of the series, since I feel like that video isn't up to the same level of quality as the rest of the series, so I wanted to do that one over again. I'll include timestamps for the different parts of the video, so if you want to watch it in chunks, it'll be easier to do so, or if you want to watch it all at once, I have no problem with that, but you might want to load up on snacks if you do, because you're going to be here for the next couple of hours. Without any further ado, I hope you enjoy the video, or videos, but now it's one video. I just finished watching the entirety of Naruto. Part 1, at least. I haven't started watching Shippuden yet, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. It's a gripping show with a great ensemble of characters, a lot of exciting fight scenes, and just some excellent emotional moments that hit me a lot harder than I would have expected them to. And after finishing the show, needless to say, I have a lot of thoughts about the overall experience, but I have no idea on how I can get my thoughts out there into the world. And hang on, I'm a YouTuber. I can make a YouTube video about the show. So that's what this video is, a review of the entirety of the first arc of Naruto. I call it a retrospective, but the show started airing well before I was even born, so there's not really much for me to retrospectively analyze. I mean, I'll probably call it a retrospective anyway. So let's lay down the format of this video since I've never done anything like this before. I'll be going through the series reviewing each arc one at a time. I'll start by summarizing the plot of each arc, and also an FYI, I'll try to summarize the arcs with the info you'd have as a viewer while watching it for the first time, and if there's stuff you learn later, I won't be including it in the summary. And that's just because there are a ton of moments where something that happens in one arc is recontextualized due to info that you get from a later arc. After the summary, I'll review the arc. That's where I'll do my main analysis, say what I like and what I dislike, and then I'll finish by giving a final score for the arc. Maybe the plot summaries will be a bit overkill, and in retrospect they were, but it will act as a pretty good refresher for you if you haven't seen the show in a while, or if you just haven't watched it at all. If you haven't watched Naruto, I would go watch it and then come back to this video. It's a long show, but I don't want to spoil someone's first experience watching it. Without any further ado, I'm your host, Tactic Zombies, and welcome to the Naruto Retrospective. I think one of the most critical aspects of a successful TV show is having a great pilot episode. And I think Naruto has, overall, a very solid first episode. So let's get into it. We open with a flashback to 12 years before the main events of the series. A demon, the Nine-Tailed Fox, is attacking the village of Konoha, or the Hidden Leaf Village. It's causing lots of death and destruction, and it's only stopped by the village's leader, the 4th Hokage. He seals the Nine-Tailed Fox into the body of a newborn baby and sacrifices himself in the process. We then jump 12 years into the future and follow Naruto Uzumaki, our main character and a current student at the Hidden Leaf Village's Ninja Academy. He's a bit of a punk kid and he just got done graffitiing the Hokage faces, which are basically the Hidden Leaf Village's Mount Rushmore. It's a cliff face that has the faces of all of the village's Hokages carved into it. And this is ironic, as Naruto believes that one day his face will be up on that cliff face too, because that's his goal, is he wants to become the best ninja ever and become Hokage of the Leaf Village. The problem with that is that Naruto is completely alone. He's an orphan, and he also has no other immediate family to take care of him. He doesn't even have any real friends at school. The only real friend he has is Iruka Umino, or Iruka Sensei as Naruto calls him, who is one of his instructors at the Ninja Academy. Aside from Iruka, there's also the 3rd Hokage, who is the current leader of the village who stepped back into the role of Hokage after the death of the 4th Hokage. He's kind of like a grandfather figure for Naruto, although at this point in the story calling him that might even be a bit generous. At the academy, it's time for the graduation exam, and what all the students have to do is perform the clone jutsu. All the students are able to perform the jutsu with little to no difficulty, well, all of them except Naruto, of course. Naruto's failure to perform the jutsu means he fails the exam and does not graduate from the academy, which humiliates him. And Naruto gets kind of depressed after failing the exam, which leads Mizuki, who's another instructor at the academy, to tell Naruto to steal a scroll of secret jutsus from the Hokage's private study. Mizuki tells Naruto that if he can perform even one of those secret jutsus, he'll automatically pass the final exam and will graduate the academy. This is all Naruto needs to hear, so he goes right on ahead to go steal the scroll. What Naruto doesn't know is that the scroll contains forbidden jutsus and is locked away for a reason. After Naruto steals the scroll and its absence is discovered, a manhunt is started for the thief. Iruka Sensei is the first person to find Naruto with the scroll, and Naruto says that it was Mizuki who told him to steal it in order to graduate. Iruka realizes that Mizuki was just using Naruto in order to steal the scroll for himself, and then Naruto and Iruka are attacked by Mizuki. Mizuki injures Iruka with his massive shuriken, and then he tries to get Naruto to hand over the scroll. Instead, Naruto runs off with the scroll as Iruka and Mizuki get into a big argument, which ends with Mizuki revealing the big secret. Mizuki reveals that Naruto was in fact the baby who has the nine-tailed fox sealed inside of him, and this is why everyone in the village hates him so much, because they just see him as a monster who's just waiting to be unleashed on them. Mizuki then tries to gaslight Naruto into thinking that Iruka hates him the most out of anyone, as Iruka's parents were killed by the nine-tailed fox when it attacked. But Iruka says that he doesn't blame Naruto for what happened 12 years ago, and that he was just like Naruto when he was a kid. Mizuki goes to kill Iruka, but then Naruto shows back up and says that he'll kill Mizuki if he ever lays a finger on Iruka again. Mizuki just blows this off as he still sees Naruto as a weak kid, but Naruto surprises both Mizuki and Iruka with the multi-shadow clone jutsu, which is a very advanced technique that Naruto learned super quickly from the Forbidden Scroll. He uses the jutsu to easily defeat Mizuki, and Iruka sees this and is just amazed. But exhausted, Naruto passes out. When Naruto wakes up the next morning, he realizes that Iruka has given him his ninja headband, signifying that he's passed the exam, graduated the academy, and officially become a ninja. And the episode ends with Iruka saying that maybe, just maybe, Naruto has what it takes to become Hokage. I think this is overall a really strong start to the series. It's pretty low stakes, but nonetheless it effectively introduces Naruto and his motivation, some of the supporting cast, and plenty of conflict, some of which is resolved by the end of the episode, like Mizuki, and some of which will continue to challenge Naruto in the long term, like him trying and struggling to be accepted by the people of the Leaf Village. And then the following episode introduces another major supporting character to the show. It starts with Naruto getting his picture taken for his ninja ID card. He wants to get a silly picture taken, but then the third Hokage says he needs a retake. Naruto then uses the sexy jutsu on the third Hokage, which causes him to do the anime thing where you get a nosebleed when you're horny. Then rushes in Konohamaru, who is the grandson of the third Hokage. Konohamaru wants to challenge his grandfather for the title of Hokage, but he slips and falls. Naruto and Konohamaru get into a bit of an argument where Konohamaru says Naruto won't hit him since, he's the Hokage's grandson, but Naruto punches him anyways and then leaves. We then meet Ebisu, who's Konohamaru's trainer. He says that Konohamaru has to follow his teachings to be ready to take the title of Hokage in the future. In Ebisu's own words, his training is a shortcut to becoming Hokage. But while Ebisu is talking, Konohamaru leaves to go locate Naruto. Naruto's just minding his own business in the village, but is being trailed by Konohamaru, who's in disguise. Naruto sees right through this, which impresses Konohamaru, and Konohamaru asks if Naruto can train him, and Naruto obliges. This is where Konohamaru says that he wants to become Hokage because if he doesn't, he feels he'll go his life living in his grandfather's shadow, just always being the Hokage's grandson. And then cut to the third Hokage, who's looking up at the Hokage faces. Iruka comes up and tells him that Naruto believes that becoming a ninja will change what people think of him in the village. But sadly, the Hokage says that people don't change so easily, and that the people of the village will likely continue to fear the fox spirit that's just dwelling inside of Naruto. Naruto's first big lesson to Konohamaru is teaching him the sexy jutsu. Konohamaru struggles at first, which leads him and Naruto to research at a dirty magazine store so that Konohamaru can improve. Eventually, Ebisu finds Naruto and Konohamaru training, and he demands that Konohamaru comes with him. Konohamaru refuses and performs the sexy jutsu, which doesn't amuse Ebisu, as he thinks Konohamaru is turning into a delinquent just like Naruto. He threatens to take Konohamaru by force, to which Naruto uses his shadow clone jutsu, and just when you think a fight's gonna go down, Naruto combines his shadow clone jutsu with the sexy jutsu to create the harem jutsu, which is just too much for Ebisu. He gets a nosebleed too, and then he passes out, and Naruto wins the fight. After this, Naruto tells Konohamaru that to become Hokage, there is no shortcut, and Konohamaru agrees with this and quits being Naruto's pupil. He says that from now on, they're rivals, and Naruto agrees, and he says that they'll fight for the title of Hokage someday. But graduating the Ninja Academy isn't going to be enough to become Hokage, since graduating just earns Naruto the rank of Genin. This is the lowest of the three main ninja ranks, and the three ranks are Genin, Chunin, and Jonin from lowest to highest. Naruto and the other graduates go to the academy for their orientation. Inside of the classroom, Sakura Haruno, who is a girl that Naruto has a crush on, knocks over Naruto in order to sit next to Sasuke Uchiha, one of the top ninja from their graduating class. Actually, the top ninja from their graduating class. Ino Yamanaka, who's another girl from the class, starts fighting with Sakura to sit next to Sasuke. Naruto climbs on top of Sasuke's desk and just shoots him a nasty glare, jealous of all the attention from the girls that he's getting. As Sasuke starts glaring back at Naruto, another student leans back in his seat and bumps Naruto, causing him to kiss Sasuke. Jealous that he ended up being Sasuke's first kiss instead of one of them, Sakura and Ino gang up on Naruto and beat him up. Then Iruka-sensei arrives, and he announces that the genin will be divided into teams of 3, and each team will be led by a Jonin rank ninja. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura are Team 7, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Unozuka, and Shino Aburame are Team 8, and Ino, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akamichi are Team 10. You don't need to worry about Teams 8 and 10 for a little while, but keep them all at the back of your mind. And Naruto's upset that he's on a team with Sasuke, and Iruka tells him that the teams are arranged to be well balanced, and since Naruto has the worst test scores of the class and Sasuke has the best, they're put on the same team to try and balance each other out. Later, Sakura wants Sasuke to eat lunch with her, and he refuses. Naruto then asks if she wants to eat lunch with him, and she says no. Naruto goes and ambushes Sasuke and beats him with the shadow clone technique. Naruto transforms into Sasuke in order to get closer to Sakura. He asks her what she thinks of Naruto, to which Sakura says that she thinks he's just annoying. She goes in to kiss Naruto, thinking he's Sasuke, but Naruto ends up needing to go use the bathroom, so he runs off. Then the real Sasuke, who has escaped from Naruto's trap, bumps into Sakura and asks if she's seen Naruto around. She uses this as an excuse to make fun of Naruto, saying that the reason he's so annoying is because he had no parents to raise him. But Sasuke doesn't take this well and tells her that she has no idea what it's like to be alone like that. And then he says that she's the annoying one and walks off, which just leaves her speechless. Once Naruto finishes up in the bathroom, he bumps back into Sasuke. He tries to attack him again, but his stomach problems make themselves known again. Later, he bumps into Sakura, who's acting more nice to him than she was before, but he's convinced that this is just a trick and that Sakura is actually Sasuke in disguise. He readies himself for a fight, but then he needs to run off to use the bathroom yet again, and so he runs off. Back at Naruto's apartment, the third Hokage is meeting with the Jonin who will be leading Team 7, Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi looks at a carton of milk that's sitting on the table and realizes that it's horribly spoiled, and that anyone who drank it would be on the toilet all day, and this lets Kakashi know just how much of a handful Naruto's gonna be. After the formation of the teams and after Naruto's case of diarrhea passes, Team 7 finally meets Kakashi for the first time, and they start with some icebreakers. Kakashi goes first, and he says that he doesn't feel like revealing anything about himself to the genin, so he won't. Naruto says that he'll be Hokage someday and that he loves ramen. Sakura doesn't outright say it, but she makes it pretty obvious that she loves Sasuke and she hates Naruto. And Sasuke says that he doesn't really like anything, but one day he's gonna kill a man who's wronged him. And Kakashi ends the meeting by announcing that training will begin the following morning. Tells them to bring all their gear to the training grounds and not to eat breakfast. The next day, Kakashi arrives at the training grounds 4 hours after the time that they had planned the day before. And he explains that the goal of the training for the genin is to be a survival exercise. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura will be competing to steal one of 2 bells from Kakashi that he has clipped to his belt. Anyone who doesn't steal a bell by noon will not eat lunch, which that's why they weren't supposed to eat breakfast, so they're hungry, to motivate them. And since there are only 2 bells to steal, one of the 3 genin is going to have to fail the test and return to the academy. But Kakashi lets them know they're allowed to use any of the equipment that they have on them. And he ends by saying that if they don't attack him with the intent to kill, they will not succeed in this exercise. Naruto laughs this off and just kind of says Kakashi's like a talentless hack, but Kakashi rebukes him and says that class clowns are usually the weak link and they pose no real threat. This enrages Naruto, getting him to attack Kakashi before the test even officially begins, but Kakashi easily counters and says that he's starting to get a liking for the team, since Naruto's attack clearly had the intent to kill. And then Kakashi officially begins the test. With the test underway, the 3 genin split up and tried different strategies. Sasuke and Sakura try to sneak up on Kakashi, while Naruto tries a more direct approach. As Naruto starts charging Kakashi, Kakashi pulls out a book called Make Out Paradise, which is one of his favorites, and he just starts reading it. But he assures Naruto that this book won't hinder his ability to defend against his attack, so Naruto launches a series of attacks, all of which are easily dodged by Kakashi. Kakashi ends up behind Naruto, and he uses his 1,000 years of death jutsu on him, and this attack launches Naruto into the nearby lake. Naruto strikes back with a shadow clone jutsu, which impresses the others, but Kakashi dodges this with a substitution jutsu, which is where you switch places with something, which is typically a log, to dodge an attack and disorient the enemy to escape. Naruto then sees one of the bells lying on its own under a tree nearby, so he runs over to grab it, but it's a trap. Naruto ends up in a snare hanging upside down from the tree, and Kakashi gives him a lecture about falling for obvious traps. During the lecture, Sasuke attacks with Shuriken and Kunai, and it looks like Kakashi is killed by the attack, but it turns out Kakashi used another substitution jutsu to dodge that attack. After this, Sasuke flees the scene to return to hiding and try again. Sakura is off on her own walking in the woods looking for Sasuke when Kakashi finds her. He uses the demonic illusion Hell Viewing Jutsu, which is a genjutsu that makes the victim see their greatest fear. For Sakura, this is a bloody, dying Sasuke. Believing this to be real, she faints, which puts her out of commission for the rest of the test. Soon after this, Kakashi finds Sasuke and uses the Earth Release double decapitation technique, which traps Sasuke up to his chin in the ground, like something Toph would do in Avatar. While Kakashi's occupied with the others, Naruto frees himself from the snare he was snuck in, and he tries to sneakily eat his lunch early because he's just completely starving by this point. But he's caught in the act and tied to a post. And as noon rolls around, nobody's been able to steal a bell yet. The three Genin gather for lunch, and Kakashi tells them that they're failing their test because they aren't working as a team, and that the purpose of the exercise is to teach them that. They'll get another chance to steal the bells after lunch, but only Sasuke and Sakura are allowed to actually eat their lunch. Naruto isn't because he tried to eat early, and anyone who feeds Naruto any of their food will automatically fail. After Kakashi leaves, Sakura and Sasuke realize that if Naruto doesn't eat, he won't perform up to the best of his abilities, and they will fail. So they go against what Kakashi said to them, and they feed Naruto their lunch. Immediately, Kakashi reappears in a big smoke cloud, ready to scold the three. Kakashi says that since the three of them have broken the rules, they will be punished. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke defend themselves by saying that they're a team, and if one of them fails, then they'll all have to be failed. And almost immediately, Kakashi changes his tune, saying that they pass. The exact quote Kakashi gives is, "In the ninja world, those who don't follow the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum." We then get a montage of Squad 7 just doing some easy D rank missions around town. The missions that the ninjas are assigned are labeled from D to S rank, and this represents the expected difficulty of the missions, and the level of ninja that should be assigned to the mission. The D rank missions that Team 7 are doing are nothing more than chores, like finding a lost cat or doing some babysitting. As the group are getting assigned a new mission from the Hokage, Naruto complains that all their missions are too boring and he wants something a little more challenging. So the third Hokage humors him and he gives them a C rank mission, escorting a bridge builder by the name of Tazuna to his homeland, the Land of Waves, which is an island country. When he meets the team, Tazuna's surprised that children will be guarding him, but he goes along with them anyways, and they depart the Leaf Village for the Land of Waves. As the group's traveling from the Leaf Village, they're ambushed by two Chunin from the village hidden in the mist. Chunin ninja shouldn't be encountered on a C rank mission, so this sets off some alarm bells immediately. During the ambush, Naruto gets disoriented and gets stabbed by one of the ninjas' poisoned metal gauntlets. Sasuke makes pretty light work of the attackers and he calls Naruto a scaredy cat. And after the fight, Naruto bleeds the poison out of his wound by stabbing it again with his kunai, and he swears to never freeze up and leave his friends to fend for themselves again. But Naruto's wound heals very quickly, which Kakashi notes is probably because of the nine-tailed fox's chakra inside of Naruto. Kakashi, who is suspicious about the Chunin attack, asks Tazuna what's really going on here. And Tazuna says that the Land of Waves has been taken over by a business mogul slash crime boss by the name of Gato. Gato has bled the Land of Waves dry for all it's worth and has left the island nation completely impoverished. The only way to bring the country out of its current rut is to build a bridge to the mainland. If the bridge gets completed though, it would completely cripple Gato's empire on the island, so he's using rogue ninjas from the Mist Village to see to it that the bridge is never completed, namely by trying to kill Tazuna, who is the bridge's main builder. Team 7 and Tazuna arrive in the Land of Waves, and they start heading for Tazuna's home. Naruto starts throwing kunai at the bushes in order to seem cooler than Sasuke, and this just kind of shocks the group and frustrates Sakura, since Naruto looks like he's making a fool of himself. But he swears he senses something, and it turns out it was just a rabbit. Snow Rabbit, which is now terrified because of the kunai that almost hit it square between the eyes. Naruto apologizes and hugs the rabbit, and most of the group brushes this off as just Naruto being weird. But Kakashi realizes something even weirder than Naruto. The Snow Rabbit's white. Snow rabbits are only white during the winter, and it's seemingly the middle of spring or summer at this point in the story, which lets Kakashi know that this rabbit was raised indoors and is thus a pet, meaning that whoever it belongs to is probably close by. All of a sudden, Kakashi has the whole group duck as a giant sword flies overhead, nearly killing all of them in one fell swoop. He gets stuck in the side of a tree, and the sword's owner, Zabuza Momochi, who is a rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village like the Chunin from a little bit ago, reveals himself. Kakashi realizes that Zabuza will be a strong opponent and is forced to use his secret weapon. He lifts up his headband, which is normally draped down to cover his left eye, revealing that his left eye is red and black as opposed to his right eye, which is normal looking. This is Kakashi's Sharingan, a visual jutsu that allows the user to anticipate and react to any ninjutsu or genjutsu. This completely shocks Sasuke, as only members of the Uchiha clan are supposed to have the Sharingan ability, as it is their Kekkei Genkai, their bloodline ability. Zabuza recognizes Kakashi as the copy ninja, which just shows how well known and notable Kakashi is in the ninja world. And Zabuza is honored by Kakashi's use of the Sharingan and intends to prove himself as a ninja by killing Kakashi. Zabuza then summons a thick cloud of mist to obscure the battlefield. Kakashi has the team get into a defensive formation around Tazuna, but Zabuza simply appears in the center of their formation. Zabuza readies his sword as Kakashi charges him with a kunai, plunging it into Zabuza's stomach, but water pours out of the wound. Zabuza collapses into a puddle, revealing that it was simply a water clone. Zabuza slices Kakashi in half with his sword, but then Kakashi turns into water as well, revealing that he too was a water clone. Zabuza realizes that Kakashi used the Sharingan to copy the water clone jutsu as Kakashi appears behind him. Then another Zabuza appears behind Kakashi as the other reverts to water. Kakashi gets thrown into a nearby pond and Zabuza traps him inside of the water prison jutsu. This creates an impenetrable bubble of water around Kakashi as long as Zabuza keeps a hand on the bubble, and this leaves the others vulnerable. Zabuza sends another water clone after them and Kakashi tells the team to retreat, but Naruto refuses, remembering the oath that he made to himself after the previous fight, never to be a scaredy cat again. Deciding to save Kakashi and help the team, he attacks with a flurry of shadow clones. The Zabuza clone dispatches of Naruto's clones pretty easily, so he pulls a new tool from his backpack, a demon wind shuriken, a giant four-bladed shuriken. Naruto hands the shuriken to Sasuke, who throws it at Zabuza, who catches the shuriken with his free hand. Turns out that there was actually a second shuriken hiding in the shadow of the first shuriken. Zabuza has to jump over it to dodge it, but it turns out that the second shuriken was Naruto, who turns back into himself to throw a kunai at Zabuza's back. Zabuza dodges the attack, but must release Kakashi in the process, and now that Kakashi's free, he and Zabuza can continue their duel as it was. Kakashi, using his Sharingan, is able to mimic all of Zabuza's water release jutsus, which are jutsus that weaponize water. Their fight is just the two of them using the same jutsus on each other until Kakashi gets the upper hand and wins, using Zabuza's own jutsus to win. Before Kakashi can kill Zabuza, a masked ninja arrives and kills Zabuza themselves by throwing several senbon into Zabuza's neck. The ninja reveals themselves as a hunter ninja from the Mist Village sent to kill and retrieve Zabuza due to his status as a rogue ninja. The hunter ninja takes Zabuza's corpse and disappears. Kakashi decides to continue heading to Tazuna's home before collapsing due to chakra exhaustion from his fight. The group gets to Tazuna's home and Kakashi uses this as an opportunity to recover from his fight. While resting, he comes to the conclusion that the circumstances around Zabuza's death are very fishy. When hunter ninjas kill a target, they typically will destroy the body on the spot, and this is because other ninjas could steal the body and use it to get access to the jutsus that are stored in their body. You know, a ninja's body is a wealth of information if you know how to access it. So it's best just destroy the body outright to avoid any secrets from leaking that way. The ninja who killed Zabuza, on the other hand, took the body with them. There's also the fact that Zabuza was killed with senbons, which are a weapon that's typically used to incapacitate targets rather than to kill them. This leads Kakashi to the conclusion that Zabuza is likely still alive and will be back to kill Tazuna. And then elsewhere, we see the hunter ninja revive Zabuza, and his identity is revealed as Haku, and he's working alongside Zabuza. Zabuza swears he'll kill Kakashi when they fight again, but he needs to rest up in the meantime. Kakashi takes the team to a nearby forest for some training, since he knows Zabuza will be back inevitably. The training is chakra training, and it involves the genin climbing a tree. The one caveat is that they aren't allowed to use their hands to climb the tree. Naruto says this is impossible, but Kakashi, who is still crutch-bound, climbs the tree easily, and he says that the key is to focus chakra to the bottoms of their feet. Each of the genins give it a shot, and it's pretty much like Goldilocks. Naruto uses too little chakra and doesn't get a grip on the tree at all. Sasuke uses too much chakra and, while able to climb up a little bit, ends up just damaging the trunk and falling off anyways. Finally, Sakura uses the correct amount of chakra and is able to climb up the tree with ease, finishing her training pretty much instantly. Naruto and Sasuke keep trying to climb the tree, and Naruto just isn't making any progress. He ends up putting aside his pride and he asks Sakura for help, which Kakashi notices and says that Naruto's finally starting to understand the importance of teamwork. Sakura leaves to go back to Tazuna's house as Naruto and Sasuke keep trying to climb the tree, and Sasuke asks what Sakura told Naruto, but Naruto refuses to tell him, determined to beat Sasuke at their training. That night at dinner, Sakura asks Tazuna about a torn picture that his grandson, Inari, is always looking at, and Tazuna says that the missing part of the picture shows Kaiza, who is practically Inari's dad. Kaiza was originally just a traveling fisherman who saved Inari from drowning back when he was younger. Inari's biological father had died by that point, leaving Inari without a father figure. After Kaiza saved him, they became inseparable from one another, and Kaiza eventually became Inari's stepfather and the man that Inari looked up to as his dad. Then one day, a flood struck the village, and it was about to be a catastrophic event. The villagers needed someone to swim across the river to close the floodgate, but the current was too strong to swim across. Kaiza volunteered to swim across with the rope, and miraculously managed to swim through the current, allowing the villagers to close the floodgate and save the village. After this, Kaiza was revered as a hero by the village and was welcomed in as one of their own. But then, Gato arrived, and he had Kaiza publicly executed in order to send a message to the villagers. This demoralized the villagers and completely traumatized Inari, with him going so far as to just distance him from Kaiza at all and believe that heroes don't exist. After hearing this, Naruto, who's now motivated to prove Inari wrong, runs back to the forest to continue his training. As Naruto rests in the forest, he encounters Haku, although he's unaware of Haku's identity or relation to Zabuza. Naruto even mistakes him for a girl, which is understandable due to his very feminine appearance and voice. Gives me some similar vibes as Raiden from Metal Gear Solid 2, with the president mistaking him for a woman in that game. The two of them talk about their dreams, Naruto's dream to become Hokage, and Haku's dream to protect the person most precious to him, as Haku believes that that's the time when one's strength fulfills its full potential, and Naruto agrees, recalling those who protected him in his life. Haku ends up leaving, but not before telling Naruto that he is a boy, which leaves Naruto completely stunned. The training continues for Sasuke and Naruto, and eventually the two of them are both able to scale the trees, leaving Naruto completely exhausted. Once they return to Tazuna's home, Inari snarks that Naruto is wasting his time because Gato is still gonna win in the end. After this, Naruto makes fun of Inari for always spending time just crying in his room, and he calls him a brat. Kakashi ends up telling Inari that Naruto grew up without a father too, and that he also had no mother, and that he's just had a very, very sad upbringing. Despite this, Kakashi says that he's never seen Naruto cry, and that he says he believes that Naruto just got tired of crying over himself. And this really gets Inari to stop and think, because Naruto is the one other person he knows who can relate to what he's going through. The following morning, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura escort Tazuna to his work at the bridge, with Naruto remaining at the home to rest. As they get to the bridge, they find that Tazuna's crew have already been attacked and defeated as a thick mist descends upon the area. Zabuza attacks with some water clones, which are quickly dispatched before revealing both himself and Haku, who's donning his ninja hunter outfit. Back at the house, two of Gato's goons arrive to kidnap Inari's mom, but Inari, who's now inspired by the tale of Naruto, readies himself to defeat the goons himself, but is defeated easily. Just as the goons are about to kill Inari, Naruto appears and makes light work of him. Naruto congratulates Inari for standing up for himself, and then he leaves to go back up the others at the bridge. Sasuke starts battling with Haku, and Zabuza is shocked to see Sasuke's speed. Haku sees this as well and uses his big ability, Crystal Ice Mirrors. This surrounds Sasuke in a circle of slabs of ice that are so shiny that they're like mirrors. Haku can appear inside of the mirrors and can also jump between them all so fast that it looks like he's in all of them at the same time. Haku attacks with a barrage of Ice Senbon, which are basically undodgeable for Sasuke. But Naruto shows up and lands a sneak attack on Haku. Just as Zabuza readies himself to kill Naruto, Haku asks if he can be the one to kill Naruto, to which Zabuza agrees. Sasuke starts to formulate a plan, deciding that Haku will be easiest to defeat if he stays inside of the ice cage and Naruto stays on the outside, so they can kinda get him with a pincer attack. But this is when Naruto goes into the ice cage to check on Sasuke, trapping them both inside. Naruto and Sasuke try everything they can to destroy the ice crystals, but they're seemingly completely indestructible. This gets Kakashi thinking that Haku's probably using a Kekkei Genkai, and that Naruto and Sasuke might be doomed. This leads to Kakashi using his Sharingan again due to wanting to finish the fight as quickly as possible. Zabuza says that now he knows how to defeat the Sharingan before disappearing into the mist. Kakashi tells Sakura to defend Tazuna, but then Zabuza attacks, revealing that he has his eyes closed now, which prevents Kakashi from using the Sharingan, which is an ocular jutsu, from reading them. I mean, they do say that the eyes are the windows to the soul after all. Zabuza goes to attack Tazuna, but Kakashi uses himself as a human shield to block the attack. Kakashi says that he'll have to use an attack that he himself created as his last resort. Sasuke and Naruto are both still stuck in the cage and have sustained heavy wounds by this point, although Sasuke is getting better at dodging Haku's attacks. Because of this, Haku targets Naruto, who's exhausted by this point. Sasuke pulls Naruto away, and Haku notices that Sasuke's eyes have changed because he's awoken his Sharingan, which allows him to see and read Haku's attacks easily. Haku launches a killing blow on Naruto, but Sasuke uses his body as a shield. Naruto comes to and finds a critically wounded Sasuke standing over him. Naruto asks why he did that, and Sasuke says that it was only instinct before collapsing into Naruto's arms. Sasuke says that he promises not to die before killing his brother, and then he dies. After seeing this, Haku asks Naruto if this is the first time he's seen someone die. Naruto, enraged by the death of Sasuke, starts to glow with chakra, which Haku says is pure evil. Naruto's wounds heal, he grows fangs and claws, and he just takes on a more feral appearance. Zabuza and Kakashi both sense the chakra and wonder which of the two of them it belongs to, but Zabuza can tell it's too strong to be Kakashi, and Kakashi recognizes it as the Nine-Tailed Fox's chakra. Kakashi, fearing that the fox might escape, draws a scroll smeared in his own blood and says that him and Zabuza should finish their fight as quickly as possible. Naruto attacks Haku, who counters with more Senbon, but Naruto easily repels them with a roar. Haku tried to use a physical attack, but Naruto just dodges and grabs Haku. He punches Haku in the face with enough force that he flies through and shatters one of the mirrors, which causes them all to shatter, like a domino effect. Just as Haku starts getting back up, Naruto charges him for the finishing blow, but as this happens, Haku's mask cracks and breaks off, revealing to Naruto that Haku is the boy from the woods the other day. This gets Naruto to stop charging at him and he returns back to normal. Haku asks why Naruto spared him after he killed Sasuke, and Naruto responds with a punch to the face. Haku says that he's been defeated because he can no longer protect Zabuza, who is his most precious person. He believes that he's a broken tool at this point. Because of this, Haku believes that he deserves to die. Naruto doesn't understand, but Haku starts begging for death. Haku then explains his backstory. He was born in a small, snowy village to loving parents, but anyone with a Kekkei Genkai was feared during that time. Haku's Kekkei Genkai started developing, which Haku developed from his mother, and his father discovered this. Haku's father murdered his mother for this, and just as he was about to kill Haku too, Haku's powers subconsciously activated and he killed his own dad. Soon after this, Zabuza found Haku just as an orphan on the street and took him in, giving him a purpose and training him to hone his ninja abilities. With his scroll, Kakashi summons a pack of dogs to restrain Zabuza. Kakashi says that this will be the end of Zabuza and begins to gather chakra into his hand, revealing his lightning blade jutsu. By this point, Haku has finally convinced Naruto to kill him because of Sasuke's death. Naruto prepares a kunai to kill Haku with, hoping that this will make Haku's dreams come true in his final moments. As he charges at Haku for the kill, Haku stops the attack and apologizes, saying that he can't die yet, and then vanishes. Kakashi charges Zabuza with the lightning blade as ice mirrors start surrounding Zabuza. The lightning blade makes contact with someone, and needles strike the bloody scroll, which causes Kakashi's summoned pack of dogs to vanish. It's then revealed that Kakashi has impaled Haku with the lightning blade, who uses the rest of his strength to grab Kakashi. Back in the village, Inari is running door to door trying to rally the villagers to fight Gato and his goons. But the villagers refuse, as they have no more fight left in them. Inari says that he's gonna go fight because crying won't save anyone. And then back at his house, Inari's mom begs him not to go, but he says that as Kaisa's son, it's his duty to fight for the good of the village. Wielding a crossbow and wearing a cooking pot as a helmet, Inari's ready, and as he leaves, he sees a crowd of shadowy figures surrounding his door. Naruto, looking for Haku, runs through the fading mist to a set of figures where he comes across the scene of Haku's death. Zabuza prepares to make use of the opportunity granted to him by Haku and swings his sword, but Kakashi jumps out of the way, taking Haku's body with him. Laying the body down, Kakashi tells Naruto not to interfere. Sakura asks Naruto where Sasuke is, but is able to make a pretty good guess when Naruto can't answer her and can't even look her in the eyes anymore. Tazuna and Sakura go to Sasuke's body, where Sakura breaks one of the main shinobi rules and cries over her fallen squad mate. Zabuza continues attacking in Kakashi's direction, but Kakashi keeps parrying his attacks, ending with both of Zabuza's arms stabbed with kunai, which cripples them. With Zabuza seemingly useless now, Gato arrives with his bandits to take charge of the situation. They still plan on killing Tazuna, but have decided to kill Zabuza as well to save money at this point. Zabuza tells Kakashi that they no longer have a reason to fight each other, since Zabuza's only loyalty to Gato was because he was getting paid by him. Gato sees Haku's body and kicks it, as Haku had broken his arm for laying a hand on Zabuza in a previous scene, back when Zabuza was recovering from their first fight. Zabuza doesn't even seem to care about what Gato is doing, and this is really the last straw, and it combines with everything else that's happened so far, and Naruto just boils over and starts going off on Zabuza, saying that he's still his enemy. Naruto tells Zabuza how Haku truly felt about him, and that Haku did everything in his power to save him. Naruto laments that Haku died not as a person, but as a tool, and this finally gets Zabuza to break into tears, admitting his own defeat. Reflecting on Haku's pure heart and devotion to him, Zabuza tears the cloth wrapping from around his face. He asks for a kunai from Naruto, and he catches it in his mouth. Zabuza fights his way through Gato's men, sustaining plenty of wounds along the way. Once he reaches Gato, he plunges the kunai into his shoulder. Gato asks if Zabuza won't just go die and join Haku already, but Zabuza says that he wouldn't be able to go to the same place Haku's going, so he's going to take Gato with him to hell instead. Zabuza kills Gato, sending him falling off the end of the bridge. Zabuza apologizes to Haku one last time and thanks him for everything, before collapsing. As Zabuza lies there dying, Sasuke awakens, which overjoys Sakura. He asks her to let go of him and asks what happened to Haku, and once he learns that Haku's died, Sasuke realizes that Haku had never really intended to kill either him or Naruto. Sakura yells to Naruto that Sasuke's alright, and this brings him to tears. But now that Gato's men are without a paycheck, they set their sights to just pillaging the village to make this whole ordeal worth their effort. Naruto and Kakashi are too exhausted to fight them, so they try and figure out what to do, when all of a sudden, an arrow lands in front of Gato's gang. Everyone focuses on the arrow's source, Inari and the rallied villagers. To add on to this, Naruto and Kakashi use what little chakra they have left to create a decent number of shadow clones, which causes Gato's gang to retreat, leaving using the boat that they had used to reach the bridge in the first place. Kakashi approaches Zabuza, who asks to see Haku one last time, and Kakashi agrees. He lays Zabuza down next to Haku, and snow begins to fall, so Zabuza asks Haku if he's crying in heaven. Zabuza says that just as Haku had always been by his side in life, he's now by Haku's side in death. Zabuza says that his only remaining wish is that he could possibly, if there's any chance, go to the same place as Haku's going in the afterlife. But Kakashi assures Zabuza that he'll be with Haku in the afterlife and that they'll be able to spend their afterlives together. Zabuza and Haku are buried side by side, and Naruto, now having seen what the shinobi way leads to, decides to live his life in his own way, no matter what others tell him. The bridge is finally completed, allowing Team 7 to cross it to return to the mainland and make their journey home. As they say their goodbyes to Tazuna and his family, Naruto tells Inari that it's okay to cry, and Inari says the same thing to Naruto. Both of them say that they don't want to cry, but then both break into tears as Naruto starts to walk away, which causes Sakura to call them both idiots. Tazuna says that the bridge will be called the Great Naruto Bridge, signifying the strength that Naruto gave Inari, and in turn, the whole village. I think that the Land of Waves is an excellent opening arc to Naruto. Does a really good job at introducing basically everything you need to know about the series and the world and its characters, while never feeling like it drags on too long. Clocking in at only 19 episodes, which is quite short for the show, the Land of Waves arc says everything it needs to without wasting your time as a viewer, which I appreciate. Even if you don't intend on watching the whole series, I would at least recommend checking out this arc because it works really well, even standalone. I think that the cast of characters is excellent. I think Naruto's a great main character who, obviously while flawed, has a lot of room to grow from this point throughout the series. Even just in this arc, you get to see him go from pretty much a complete loner to someone who's starting to learn to rely on others when it's needed. And I also like that even from the get-go, Naruto has a good role model to look up to, who, despite Naruto not knowing it at first, is also an orphan. This highlights what I think is one of the main themes overall for the series, and it's that your circumstances don't have to determine who you are or who you have to be. The supporting cast is also really good too. Ruka and the third Hokage are both great for the really short amount of screen time they have here. Konohamaru is a really fun rival who we'll get to see a lot more of later. And then the other main genin from Naruto's class, while not given much characterization at all yet, are still introduced here. So even though they're barely characters at this point, they don't come out of completely nowhere later on. And then there's the main group who will be present for the whole series, Team 7. First off, the weak link is Sakura. She just doesn't get a lot to do here, aside from Naruto liking her and her liking Sasuke. It's not really like a love triangle, it's more like a love line, because like everyone likes someone different and Sasuke doesn't like anyone. She's portrayed as being book smart, such as nailing the chakra exercise first try, but that never really comes through in the fight scenes. She's always just kind of relegated to defending Tazuna while Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi do the actual combat. I don't find her annoying or anything, which I know a lot of people do, but here there just isn't a lot to say about her in this first arc. Conversely, I think Kakashi is a really cool character. Similarly to Sakura, there isn't much to say about him yet, but Kakashi just has more to do, and I think he's a better character here. He's very funny and just generally nonchalant, but he locks in when things get serious. I think that the standout is easily Sasuke, since he acts as an excellent foil to Naruto, and their rivalry/friendship is really the foundation for the whole series. These two characters are polar opposites in every way. Sasuke's best in their class, Naruto's the worst. Sasuke is very pessimistic and edgy, while Naruto's much more optimistic. This even applies to their designs. Sasuke's main color is blue and Naruto's is orange. Naruto's hair is spiked upwards and Sasuke's hair is styled downwards. These two play off of each other really well, and the two of them are one of my favorite parts of this arc, and also just the whole series, but that's a pretty grass is green take. The arc-specific characters are also really good as well, especially for how short this arc is. Tazuna is just okay, but that's all he really has to be. Just a good guy with good intentions that you can really get behind Team 7 protecting. Inari's another one that I really like. I really enjoy his little arc of starting off as a coward who got braver after meeting and growing a relationship with Kaiza. But once Kaiza dies, Inari's cowardice returns, masquerading as hate for the man that he loved like a father. It takes Naruto's example and the threat of Gato's gang for Inari to find his courage, and he ends up being the one who saves the day at the end because of it, which I think is a nice little microcosm for a lot of the themes of the show as a whole. The fights are also pretty solid. Nothing too crazy yet, since Kakashi does much of the heavy lifting during this arc, but his fights against Zabuza are really cool in my opinion, especially the first one where he's just using the Sharingan to copy Zabuza's jutsus. That wasn't the definitive moment that got me hooked on the series, but that was definitely the first fight that had me actually like hyped to see how it would end. But Naruto and Sasuke's fight against Haku also isn't one to scoff at. Haku's ice mirrors are pretty cool. Cool. Like ice. As is just the whole Ice Kekkei Genkai in general. I think the worst part of it is just that Naruto wins because of a power boost, but seeing as it's the first time he uses the power of the nine-tailed fox, it still has a pretty big impact. The main complaint I have with the fights is just that they can be too long, but that isn't just a problem with Naruto, that's just a problem I have with a lot of shonen. The worst fight for this in this arc is definitely the bridge fight. That whole sequence on the bridge is the entire last third of the arc. It's like 7 episodes, when it could easily be like at least an episode and a half shorter. But that's just what happens with weekly animes. I know that there are other shonen fights that are way longer, even in the same series. I think that the Land of Waves arc really shines with its villains though, and how they shine a mirror, like, you know, an ice mirror, back on Team 7 and the Hidden Leaf Village as a whole. Zabuza, Haku, and Gato are the worst case scenario for what could happen to Naruto, the rest of his team, and really any ninjas. Just as Haku and Zabuza say, the shinobi are tools, and if we really want to face the truth, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, all the other genin, they're all child soldiers. And this is really the only arc of the show that kind of makes this part of its main theme. Zabuza and Haku are what happens when shinobi take being tools to heart and stop being human. Zabuza and Haku might be rogue ninjas, but they're still just completing the assignment that they've been given by Gato. Gato represents anyone who could use these tools for evil. Here he's a corrupt businessman, but he could just as easily be another rogue ninja, a politician, a Hokage. Haku's loyalty to Zabuza is not dissimilar at all to the loyalty that most of the genin in the series have for their jonin. This parallel between Zabuza and the jonin, and especially between Zabuza and Kakashi, is only further reinforced by the fact that they have very similar designs. Especially since they both had their faces covered. Had someone like Kakashi found Naruto or Sasuke at their lowest point and asked them to go rogue with them, who's to say that they wouldn't? And this is why I find Naruto's decision at the end of the arc so powerful. He vows not to let himself become nothing more than a tool like Zabuza and Haku. He vows to remain human. The Land of Waves is a great opening arc to Naruto, and its themes are some of the best of the series in my opinion. But it underutilizes some of its characters, and the bridge fight is just a little too long for my taste, and that drags it down from being perfect for me. But I'm still gonna give it 4 out of 5 stars. It's still phenomenal, but just not perfect. Following the Land of Waves arc, Naruto and the rest of Team 7 return back to the Hidden Leaf Village with their lives going back to normal for the time being. The caveat is that Naruto and Sasuke are even more competitive with each other than they were before, and it's affecting their team cohesion. This boils over when Sakura asks Sasuke if he wants to train with her, and he says that she's even worse than Naruto is. Later on, Naruto is being stalked by his real rival, Konohamaru, who is accompanied by his 2 friends, Udon and Moegi. These 2 characters aren't super important, but they act as Konohamaru's supporting characters, like they're basically his squad mates. Konohamaru ends up bumping into a stranger, who alongside his 2 squad mates we learn are genin from the sand village, Tsunade Kagure, I think that's how it's pronounced. They are Gaara, Kankuro, and Tamari. A fight almost breaks out, but Gaara ends up preventing this. We then see the jonin gathered, talking to the 3rd Hokage, who announces that the Chunin Exams will be commenced in a week. And this is why Gaara and the other sand genin are in the Leaf Village, because the Chunin Exams are being hosted in the Leaf Village this go around. Kakashi, along with Asuma and Kurenai, 2 of the other jonin who lead squad mates made up of people from Naruto's class at the academy, all recommend that their teams of genin participate in the exams against the wishes of Iruka, who thinks that they aren't already. And Guy Sensei, a friendly rival figure to Kakashi, who suggests giving the kids another year to enjoy their youth like he did with his team, who's made up of students a year older than Naruto and the rest of his class. In the meantime, we're also introduced to Rock Lee, one of Guy Sensei's genin, who we'll be seeing a lot of later. Almost immediately, Lee develops a crush on Sakura, which is, how do I put this best, not reciprocated. Lee challenges Sasuke to a fight over Sakura, but it's cut short by the arrival of a giant turtle. Dog. I wrote this script back when Elden Ring dog turtle memes were big. I'm sorry, that joke is very outdated now. And Guy Sensei, also known as Might Guy, that's his real name. This is also where we learn that the strongest genin isn't Lee or even Sasuke, it's Neji Hyuga. Hinata Hyuga, the girl who has a crush on Naruto's cousin. There's a bit more that goes on before the start of the Chunin Exams, but the most important is the introduction of Kabuto, who is another Leaf genin who has info cards on data all about the different exams, such as info on where all the different ninja hail from. And this is where we're introduced to the village hidden in the sound, or Otogakure, which is a small village that has genin participating in the exam. After this, the first phase of the exam begins, the written test portion, which is being proctored by Ibiki Marino. This is a written test, and cheating is prohibited. There are Jonin level shinobi lining the walls of the test hall, writing down names of any student that they catch cheating. If a student is caught 5 times, they fail alongside the rest of their team. The same goes with just downright failing the test. If one person fails, the whole team fails. It's a 10-question test with the first 9 questions being handed out at first, and then the 10th is handed out at the end after 45 minutes have passed. Everyone's seats are assigned at random as well, and Naruto is split up from the rest of the team, although he is sitting next to Hinata. The test is passed out, and the first question is very difficult. Naruto checks the other questions to look for easy ones, but the test just gets progressively harder as it goes on. Obviously, Naruto isn't exactly the most book-smart of characters, to say the least, so this causes him to really freak out, assuming that he'll cause his whole team to fail. Sasuke doesn't know the answers either, so he uses his Sharingan to start cheating, because that's the whole gimmick of the test, is that you're supposed to cheat. That's why you're allowed to get caught up to 5 times before you get failed, is because this test is a test of the different shinobi's skills for information gathering. Shinobi are spies after all, and info gathering is one of the key features of being a spy. And this begins a really cool sequence where we see all the different ninja use their abilities to cheat at the test. Obviously, Sasuke uses his Sharingan. We also have Shino, who can communicate with and control bugs, and he uses a fly to spy around the room and tell him the correct answers. Another one is Dosu, who is the leader, in air quotes, of the 3 sound ninja in the exam. He uses his near superhuman level of hearing to listen to the rhythm and strokes of the other students' pencils to know exactly what they're writing down so he can copy it. This is a very, very cool moment from a super underutilized character. But then there's Gaara, who just makes an eyeball out of sand that just kind of floats above him and spies around the room and looks at other people's tests. And of course, we can't go without mentioning Tenten and her infamous, foolproof method of attaching mirrors to the ceiling and moving them around with strings tied to her fingers. Everyone cheats on the test with the exception of Sakura, since, she's just the book smart one. And meanwhile, Naruto is still freaking out, terrified to get caught cheating. But after 45 minutes is up, the written portion of the test ends, and then comes the final question, which is make or break. It doesn't matter how well you perform on the first 9 questions, if you fail the 10th question, you fail the whole thing. The Genin are given the option to back out now if they don't feel confident, at which point their whole team will fail as well. They can also agree to answer it, but if they get the question wrong, they will never be allowed to partake in the Chunin Exams again, locking them into the rank of Genin forever. Several teams have members that just straight up don't even want to risk failing, and so they quit, and this whittles down the number of participants quite a bit, and the mood in the room is just very uneasy and tense. Naruto even considers backing out, but he decides to stay and answer, claiming that he's going to be Hokage someday, even if he's stuck as Genin the rest of his life. Which this calms the whole room down, and everyone else decides to stay and answer the question. Ibiki sees that nobody else wants to leave, and then he presents the participants the final question. They pass. This is where he gives the explanation of phase 1 of the exam. He explains that the first 9 questions are to test the abilities of the Genin to discreetly gather information, and that the 10th question, on the other hand, is a test of determination and bravery. If a Genin cannot confidently face a challenge where the largest possible consequence is simply just the threat of being stuck as a Genin forever, how are they supposed to face a life or death situation out on a mission? Question 10 is to vet out ninja who will fail their team when it really matters in the heat of the moment. All of the ninja who remain until the end have passed and can move on to section 2. This is when the proctor of the second section, Anko Mitarashi, crashes through the window to introduce herself. Anko and all the students leave, and Ibiki takes a look at Naruto's test as he's going through and collecting all of them, and he is amazed that he just passed a student who didn't even answer a single question. The following day, the students gather outside of the Forest of Death, preparing for their second challenge. But first, it's time for the first filler episode.
Hooray!
Naruto and the others are gathered outside of the Forest of Death when Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi show up to interview everyone. This is basically just a recap of the previous 25 episodes. Konohamaru interviews Naruto, Moegi interviews Sakura, and Udon interviews Sasuke. It's nothing too crazy, but I did like getting to hear the opinions of the different characters on, all the just plot stuff that's happened so far. This episode is also a bit longer than usual, as it aired as a double episode originally, and it has a framing device of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura basically stalling for time for Kakashi to get to where they're at so that they can air the next canon episode. They also mentioned that the show is moving to a new time slot, but Naruto ends up starting the show early, which, that's why it's a double feature. Obviously, this isn't relevant now, like this time slot info, now the show's on streaming and it's not airing new anymore, but I personally really appreciate little things like this. And apparently these bits aren't in all the versions of the show that are available online. They are in the Hulu version, which is what I watched, but not on the YouTube upload that is free with ads on YouTube. This is also where they switched the opening and ending themes for the first time, and one of the rare examples, maybe even the only time in this first show at least, where they both switch at the same time. There are a good handful more endings than openings for Naruto, that's for sure. And when it comes to filler episodes, I'm going to rank them a little bit differently. I'll still rank them with a 5-star scale, but it's more a judge of how much I think they're worth watching and not just how good they are. Because obviously they are not canon, you know, you can just skip them. Even if it's a decent episode, it might not be good enough to warrant watching. You get what I'm saying? As for Special Report Live from the Forest of Death, I give it 3 out of 5 stars, and I'm only giving it that 3rd star because of that framing device with Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura basically waiting for the new episode to air. I thought that was really fun. It's just a pretty average clip show episode, you know, it's a typical filler episode, but it does have some good jokes. If you're just watching through the show like I am and don't really care about skipping filler episodes, I would definitely recommend giving it a watch, but it's nothing you have to go out of your way to watch. It's a lot easier to recommend since it's just a one-off and not a whole filler arc, which also will help filler episodes typically in the ranking. But with that out of the way, let's get back to the main meat of the arc. We pick back up with the participants outside of the 44th training ground, also known as the Forest of Death. It's a fenced-off area of dense wilderness with a 10-kilometer radius and a tower smack dab in the center. It's used as a training ground for the Leaf Village, and here it serves as a location for the second exam of the Chunin Exams, the survival exercise. This test is much more complicated than the first one. There are 44 gates around the Forest of Death, and each ninja team will enter at a separate gate. Before entering, each team will go into a tent and will be secretly given either a heaven or an earth scroll. The teams will have 5 days to steal a copy of the scroll that they did not obtain at the beginning, and then they need to bring both scrolls to the tower in the center to pass. The test has 2 main aspects. First is that it's a survival exercise, as the Genin are sent into the forest to fend off for themselves for almost a full week. And this isn't like a normal camping trip, the forest is dense and filled with very dangerous creatures. The second aspect is that it further develops the information gathering part of the first exam, as nobody knows which teams have what scrolls except for you knowing what scroll your team has. So the Genin need to figure out who has what scroll to decide which squads are worthwhile targets to go after. And this is all on top of combat, which is how most of the Genin default to stealing the different scrolls. They'll just go and fight each other. Although there is one rule, and it's that the Genin are strictly forbidden to open any of the scrolls during the duration of the exam. Team 7 are given a heaven scroll and then enter the forest. They get split up pretty quickly because Naruto needs to use the bathroom, and then Sasuke and Sakura are attacked by a ninja using a disguise jutsu to pretend to be Naruto. He's defeated easily and the team keep moving, but it's not long before Naruto gets split up again and then gets eaten by a giant snake. Sakura and Sasuke are attacked by another ninja, Shiore, a Genin from the village hidden in the grass. We saw her previously, namely in the gathering area before the Forest of Death exam began. Shiore swallows her scroll, the Earth Scroll, the one that Squad 7 needs, and then uses a Genjutsu to show Sasuke and Sakura visions of their own horrifying deaths, leaving them both paralyzed with fear, although Sasuke is able to regain control more quickly than Sakura, and he gets the 2 of them out of there. As Naruto also at the same time escapes his run-in with the giant snake. Naruto returns just as Sasuke is about to give up their scroll to Shiore, but Naruto takes the scroll before he can do that. Naruto starts fighting Shiore and her snakes, but he's easily beaten, until he uses the 9-tailed fox chakra to get back into the fight. This is where one of the big moments is, when Naruto mockingly repeats a phrase that Sasuke said to him during the Land of Waves, only that now the tables have turned. Naruto calls Sasuke a scaredy cat, just like Sasuke called him when he first got injured, when they first got jumped, leaving the village. This just stokes the flames of rivalry between the 2 of them even further, until Shiore plays with a seal on Naruto, which prevents him from drawing upon the Fox Chakra any further. Sakura yells at Sasuke to help kind of get him back into the fight, which reminds him of his brother, which is the 2nd or 3rd time he's been brought up. During this fight, Anko, who isn't as involved with the exam as Ibiki was, she's not very hands-on at all, and the other Jonin make a harrowing discovery. Shiore and her team are all dead and all missing their faces. The person that Team 7 has been fighting all this time isn't the real Shiore. Sasuke and the fake Shiore keep fighting, and Sasuke seems to win after using his Dragon Fire Jutsu. The fake Shuri survives, however, with her face and flesh melting off to reveal that they've been really battling a new foe, Orochimaru. He extends his neck like some freakish horror movie villain. It's like some Freddy Krueger stuff, and he bites Sasuke on the neck, giving him the Orochimaru Hiki. I mean a cursed seal. It's called a cursed seal. Orochimaru wishes Sasuke good luck before departing, stating that Sasuke will seek him out in his quest for power, and then he leaves Sakura alone to tend to her fallen teammates. Orochimaru is soon after intercepted by Anko, who reveals that he's rated as an S-class criminal, and that she was actually his former apprentice. The two have a pretty cool fight scene with Anko using snake-based jutsus, the same as Orochimaru uses, although she's just no match for Orochimaru strength-wise. This is where it's revealed that Anko has the same type of curse mark as Sasuke does, and that she's using forbidden jutsus. This is also where Orochimaru reveals his plan to Anko. He wants to assassinate the Hokage, but doesn't have enough ninja to pull that off yet. He's come to the Leaf Village to recruit some ninja to his cause, and the main person who caught his eye was Sasuke, due to his Uchiha bloodline and Kekkei Genkai. Orochimaru sees Sasuke as a potential vessel and heir, the same way he saw Anko once upon a time, although we're not quite sure what he means by that as of now. Orochimaru also warns Anko not to call off the exams with the threat of killing Genin if she does so. And so the exam continues on, with most of the Genin involved being completely none the wiser to Orochimaru's existence. Orochimaru then sends his team of Genin that he has actually participating in the exam, Dosu and the other two sound Genin, to go out and capture Sasuke. While tending to Naruto and Sasuke, Sakura is actually ambushed by Dosu and his team, but Rock Lee arrives as backup in the nick of time. Lee starts to fight Dosu and ends up using the primary Lotus Jutsu on him, which is actually a forbidden jutsu due to the intense strain it places on the user's body. Dosu gets saved by one of his other sound ninja, but he admits that the Lotus almost killed him. And then Team 7, Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru also arrive and join in on the fight against the sound ninja. Sakura ends up getting grabbed by Tsuchi, the female member of Dosu's team, who has Sakura grabbed by her long hair. And this is where Sakura has a bit of a revelation about how, despite looking up to Sasuke so much and looking down on Naruto, the two of them have surpassed her in ability by a wide margin. She reflects on all the different insults that she's hurled at Naruto, and how despite all that, he's come so far and she just hasn't. Sakura then frees herself from Tsuchi's hold by cutting her long hair off with a kunai. This is really the big first moment for Sakura as a character. A fight ensues and we get more introduced to Team 10 and their unique jutsus. Shikamaru has the Shadow Possession Jutsu, Ino has Mind Possession Jutsu, and Shoji has the Expansion Jutsu. Neji and Tenten, Lee's other teammates, also arrive on the scene, but before they can do anything, Sasuke awakens, now being powered by the Curse Mark. This gives Sasuke a large boost in power, and he completely brutalizes one of the Sound Ninja, dislocating both of his arms. Before Sasuke can cause any more damage, he's stopped by Sakura, who hugs him from behind, tears running down her face, which pulls Sasuke out of the trance that he's in. Dosu takes his team and leaves, and wonders why Orochimaru would have them try and attack Sasuke after he'd already been given the Curse Mark. At the same time, Team 8, Kiba, Shino, and Hinata witness Gaara and his team fight a team of Rain Ninja. Nobody can land a hit on Gaara, as all of the attacks are automatically blocked by sand without any conscious effort from Gaara's part. Gaara then uses his big 1-2 combo, the Sand Coffin, which completely envelops a person in sand and holds them completely still, levitating up in the air, and then Sand Burial, which crushes the victim to death using said sand to kill all of the Rain Ninja. This causes it to literally rain blood in a brutal display of Gaara's strength. Before Gaara can turn his attention to Team 8, he's convinced to ignore them by the rest of his team, as the Rain Ninja had the other scroll that they needed, and Gaara and his team reach the tower in a record-setting time of 97 minutes. This is also where we can see Anko reviewing a security tape, revealing that VHS technology exists in the Naruto universe. At this point, Naruto has recovered, and Team 7 set their sights on getting their second scroll, and Kabuto, who is now separated from his team, agrees to give them a helping hand. The four set off towards the center, but get caught up in a genjutsu and attacked by the first clone ninja who attacked them right at the beginning, and then his supporting team. Naruto outsmarts the other team, having his shadow clones disguised as himself and the rest of the team, and has them fight the other team's clones all night long. When the other team's guard is down, Naruto and the others jump them and take their scroll. Then they all go to the tower, and Kabuto rejoins his team. It's at this point revealed to the audience that Kabuto isn't who he seems to be. He's not really a friendly ally from the Leaf Village, but is instead a spy, working for who else but Orochimaru, who he's giving all of his data to. Finally in the tower, Team 7 is allowed to open up their scrolls, which summons Iruka-sensei to tell them that they've passed. We also learn that anyone who opens a scroll outside of the tower is attacked by the summoned ninja and left unconscious until the end of the survival exercise. Team 7 then enters the main chamber of the tower and sees all the other teams that have already passed. Team 8, Team 10, Team Guy, Gaara's team, Kabuto's team, Dosu's team, and then themselves. The third Hokage gives a speech to all the teams, explaining the purposes of the Chunin Exams. Not only are they there to select those worthy of becoming Chunin, but they're also a place for the nations of the world to show off their strength through their ninja who participate in the exam. It's almost like the Naruto equivalent of something like the Olympics. On top of that, from this point on, the exams will also be spectated by those who hire shinobi for work, so it kind of turns into a place for the different nations to advertise to potential customers. After the speech, the third Hokage passes over to Hatake Gecko, the proctor of the third section of the exam, to explain what's going to happen. Gecko explains that there is an unusually large number of genin who have made it to this point in the exam, so there will be a preliminary round before the real final. The preliminary will be in the form of a sudden death elimination tournament. The participants will be randomly picked to fight in one-on-one battles until someone either gives up or is unable to fight any further, with Gecko having the ability to step in and call the fight when he sees fit. There's an odd number of participants, so Kabuto volunteers to just drop out here. Sakura tries to get Sasuke to drop out as well due to the pain that he's suffering from the curse mark, but is brushed off by him. Naruto takes Sakura's side, and Sasuke says that Naruto is one of the people who he wants to fight the most, so he's definitely not going to drop out. The first fight is between Sasuke and Yoroi Akado, one of Kabuto's teammates. Kakashi warns Sasuke that if he loses control of the seal, Kakashi will intervene and call the fight himself. This means that Sasuke has to fight without using any jutsus, as the seal is activated by the flow of chakra. The fight begins, and Yoroi gets Sasuke with his special technique, chakra absorption, and plans on draining all of Sasuke's chakra to win. Sasuke seems to have no chance of winning until he hears Naruto taunting him from the spectator catwalk. Sasuke notices Lee standing next to Naruto, so he uses the Lion Barrage, a copy of one of Lee's Lotus techniques, which Sasuke had copied and learned using the Sharingan. Sasuke knocks out Yoroi and moves on to the next round, but leaves with Kakashi to go do something about that curse mark. The second fight is between Shino Aburame and Zaku, the sound ninja whose arm Sasuke... He still has one working arm though, so he can fight and is pretty confident that he can win. At the same time, Kakashi and Sasuke are in a secret location, and Kakashi places a seal on the curse mark when Orochimaru arrives to take Sasuke away. Kakashi threatens to kill Orochimaru, so Orochimaru leaves, but not before telling Kakashi that all of the genin that he controls are disposable, and that his real prize is Sasuke. After Orochimaru leaves, Kakashi says to himself that there's no way he could take Orochimaru in a one-on-one fight. Back at the tower, the next fight has begun. Shino uses a swarm of beetles to attack Zaku from behind, believing that he has a blind spot due to only having one functional arm. And this is when Zaku reveals that he really can use both arms and was just trying to trick Shino. At this point, it's already too late though, as Shino has actually used his bugs to block the airways in Zaku's arms, as that's how he attacks. This causes a chakra explosion that renders Zaku's arms completely useless for realsies this time. But in the manga, his arms get completely blown off from the elbow down. Gnarly. Fight 3 is between Misumi Tsurugi, the last of the genin from Kabuto's team, and Kankuro. Misumi's ability is soft physique modification. I've never watched One Piece, but I assume that this is similar to Luffy's rubber body. He wraps himself around Kankuro to strangle him to death, and Kankuro reveals that Misumi is actually grappling the Crow, Kankuro's puppet. The Crow then lands a counterattack on Misumi and breaks his neck. But he survives, although not in a state able to continue fighting, so the match is called with Kankuro victorious. Fight 4 is between Sakura and Ino, who have up until this point been shown to have a pretty strong rivalry. The two start fighting but aren't actually doing anything. Neji wonders if it's just because they're girls, but Tenten tells him that they're fighting like this because they're holding back. Sakura insults Ino because she's pulling her punches, which triggers a series of flashbacks. We see a younger Sakura and Ino, and we find out that they were actually best friends at one point in time. In one of the flashbacks, we see the two of them picking flowers for a school assignment, and Ino, whose family actually owns a flower shop, teaches Sakura about how certain flowers can be paired with one another to complement each other's beauty. Sakura asks if that's all she is for Ino, just there to make her look better, and Ino denies this, saying that Sakura just hasn't bloomed yet. In another flashback, we see what drove the two of them apart, and it's just that they both had a crush on Sasuke, and that Sakura got on his team and Ino didn't. Sakura says in this flashback that she won't wear her headband across her forehead until she can stand as a rival equal to Ino. Ino agrees to do the same, and the two shake on it. Then we cut back to the fight, and Sakura and Ino both put their headbands on their foreheads, and the fight really begins. The fight draws on, with the two of them exchanging blows and exhausting each other's chakra. Ino tries to use her mind possession jutsu on Sakura, but seems to miss, but then reveals to have set a trap with some chakra-infused hair to make a binding rope. With Sakura immobile, Ino uses the jutsu for real and controls Sakura's body, intending to make Sakura forfeit the match. Ino is about to succeed until Naruto shouts to motivate Sakura, which gives her the inner strength to kick Ino out of her own head. Kakashi remarks that Ino's exhaustion probably was why the jutsu was so weak, but he also says that Sakura's will may have played a part. At this point, the two are completely drained and rush at each other for one more attack, both landing punches to the face that knock the other out. Hayate Gecko calls the match, saying that neither are fit to progress to the next round. The fifth match is between Tenten and Temari of the Sand Village. The match is very quick. Tenten's whole gimmick is that she summons weapons. It sounds cool, and it actually really is. She summons a rain of projectile weapons to attack Temari with. Sadly, Tamari's wind techniques, which are kind of her shtick, she has a giant battle fan, are kind of the perfect counter to Tenten's technique. She completely deflects all the projectiles. Temari warns that when Tenten sees all three moons on the fan, the fight will be over. Tenten launches a twin dragon attack, and Temari reveals moon number 2, deflecting this attack as well. Tenten then tries attacking with the weapons again, and Temari reveals moon number 3. She spins up a cyclone of wind that traps Tenten. Tenten falls, and Temari makes her land on the fan, knocking her out. Rock Lee jumps down to fight Temari, but is stopped by Guy Sensei, and the tournament continues with Temari being the victor. Fight 6 is between Shikamaru and Tsuchi, the Sound Ninja. Shikamaru uses his Shadow Possession move, but Tsuchi dodges easily and throws some Senbon, some with bells attached and some without, at Shikamaru. The bells have strings attached that Tsuchi is able to use to create distractions and noises behind Shikamaru to distract and disorient him so she can attack him from behind. Surprisingly, Shikamaru was able to use the Shadow Possession on her by using the shadows created by the strings to increase the range of his attack. Now Shikamaru and Tsuchi's actions are the same. That's kind of the trade-off with the Shadow Possession jutsu, is you can control the other person, but they only do what you do. So if you want to make them, let's say, choke themselves out, you have to choke yourself out too. And they both ready a shuriken and throw them at each other. Shikamaru bends backwards to dodge, seemingly making the attack miss, but it turns out that this is what he wanted all along. Is he actually backed Tsuchi up against the wall, while that she just smacked her head into it hard enough when bending backwards to knock herself out, meaning Shikamaru wins. Match 7 is between Kiba and Naruto, who is still weakened due to the seal that Orochimaru placed on him. Naruto has a big disadvantage from the get-go, as it's actually a 2-on-1 fight, as Kiba fights with his dog, Akamaru. Using the Beast Human Clone Jutsu, Akamaru was able to turn into a clone of Kiba, fighting like a human. Kiba lands a gut punch on Naruto, which causes him to collapse, and Kiba asks Gekko to call the fight right there, but Naruto gets back up. Kiba throws out some smoke bombs and attacks Naruto inside of the cloud, but once the smoke disperses, Naruto is seen lying unconscious on the floor. Kiba tells Akamaru to check the body, but Akamaru bites Kiba's arm, and it turns out that Naruto had transformed into Akamaru, and the Naruto on the floor was actually Akamaru. Kiba feeds Akamaru a food pill, and then takes one himself, which those are basically the Naruto version of senzu beans. The two of them get energized from the food pills, with Akamaru turning red and beastly. The pair of them starts wailing on Naruto with a combo of attacks, ending with their signature move, the Fang over Fang Jutsu. Again, Naruto is knocked to the ground, but picks himself up, saying that he needs to win in order to become Hokage. Kiba deploys more smoke, which Naruto actually uses to his advantage this time to transform into a third Kiba. Naruto is able to trick Kiba into knocking out Akamaru, which enrages the Genin. Kiba, due to his food pill power boost, has a greater flow of chakra and superior speed to Naruto. Naruto only wins because he accidentally farts due to straining too hard, which proves to be debilitating to Kiba due to his enhanced sense of smell, which opens up a window of retaliation for Naruto. Naruto wins with a new technique, the Uzumaki Barrage, his version of Sasuke's Lion Barrage, but utilizing Naruto's Shadow Clone. The 8th match is between Neji and Hinata Hyuga. Kiba is being brought away on a stretcher and tells Hinata to forfeit, as she has no chance against her cousin. Hinata refers to Neji as her brother, but Kakashi explains that they're really more like cousins. He explains that the Hinata clan is like a big tree, and Hinata is a member of the main trunk of the clan, while Neji's family is a branch family, essentially nothing more than servants to Hinata's family. The fight starts, and Neji just begins berating and undermining Hinata, telling her that she has no chance at winning, as she's just too kind-hearted and meek to really be a ninja. This is where Kakashi talks about the Byakugan, the Hyuga's visual Kekkei Genkai that's actually stronger than the Sharingan when it comes to pure insight capabilities. It allows the user to improve their eyesight and peripheral vision to superhuman levels, and even lets them see other people's chakra and their chakra networks. Hinata nearly buckles under the pressure and forfeits, but Naruto snaps her out of it by cheering her on. The two then begin their battle against one another. Using the gentle fist techniques, Neji hits several of Hinata's chakra points in her arm, pressure points that produce chakra and regulate its flow throughout the chakra network, which this basically makes her arm useless, and a blow she lands to Neji's heart has no effect. Neji continues his attacks, but Hinata doesn't give up. Hinata says that Neji is suffering because of his obsession with destiny and the family that he was born into. This gets Neji to go for a fatal blow on Hinata, but he's stopped by Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai, and Gekko. Hinata collapses to the floor and goes into cardiac arrest due to Neji's attacks, and Naruto swears to avenge her. Neji wins the round as we come up to the big kahuna. Match number 9 is Rock Lee versus Gaara. Lee begins the fight with a flurry of taijutsu attacks, none of which can get past Gaara's sand defense. In order to boost his speed, Guy Sensei permits Lee to remove his leg weights. Lee goes up to the top of the big statue in the room and removes the weights from underneath his leg warmers. He drops the weights, which break the floor and kick up a huge plume of dust as they do. And Lee can now move incredibly fast enough to get past Gaara's sand shield and actually hitting Gaara, with Lee being the first person to ever do so. This reminds me of the moment in Metal Gear Rising when Jetstream Sam finds out how to be faster than Senator Armstrong's nanomachines and cuts his arm off. Basically, I'm trying to say this moment goes incredibly hard. Unfortunately, it turns out that Gaara was using sand armor around himself to block any attacks that did make it past the actual sand barrier. And to counter this, Lee asks Guy Sensei if he can open up the chakra gates. And Guy approves. The 8 chakra gates are gates in a person's chakra network that can be opened to do exponentially increase that person's power. The catch is that this is all extremely dangerous, and when all 8 gates are opened, death is guaranteed. Lee opens the first gate and then uses the primary Lotus on Gaara, fully completing the move this time, unlike when he used it on Dosu. Lee slams Gaara into the ground, making a huge crater, and it seems like the fight's over for a second, but then Gaara starts to crumble away as the Gaara that Lee used the Lotus on turns out to have just been a sand clone. Gaara starts to attack Lee, who is now exhausted from the Lotus, so Lee opens up the second gate, and then the third, which powers him up and gets even Gaara frightened. And this is where we get the flashbacks showing Lee's backstory and how he came to be one of Guy's students. In the academy, Lee was a loser due to the fact that he had no natural ability and not even any potential ability to perform ninjutsu or genjutsu at all. But Lee has an unwavering determination which Guy Sensei took notice of. We then cut to Guy's team right after being formed, and Guy asks what Lee, Neji, and Tenten's goals are. Tenten wants to become a powerful Konoichi like the legendary Tsunade. Neji refuses to answer what his goal is, and Lee says that he simply wants to prove that he can be, quote-unquote, a splendid ninja, even though he can't use ninjutsu or genjutsu. We then see their team training, and Lee and Neji are sparring, a fight that Neji always wins. This gets Lee to train even harder, and Guy goes to speak with him. He feels completely demotivated, and Guy tells Lee that although he may not be a genius of ninjutsu or genjutsu like Neji and the other ninjas, he's a genius of perseverance. This gets Lee to break into tears as he believed that if he just trained twice or thrice as hard as the others, he'd catch up to them eventually and be on their level, but that just isn't the case. That's why he always spars with Neji. He's just hoping that one day he'll be good enough to beat him, but it hasn't happened, and Lee starts to wonder if all of this effort's been in vain. Guy gets honest with him, says yeah, it is all useless if Lee doesn't believe in himself. Two of them then sit on a boulder and stargaze, and Guy tells Lee that the two of them are a lot alike. Lee assumes that Guy is talking about their eyebrows, which this is honestly one of the funniest moments in the whole show. It actually had me like cackling out loud. Guy tells Lee that he was a loser when he was a kid too, but through perseverance and hard work, he became one of the strongest ninja in the village, even on par with his rival Kakashi. He tells Lee that his goal of being a splendid ninja without ninjutsu or genjutsu is a fine goal, and one that Lee should stick with and fight to accomplish. We then return to the fight between Lee and Gaara, and Lee is now so fast that Gaara's sand barriers are of absolutely zero use. Lee opens up the 4th and 5th gates and then uses the hidden Lotus on Gaara. Gaara manages to survive by using the sand from his gourd to cushion the fall. Gaara then uses the extra sand to use the sand coffin on Lee, and then the sand barrier to crush Lee's left arm and left leg. Gaara's about to finish off Lee when Guy jumps in to stop him. Lee gets up to continue fighting, but he's completely unconscious. There's just not even a thought going through his head. He's like a zombie. And Guy goes over to him with tears in his eyes and just hugs him, telling Lee that he's already a splendid ninja. The match is called and Gaara is the victor. The medical ninja prepare to leave with Lee, but before they do, they tell Guy that due to the severity of Lee's injuries, he'll never fully recover and will have to retire from being a ninja. Guy regrets having taught Lee how to open the 8 gates and leaves the arena so the final fight may proceed. Match 10, the final battle, is between Dosu and Choji. Choji wants to forfeit, but decides to do the fight after he's promised food by his sensei Asuma if he wins. Choji enters the fight knowing Dosu's whole shtick of sound-based attacks. goes into his human boulder form immediately, which sucks his head into his body and covers up his ears, seemingly making him immune to Dosu's attacks. This isn't as foolproof as it sounds though, as Dosu simply waits for Choji to crash into a wall, and then uses his sound attacks while holding his hand directly onto Choji's body. This transmits the sound through the water in Choji's body and defeats him almost immediately. This fight concluded, the preliminaries have finished, and we can move on to the finals. But not really, because first the 9 Genin all pull lots to decide the first round matchups of the finals. The finalists are given a month to train and prepare for the final tournament, and then they all head out. At the Leaf Village Hospital, Kabuto tries to kidnap Sasuke, who has been recovering there after the preliminaries. Kakashi stops him, and so Kabuto retreats. Naruto meets up with Kakashi to train for the finals, but Kakashi plans to train Sasuke instead. Kakashi hypes up Naruto by offering up someone even better than himself, Ebisu, Konohamaru's trainer from the second episode, to be Naruto's trainer instead. Naruto complains about this and almost tells Kakashi of his previous run-in and encounters with Ebisu in the past, but Ebisu bribes Naruto with some ramen to keep his mouth shut. Ebisu tells Naruto to run away from him and promises that if Naruto can escape, then he won't train him. Naruto takes him up on that, and they spend an episode playing cat and mouse around town with Ebisu finding Naruto each and every time. The two of them then go to eat at Ichiraku, where Ebisu tells Naruto that he uses far more chakra than he really should be using, and that the only reason he can keep up with his peers is because he's drawing upon the Nine-Tailed Fox's chakra. After they eat, they go to the Hot Springs district to train chakra control via learning to walk on water. Naruto tries and fails repeatedly, but then he starts to quickly grasp the concepts, which actually really impresses Ebisu, who admits that he might have misunderstood Naruto, and even starts to get some begrudging respect for the boy. Ebisu then notices a white-haired fellow peeking into the woman's changing room, who Ebisu attacks, but the white-haired man summons a toad and wipes the floor with Ebisu. Naruto tries to wake Ebisu and then asks who the man is. The white-haired man introduces himself as the Toad Sage of Mount Mayoboku, and as the author of the Make Out Paradise novels, which is Kakashi's favorite line of erotica books. Naruto calls him the Pervy Sage and asks him to be his new trainer, but the sage refuses. Naruto follows him and sees several romantic encounters that end very poorly for the sage. Naruto then ends up using the sexy jutsu on the sage, which impresses him, and he agrees to train Naruto. They return to the hot springs to continue the walking on water training, and after enough falls into the water, Naruto removes his wet clothing. The Toad Sage sees the seal that is keeping the Nine-Tailed Fox inside of Naruto and recognizes it as the 4th Hokage's handiwork. The sage discreetly removes Orochimaru's seal from Naruto, allowing his chakra to flow freely again. Naruto is now able to walk on the water easily, and the sage thinks that it's time to teach Naruto how to control the fox chakra. They decide to stop for the day and just head to the springs to decompress. That night, Ebisu meets with the Toad Sage and recognizes him as Jiraiya, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, and one of the few who can hope to defeat Orochimaru. Ebisu leaves Naruto in Jiraiya's care and then departs. The same night, elsewhere in the village, at the Kikyo Castle, Dosu tries to kill Gaara, who is scheduled to fight Sasuke in the first round of the finals. This is because Dosu wants to fight Sasuke instead, but Dosu is easily killed by Gaara, who transforms into something so horrifying that it leaves Dosu completely paralyzed by fear. The fight is witnessed by Kabuto and Baki, who is Gaara's team's Jonin. The two are discussing their plans to attack the Leaf Village, which are overheard by Hayate Gecko. Before Gecko can relay the info to the 3rd Hokage, he is intercepted and killed by Baki. Jiraiya tells Naruto that he will now teach him to tap into and use the fox's chakra, referring to it as red chakra, which contrasts with normal chakra, which is shown to be blue in the series, and I believe yellow in the manga. To use the red chakra, Naruto first has to deplete all of his normal chakra with a shadow clone jutsu. Jiraiya then summons a toad who wields a summoning contract scroll. Naruto signs the contract with his blood, and this basically means that he will now be able to summon toads whenever he needs to help him out. And some of the toads are very powerful. This is also how Jiraiya summons his toads. Naruto attempts his first summoning jutsu, but can only muster up a measly tadpole. Around the same time, the Anbu Black Ops discover Gecko's body, and among the ones who find his body is Yugao Uzuki, who was Gecko's lover, and they all wonder what exactly happened to him. They discuss with the 3rd Hokage about Orochimaru's potential involvement, and they agree that if the Sound Village and the Sand Village attack, then the Leaf Village ninja will assemble and fight back. Everyone is training for the finals. Naruto and Jiraiya work on their summoning, although Naruto can only summon tadpoles at this point. Asuma and Shoji are training Shikamaru. 10-10 trains with Neji, and Kurenai's team trains with Shino. Meanwhile, Gaara's team discuss the invasion. Sakura goes to Ino's family's flower shop to buy some flowers for Sasuke, who's still in the hospital. Ino decides to visit Sasuke as well, but Sakura buys a flower for Lee too. The two of them go to the hospital only to find that Sasuke and his clothes are gone, and Lee is training up until he passes out due to his injuries. When he comes to, he sees the flowers in his room and realizes that someone was there. Kakashi is out in the wilderness, training by climbing a cliff. He almost falls and opens his first gate to save himself, but upon reaching the top cliff, he's met by Sasuke, who requests to be trained. Meanwhile, Naruto and Jiraiya are training at a waterfall, which Jiraiya mostly has him train there so that he can spy on girls as research for his smut novels. And the two of them are about to call it a day. Naruto tries the summoning jutsu one last time and swears he's improving as the tadpoles have legs now. Naruto continues to train his summoning and eventually graduates to being able to summon a small toad, but even this completely exhausts him. The third Hokage speaks with Anko about how there's no one person in the Leaf Village who can stand against Orochimaru. The only one who could was the fourth Hokage, but he's been dead for 12 years now, and thus still need to rely on the whole village's collective strength to stand any chance against him. Naruto and Jiraiya spend the whole day together. They go to the hot springs and then Ichiraku, where Jiraiya tells Naruto to eat like it's his last meal. He then tells Naruto to hug his crush, so Naruto tries to hug Sakura, but he gets the shit beaten out of him. Jiraiya then knocks out Naruto, and takes him out to the wilderness, and throws him off of a cliff into a ravine as he begins to wake up. He hopes that by putting Naruto in a life or death situation, he can finally channel the fox's chakra. Back in town, at the Hokage Faces, Iruka is teaching Konohamaru's class about the Hokages, particularly the third, who actually shows up to be present for the lesson. So Iruka invites him to join them. He talks about how the third Hokage was the strongest Hokage and an absolute genius. The third Hokage tells the kids to protect their loved ones, as they're the people who matter the most. The kids ask who the third Hokage's loved ones are, and he says that Konohamaru is someone he loves, as well as everyone in the village, as since he's the leader of the village, he views everyone as kind of his family in a way. Back through the ravine, as Naruto is falling, he delves into his own subconscious and confronts the nine-tailed fox demon for the very first time. To save them both from death, the fox gives Naruto some chakra, which Naruto uses to summon a giant kaiju-sized toad. The toad is revealed to be Gamabunta, and he's furious that a child summoned him and wants to know where Jiraiya is at. After some back and forth between him and Naruto, Gamabunta agrees to make Naruto his henchman if he can stay on his back all day long. We then go back to the village and see Temari having a flashback from a year prior, showing her arguing with Baki and questioning why they would want to break the peace treaty that they currently have between the Sand Village and the Leaf Village. We then see Baki reporting to the fourth Kagekaze, which is the leader of the Sand Village, to tell him that all is going according to plan. Gamabunta is still trying to knock off Naruto, while Jiraiya does more research at the waterfall. Gamabunta lands inside waterfall, scaring off all the girls and upsetting Jiraiya. This move causes Naruto to fall off of Gamabunta, but he uses a chain of shadow clones at the last minute to keep from falling, but he exhausts his chakra in the process, inadvertently causing himself to fall off of Gamabunta. But Gamabunta catches Naruto with his tongue and says that nobody's lasted that long on his back since the fourth Hokage, and so Gamabunta then drops off Naruto at the hospital to recover. Baki then goes into Kankuro and Tamari's room and yells at them for not keeping an eye on Gaara, who has gone missing. Naruto wakes up in the hospital and finds out that he was out cold for 3 days and that the finals are tomorrow. Shikamaru stops in to check on Naruto and gives him a fruit basket originally intended for Choji, who has also been hospitalized due to indigestion because he's been eating too much barbecue. Sakura goes into Lee's room and gives him another flower, and then Choji starts complaining about how hungry he is when Ino arrives with a fruit basket for him as well. It turns out that Gaara snuck away from his team to go finish the job that he started in the preliminaries, as he's made his way to Lee's room to kill him while he's out cold. Naruto and Shikamaru stop him before he can do that though, with Shikamaru using his shadow possession jutsu to paralyze Gaara in place. Gaara uses this as an opportunity to talk a little bit about himself, and he reveals that he has had a sand demon named Shukaku sealed inside of him since birth, and that he was raised solely as a weapon for the Sand Village. He was so unpredictable that the fourth Kagekaze, who is his father, had regularly sent assassins after Gaara to go kill him to end his threat that he posed. Gaara believes that he has no purpose in life since he failed as a weapon, and the only real thing he can do now is hurt others. Naruto hears this and realizes that he and Gaara are forged from circumstances that are more alike than they are different. They both have their inner demons, both figuratively and literally speaking. Gaara tries to kill Naruto and Shikamaru, but is stopped by Gai Sensei. Gaara gives up but promises that eventually he'll kill them all. Naruto goes to the stadium where a banner says that the finals are the next day. We then see Ino's, Shikamaru's, and Choji's fathers all eating dinner at a restaurant together when Shikamaru goes there to find his dad to tell him that they need to go home since the finals are the next morning. Temari and Kankuro are preparing their equipment while Gaara sits up on the roof of their apartment. The morning of, Naruto meets Hinata at the training grounds where the bell exercise took place. Hinata says that Naruto may defeat Neji, who he is scheduled to fight in the finals, and that his words of encouragement during the preliminaries have made her a better person and a stronger fighter. This gets Naruto to admit that he likes Hinata, and he actually invites her to watch his fight. Then he sees fireworks going off at the stadium, so he rushes there because the finals are beginning. But on the way, Naruto bumps into Konohamaru, who tells Naruto about a shortcut to the stadium. The shortcut just takes Naruto further away, so Konohamaru tells Naruto to ride a bull there. Naruto kicks the bull and inadvertently causes a stampede that chases him to the stadium right in time for the finals. Naruto looks for Sasuke, but he isn't there yet. Shikamaru looks for Dosu, who, as we know, is currently 6 feet under, but most of the Genin are none the wiser. The Anbu Black Ops begin their search for Sasuke, and then the 4th Kagekaze arrives with his bodyguard entourage when the 3rd Hokage begins the final exam. Due to the unfortunate death of Hayate Gecko, the final part of the exam will be proctored by Genma Shiranui. The first fight is announced to be between Naruto and Neji. As the two of them square up, Naruto reminds Neji that he'll avenge Hinata. Naruto attacks with kunai, and Neji counterattacks with the gentle fist, although he doesn't hit any of Naruto's chakra points. Naruto uses the shadow clones, but Neji makes short work of them, and then Neji begins to wax all philosophical again about how he believes that destiny and fate are determined at birth, and that's what determines who the Hokage becomes. Naruto says that he won't give up so easily, and then he uses the shadow clones again. Meanwhile, outside of the fight, Kabuto kills an Anbu to disguise himself in their uniform. Naruto's clones don't make much progress at beating Neji though, and Neji goes to attack what he believes is the real Naruto, but fails, as Naruto explains that he had one of his clones refrain from attacking to make it seem like it was the real one. Naruto tackles Neji, who uses the 8 trigrams palm rotation to make up some space. Hinata and her father Hirashi are shocked to see this move being used, as it's only taught to members of the main Hyuga branch. Tenten then explains that the Byakugan allows Neji to see almost 360 degrees around him and can emit chakra in any direction, repelling his opponent. Neji then uses 8 trigrams 64 palms technique, which this also surprises Hirashi, as this is an even more exclusive move, only taught to the very best of the main branch. Neji then strikes 64 of Naruto's chakra points. Genma walks over to see if the match should be called, but Naruto is still conscious, which catches Neji off guard. Naruto pushes ahead though, inspired by when Hinata and Lee had critical injuries during their fights and didn't give up. He gets back up on his feet and asks Neji why he's so angry at the main Hyuga family. Neji removes his headband and shows the Hyuga clan's curse mark. He explains that his father and Hinata's father were twins, but Hinata's father is the elder of the two and thus was born into the main branch. After Hinata turned 3 years old, Neji was branded with the curse mark and became a part of the side branch family. A bird in a cage, as Neji describes it. His duty is to protect Hinata and the power of the Hyuga clan at any cost. We see that the curse mark is basically a kill switch that these side branch members have branded onto them, that anyone, such as Hirashi, could use if they sense danger from one of the side branch members. The mark basically fries the victim's brain, and it only goes away upon death. The curse mark exists to make the side branch members slaves to the main branch and protect the secrets of the Byakugan from falling into the wrong hands. Neji's father is one such person who was killed by the main branch after a kidnapping plot to steal Hinata by lightning ninjas went wrong and Hirashi killed one of them. Due to a peace treaty, they demanded Hirashi's body to prevent a war, so they gave up Neji's father instead. Dying for the sake of the main branch, this is what cemented Neji's cynical view of destiny. Naruto and Neji continue their battle, arguing over whether or not the outcome of the fight is predetermined. Neji lands more blows and closes off Naruto's entire chakra network. Neji tries to get Genma to call the match, but Naruto taps into the nine-tailed fox's chakra. The two begin fighting once more, now on equal footing with each other. Their attacks clash and create a large explosion, kicking up a huge dust cloud. The two of them get pushed into holes in the ground that are created from their attacks. Neji emerges from his hole and walks over to the other one to mock Naruto, who is in his hole unconscious. But it turns out that Naruto was only a shadow clone, and that the real Naruto had dug a hole right under Neji. Naruto shoots up with an uppercut from below that hits Neji right in the jaw, knocking him out, and crowning Naruto the winner. Sakura sees this and vows to get stronger because of how jealous she is of Naruto and how strong he's gotten. And then Asuma, Kurenai, and the third Hokage are all shocked to see the level of control Naruto has over the Nine-Tailed Fox's chakra. Medical ninja take Neji away to treat his injuries, and Hirashi comes in for some alone time with Neji. He hands Neji a scroll written by Hisashi, who is Neji's father, revealing the truth around his death. Even though the elders of the clan wanted Hisashi to die, he did it out of his own free will, in order to protect both Neji and the rest of the village, and not the head family. Hirashi begs Neji for forgiveness, and Neji tells him that his new goal is to become stronger. There's many complaints up in the crowd about how Sasuke is just running super late, and the third Hokage is just about ready to disqualify him at this point, but the Kagekaze says not to, as the main reason many of the spectators are there is to see the last of the Uchiha clan fight Gaara. The Hokage decides to then postpone Sasuke's fight until later in the first round. Kankuro's fight with Shino is moved up, but Kankuro forfeits, making Shino win by default. This is because he doesn't want to reveal how the crow works to the entirety of the village. You know, he wants to kind of keep his cover for when the invasion occurs, so the next fight is also moved up between Temari and Shikamaru. Shikamaru, despite not really wanting to fight, decides to go ahead and fight Temari because he doesn't want to lose to a girl. Shikamaru quickly examines the arena and comes up with a strategy. Temari has already seen the Shadow Possession Jutsu in action during the preliminaries, so she knows to keep her distance. She dodges and outsmarts all of Shikamaru's strategies, but it turns out he was really leading her to the tunnel that Naruto made in the previous match, which he uses that said tunnel to land his Shadow Possession Jutsu, extending its range the same way he did with the string during the preliminaries. Despite practically having already won the match at this point, Shikamaru decides to forfeit, as he's exerted too much chakra to continue, and it would be way too much extra work for him to move ahead in the tournament. After the match, people are super impressed with Shikamaru's strategy skills, and Asuma says that Shikamaru has shown the most important trait of a Chunin, knowing when to retreat even if it hurts his ego and his pride. With Sasuke and Gaara's fight being up now, and Sasuke still not being there yet, the Hokage sets a deadline for Sasuke to arrive before, or Gaara will just automatically move ahead. Guy Sensei and Lee arrive at the stadium, and although Lee is still super injured, he wants to watch the rest of the finals, and support his friends. Just in time, Sasuke and Kakashi arrive at the stadium. Naruto meets Sasuke and lets him know that he won his fight against Neji. At the same time, though, Gaara kills a pair of ninja that try to confront him on his way to the arena as he's going through basically like the locker room part of the stadium. Shikamaru and Naruto actually see this happen, and now they're fearing for Sasuke's life, but the match begins regardless. Kakashi goes to the stands and apologizes to Sakura about how late they were, and then he talks to Guy Sensei about the Anbu in the stadium, with the village expecting to be attacked any minute now, basically. Naruto recognizes Gaara's bloodlust and how the only one who can satisfy it is Sasuke. Sasuke's attacks are actually able to surpass Gaara's sand shield just like Lee could. Kakashi explains that Sasuke had seen Lee's taijutsu using the Sharingan and that they spent the past month getting Sasuke up to that same level of speed. Lee knows that it takes more than speed to beat Gaara, but Guy figures there must be some other thing that they were training that whole time, and not just speed. After taking a pounding from Sasuke, Gaara turtles up inside of a sand sphere in order to transform into his demon form, and Sasuke can't break through the shield with speed alone. Naruto and Shikamaru both fear over the fact that Gaara thinks the whole point of the tournament is just to kill, and they're afraid that if Sasuke keeps fighting, he will die here. So they rush into the stands to warn Kakashi, who assures them not to worry, as there's a very good reason that they were late. At this point, the fight has reached a stalemate, with Gaara inside of his sand sphere and Sasuke unable to pierce it. It's a real unstoppable force versus immovable object situation. And so Sasuke is forced to resort to the new technique he was learning from Kakashi. Outside of the stadium, the Sound and Sand Ninja are assembling their forces as the invasion is imminent. And they're placing down summoning signs on the ground as well, preparing to summon something big. Sasuke gets on top of the wall of the stadium and uses his new technique, the Chidori/Thousand Birds Jutsu. It basically gathers all of his chakra into his arm for like a blast of lightning chakra out of his palm that is devastating if it makes direct contact with someone. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be a similar technique to the lightning blade that Kakashi used against Zabuza, or tried to use against Zabuza during the Land of Waves arc, just more powerful. The Chidori, combined with how much faster Sasuke has become, gives him a powerful enough attack to punch through the sand sphere and pierce Gaara, which makes him the second person to hit Gaara, but the first one to make him bleed, and this leads to one of the most chilling moments of the whole show. This halts Gaara's demonic transformation for now, although not before a monstrous arm and eye are shown. Gaara leaves the sand sphere, but before the fight can continue, a Genjutsu is performed on the stadium by Kabuto. This puts the majority of those in attendance to sleep. Smoke bombs go off in the Kage box where the Hokage and Kagekaze are, and attacking ninja move in. The Chunin exams have concluded, and the invasion of the Leaf Village, or the Konoha Crush, has begun. can I really say that hasn't already been said? The Chunin Exams arc is one of the most beloved arcs in all of shonen anime and manga, and I think for great reason. Obviously, the Land of Waves arc is where Naruto gets started, but the Chunin Exams is really where the series kicks it into high gear. And obviously, tournament arcs are a staple of shonen. But apparently the funny thing is that Masashi Kishimoto, the creator of Naruto, initially didn't want to do the tournament arc so early into the series, and instead he wanted to spend more time with Naruto and the others doing some smaller scale stuff. But personally, I think it was a great choice for the series to just dive right into the tournament arc. Now, I really loved the Land of Waves arc, and I think it's a great start to the series, but it's very self-contained and small scale. It only really has the 4 main characters, a couple side characters, and the trio of villains who are all defeated by the end. And the whole thing is resolved in 19 episodes. The Chunin Exams is really what lays the foundation for what Naruto as a series will be going forward. The arc introduces so much in terms of new characters and world building, and sets up so much stuff that will come back later on down the line. First of all, Kakashi takes a big backseat this arc, with the focus mainly being on the genin who are participating in the exams, and the slow uncovering of Orochimaru's plans. The new characters range from really good to absolutely goated. I think one of the best is obviously Rock Lee. I know it's a very basic answer, but I think he's just a very inspiring character, and the episode that is mostly flashbacks to his past is one of my favorites in the whole series. But I don't actively dislike any of the genin. Obviously there are some with more screen time than others, but there aren't really any who I hate just whenever they're on screen. Really, I like all of the Leaf genin. They all have their moments to shine in this arc. Hinata in particular starts to develop a lot in this arc, and becomes one of the main driving forces for Naruto after she's almost killed by Neji. But I could say the exact same thing for Sakura. She doesn't do a ton of developing in this arc, but this is what really sets the gears in motion for her to develop throughout the rest of the series. Like, the big moment, again, is her cutting off her own hair, kind of symbolizing her maturing past the point of just kind of vanity and only caring about her looks to, become a stronger and better person. And then there's Jiraiya, who's another fan favorite, and I think he's a very funny character, which there's not too much to go off in this arc aside from him just being really horny, which he does get a lot more depth later. But even in the few episodes he has here, he demonstrates how he's a trainer that can really help Naruto reach new heights. Another character who I really like is Anko. I think their history with Orochimaru is really cool, and how she was basically just a proto-Sasuke to him. I also like how her summoning animals are snakes, just like Orochimaru, showing how she still uses what she learned from him despite him being as evil as he is. It's really disappointing that she doesn't get much screen time after this arc in the original Naruto. Maybe she gets more in Shippuden, but in this first show, this is about all we see of her is in this Chunin Exams arc. Save for a filler arc where she's the main focus, but we'll get to that further down the road. The villains here are very good as well. You have Gaara and the other Sand Ninja participating in the actual exams, and then Orochimaru controlling things from the background with his Sound Ninja. First, let's talk about the Sand Genin, but in reality it's mostly Gaara. Temari and Kankuro are cool, but they aren't as deeply troubled as Gaara is. We even see how Temari and Kankuro have second thoughts about the invasion and aren't fully committed to the cause. The way I see it with Gaara is that if Haku represents the potential worst case scenario for Genin in general, Gaara represents what could have happened to Naruto in particular. The two have very similar circumstances, both being loners in their villages that have incredibly powerful demons sealed inside of them. The Sand Village and the Kagekaze tried to make a monster out of Gaara. Meanwhile, the Leaf Village's inaction is what almost inadvertently made Naruto into one. That's why I think that the scene in the hospital is so powerful, because Naruto has the realization that if he hadn't met Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura, then he could have turned out just as bloodthirsty and deranged as Gaara. And I think that's what makes Gaara compelling. He wasn't born a monster, he was made into one, and he's a very broken individual. On the other hand, though, you have Orochimaru, who straight up is evil through and through. After making his presence known during the Forest of Death, he becomes something that has the whole village on edge, at least all the Jonin and the Anbu on edge. Most of his actual on-screen time in this arc is during the forest, but boy, does he make a great first impression. The fact that Orochimaru killed Shiori and her team, who are presumably children or teenagers, maybe young adults at the oldest, to disguise himself as her and infiltrate the exams, is just a horrific act in and of itself. Once he actually gets in there, he completely wipes the floor with everyone he fights. However, most of what Orochimaru accomplishes is done with his Sound Ninja, which again goes to prove what he says, where he sees these people as disposable and he only really gets his hands dirty when he views it absolutely necessary, like when he puts the curse mark on Sasuke. He has a great deal of influence over his pawns, and that's what makes him so scary. And I also like that they don't really reveal his whole plan yet. It unfolds super slowly, and by the end of the arc, we know that he wants to invade and destroy the Leaf Village, and that he wants to capture Sasuke. What for, we don't quite know yet, but it absolutely can't be good. Aside from the Sand Village, who Orochimaru is actively colluding with, the two main ninja under Orochimaru's orders are Dosu and Kabuto. Dosu, I think, is a very unfortunate character. He's got a sick design and some really cool moments. I love the little arc that he goes on. It's starting out as devoted to Orochimaru as any of his other ninja. But after seeing Sasuke's curse mark, he realizes that he and the other Sound Genin are nothing more than disposable pawns to Orochimaru, and that they were probably supposed to die fighting Sasuke in the forest, and that Sasuke is the real goal there. In his head, he thinks he's gonna go kill Gaara and then kill Sasuke in order to rebel against Orochimaru. Obviously, this didn't go exactly as Dosu planned, and his hubris, and Gaara's sand, get him killed. As much as I wish Dosu had more screen time, that's a complete character arc right there, and the way I see it, if the worst thing about a character is that you want to see more of them, that's a good problem to have. The other two Sound Genin don't really have much going on, but that's fine as they're pretty much just supposed to be fight fodder. The main one who gets focus is Dosu. Kabuto is another character that I find really well written. I like how for the first half of the arc, he pretends to be a nice, friendly ally with Team 7, which is a lie that even had me convinced, as the viewer. I literally had zero suspicions that he was going to be anything other than just a friendly, slightly older Genin who helped Naruto and the others through the exams. You know, because he's had experience with them, as he says he has. I was even expecting him to die at some point or something along those lines as motivation for Naruto to fight harder. But no, right after the Forest of Death, the needle drops and it's revealed that Kabuto is a spy for Orochimaru, and in reality, it's really his main right-hand man. After the forest, there's only a handful of scenes with Kabuto, mostly always with him speaking with Orochimaru and then Baki, pretty much just a messenger for the rest of the arc. That is until the very end, when he's the one who puts the whole stadium to sleep, showing how powerful he is in kicking the invasion off. Despite Kabuto kind of returning into the shadows after the forest section of the exam arc, the impression that he leaves is palpable. He just goes to show how powerful Orochimaru is, that he had a spy this close to the main characters, and nobody had any idea is scary. Orochimaru could be anywhere, and again, all this helps to show why it's such a big deal that he's there in the first place. He's a genius tactician and a powerful ninja who wants to see the Leaf Village destroyed at any cost. But Neji is also another excellent antagonistic force in the story. I love the clash of ideologies between him and Naruto about destiny, and his backstory makes it very believable that he would hold these views and that he isn't just an edgy character for edginess sake. Plus, he nearly kills Tsunade, which is a very dark moment, which makes it even more satisfying when Naruto beats him in the finals. He's not as villainous as the others, but I think he's a great opponent that Naruto must fight to overcome. So that makes me very glad that, with the exception of Dosu, we get to see more of all these characters moving forward in the series. I think that the last big characters are the Nine-Tailed Fox and Gamabunta, and I mean big literally and figuratively. This is the first time we actually meet and see Naruto speak to the Nine-Tailed Fox demon. It doesn't last for long, but it's a tense moment with the demon sealed away deep in Naruto's subconscious, and with the threat of death present for both of them. And Gamabunta also makes a great impression for the 20 or so minutes of screen time he has. I just really like the increased focus on animal summoning in general in this arc, between Orochimaru's giant snake in the forest and Naruto's training with Jiraiya. We've got a little bit of the summoning in the first arc with Kakashi summoning his dogs, but there's way more of it in the latter half of this arc. All that stuff is great, but one of the most important parts of a shonen is the fights and action that get people hyped up. So how does the Chunin Exams hold up in that regard? I think it holds up spectacularly. The fan favorite fight is by far the Gaara vs. Rock Lee fight. For a lot of people, this is the fight that really got them not just invested in the series, but interested in anime as a medium in general. I can imagine that if I was born in the mid to late 90s and saw Naruto on Cartoon Network as the dub was airing in mid to late 2000s, early 2010s, I would have absolutely loved this if I saw it as a kid. It's a classic battle of the immovable object versus the unstoppable force, and the animation for this fight is outstanding. Being a weekly anime, Naruto obviously has to stretch its budget and kind of portion things out to make the big fights look as good as possible, and this is a fight where they really go all out. Every blow has impact, and Lee's backstory that unfolds during the fight is very engaging. All this just makes it even more tragic when Lee loses in the end, and not just loses, he's completely crippled. When I was going through and watching the show, my cousin Eric, who is the Dragon Ball cousin, was hyping up the Gaara versus Lee fight. That, plus all the hype it has online, had me worried that it really wouldn't live up to the expectations that had been set for it, but thankfully I was wrong. This fight deserves the hype and is one of the best shonen fights I've ever seen. I think all the other fights are good too. Even the Sakura versus Ino fight, which has the reputation of being the worst fight in the entire series, I enjoyed quite a bit. Yeah, the fight itself isn't as over the top as the others, but I really like the backstory that's revealed here, and I think it's sad how these girls who were once best friends just grow to have such disdain for each other over their mutual crush that they have on Sasuke. It's really petty, but that's kind of what's sad about it, because they're middle schoolers. Middle schoolers are dumb and petty like that. The huge number of fights and tournament format gives each character at least 1 or 2 moments to really shine and show off all of their abilities, which again just goes to help further introduce and cement this huge supporting cast and make them memorable. It's also just paced really well. None of the fights are too long, and even still there are always shorter fights between the longer fights. Plus, I think the month-long break between the preliminaries and the finals does wonders for the pace of the story. I can see a lot of people just wanting to jump straight from the preliminaries to the finals, but I really enjoyed that we got to see things kind of slow down. It gives you a chance to decompress after like 25 episodes or so straight of fights at the tower. If they just barreled right into the finals after that, it really wouldn't feel any different from the preliminaries. It'd just be more fighting. The break gives the audience and the characters a chance to kind of let loose and decompress a bit, have some lighthearted fun before the finals. Which is not only important in the context of the Chunin Exams arc, but also in the context of the next arc, the Konoha Crush, which is another arc that is pretty much all action for 20 episodes. I'm going to give the Chunin Exams arc 5 out of 5 stars. It's an excellent piece of not only shonen, but also it's a great piece of fiction in general. I think it completely deserves all the hype that it gets. From its iconic fights to just how much groundwork it lays for Naruto's longevity as a series, I think it's outstanding. If you haven't seen the Chunin Exams arc for yourself, I can't help but feel like I've spoiled and ruined it for you, as I feel it's something that everyone should watch at least once, even if they're just slightly interested. The Konoha Crush arc picks up immediately where the Chunin Exams left off. The Chunin Exams finals were interrupted by the invasion of the Leaf Village by a joint force of Orochimaru and his Sound Ninja, and then the ninja of the Sand Village. Orochimaru, who was secretly disguised as a Kagekaze the whole time, takes the Hokage hostage at the top of the arena. 4 of Orochimaru's Sound Ninjas erect a kind of magical barrier using the 4 Flames Formation Jutsu. This gives the Hokage and Orochimaru an opportunity to have a fair fight, as the barrier kills anyone who touches it, as is demonstrated when a member of the Anbu Black Ops tries to get through it and dies. At the same time, Sand Village ninjas summon giant snakes that break through the walls of the village, allowing the invasion force to spill in from the surrounding forest. This causes the entirety of the Leaf Village to turn into a giant battlefield. Kankuro and Temari try and flee with Gaara so that he can recover after his fight with Sasuke, but Sasuke decides to chase them down to finish the job. Sakura, who was able to repel the genjutsu that put most of the stadium's occupants to sleep, is ordered by Kakashi to wake up Naruto and Shikamaru, as this will be their first mission in a long time, and it's going to be an A-rank mission at that. Sakura wakes up Naruto, but then she finds out that Shikamaru had also repelled the genjutsu and was only pretending to be asleep so he could avoid needing to participate in the battle. Kakashi gives the 3 genin, and then Pakun, who is one of his ninja dogs, their mission: find Sasuke and stop him. After that, they're just supposed to hunker down somewhere safe and wait for new orders. At the same time, Orochimaru and the 3rd Hokage begin their fight. A Kage-level fight, as it's called by the Anbu who are spectating it. Orochimaru uses a forbidden resurrection jutsu to bring back 2 powerful allies to aid him in the battle. The first 2 Hokages. They apologize to the 3rd Hokage that they have to fight him, as they were once the 3rd Hokage's teachers, but at this point they're just being controlled by Orochimaru, acting completely against their own will. But before that fight kicks off, we cut back to Pakun and the genin, and Pakun is able to detect a group of Sound Ninja that's trailing them. So to throw them off, Pakun tells everyone to walk back on their footprints so it looks like their trail ends suddenly, and then they hide in the trees. Shikamaru volunteers to stay behind and ambush their pursuers with his Shadow Possession Jutsu, while the others continue after Sasuke and gain some ground. The Sound Ninja fall into the ambush, and Shikamaru is able to trap them with the Shadow Possession Jutsu. He has 8 Sound Ninja trapped with a jutsu, but Pakun said that there were 9 trailing them, and then Shikamaru realizes that they must have had a 9th ninja trailing behind the main group to prevent a total ambush like this. Still exhausted from his fight against Temari during the actual Chunin Exams finals, he starts to think about his life, and he accepts that he's just probably going to die here. But then just then, at the last minute, Asuma Sensei swoops in and completely whoops all the Sound Ninja, and he saves Shikamaru's life. We then see that Gaara and his team are still in the forest, with Temari realizing that they're being pursued by more than just Sasuke. At the same time, the fight between the third Hokage and the resurrected first two Hokages is about to start. As the battle begins, the third Hokage quickly realizes that he's outnumbered and outmatched by his opponents. The first Hokage has power over nature, and he can make trees grow out of seemingly nowhere. And then the second has power over water, so he's pretty much using water bending against the third Hokage, which is pretty cool. To even the odds, the third summons a very strong ally of his, Enma the Monkey King, and has him transform into a staff with which he can fight. To counter against the Monkey King's staff that the third Hokage is using, Orochimaru pulls out his signature blade, the Kusanagi sword, or as they call it in the dub, and in Fortnite, the grass sword. The third Hokage keeps fighting the reanimated Hokages, and he ends up using paper bombs and he blows their legs off, clean. But the legs just end up regenerating, which lets him know that this isn't a fight he can just win with brute force. Orochimaru then reveals his dark secret to the third Hokage. He peels off his own face, revealing the face of a young girl beneath his own face. At the same time, Sasuke catches up to Gaara and the other Sand Ninja, so Temari stays behind to stall and let Kankuro and Gaara try to escape. But Temari is absolutely no match for Sasuke, so he beats her up pretty quickly and just continues his chase. Then back at the Kage fight, Orochimaru reveals that he has mastered a particular forbidden jutsu that allows him to place his soul into another person's body and basically taking it over as his own. This means that Orochimaru has completed a search for a method with which to obtain immortality, which is a search, and the way he was going about it is the very reason he was exiled from the Leaf Village in the first place. So Orochimaru's master plan to live forever is just to steal a new body whenever his current body starts to break down, and that's why he's in the Leaf Village right now, because he wants to steal Sasuke's body and use it as his next vessel for his soul. The third Hokage says that he should have killed Orochimaru years ago when he had the chance, and then readies for a new attack. He summons a pair of shadow clones, and then prepares a forbidden jutsu that is invented by the fourth Hokage, that not even Orochimaru knows about. The Reaper Death Seal Jutsu, which also summons a freakish Reaper spirit behind the third Hokage, although right now he's the only one who can see it. The second Hokage retaliates with a Genjutsu that surrounds the third in total blindness, and Orochimaru says that he'll destroy the Leaf Village and then kill the third Hokage. But the third Hokage says that the Hokages who come after him will continue to protect and uphold the Leaf Village. And he thinks about how it's his duty to protect and defend all the people in the Leaf Village like they were his family. And then he charges forward at Orochimaru with an attack. The Hokage shadow clones use the Reaper Seal Jutsu to seal away the souls of the first and second Hokages. The jutsu steals the soul of the victim and prevents them from passing on into the afterlife. Basically traps your soul in eternal torment. So not fun. After the jutsu is used, the Hokages all have a quick moment of clarity. The first and second Hokages apologize for having been forced to fight the third Hokage, and the third apologizes for the fate that he's just sentenced them to. The third seals away their souls, and then their bodies start to fall apart, revealing that Orochimaru was using Zaku and Tsuchi's corpses, like the two genin who were part of Dosu's squad in the Chunin Exams. He killed them and then used their bodies as vessels to basically channel the first two Hokages. Unlike Dosu, who figured out how they were just pawns to Orochimaru and tried to lash out by fighting Gaara before the finals began, these two were unaware and were evidently sacrificed in part of Orochimaru's big ploy. The third Hokage charges Orochimaru, whose grass sword stabs him in the back with an attack that Enma was not able to protect against. Orochimaru asks why the third Hokage didn't dodge, and the third says that his jutsu is self-sacrificing, so he's gonna die either way. Meanwhile, Sasuke catches up with the Sand Ninja again. Kankuro stays behind to fight Sasuke so Temari can get Gaara out of there. And then this is when Shino shows up, disappointed that his fight between him and Kankuro never happened at the finals, so he tells Sasuke to go ahead and chase Gaara while he fights Kankuro. Kankuro and Shino's fight kicks off, and Kankuro uses his puppet and his arsenal of weapons, but Shino is able to dodge all the attacks with his bugs. Shino ends up getting hit with a poison gas bomb, which catches him off guard. But Shino's able to use his bugs to find where Kankuro is controlling his puppet from, and uses his beetles to drain Kankuro's chakra to the point where he collapses. It's a pretty quick fight, but Shino ends up winning, although he does end up collapsing as well due to the poison running through his system, running its course. Sasuke reaches Temari and Gaara just as Gaara begins to wake up from the kind of like coma, not really coma, but he's not really been all there. He starts to come out of it. Gaara swats Temari away and says that he and Sasuke are alike. He also says that he needs to kill Sasuke in order to prove that he really exists, calling Sasuke his prey. Gaara then starts to re-transform into his monstrous form, which was interrupted in the actual finals, which puts the fear of God into Temari. She is just like terrified at what's going to happen. Now, Gaara is stronger and faster than ever before, which gives Sasuke much more trouble than when they fought in the arena during the finals. Sasuke uses the Chidori to hit Gaara, and he actually blows off his arm, but Gaara's sand simply regenerates his arm, and the injury hardens Gaara's resolve and just makes him more determined to kill Sasuke than he was before. And now, Sasuke is unable to safely use the Chidori, as Kakashi told him to only use it a maximum of twice a day. Otherwise, he could overexert his chakra and end up injuring himself really badly. Sasuke realizes that the only move of his that can do anything to Gaara is the Chidori, and as such, he's forced to draw from the power of the curse mark in order to gain more chakra. Sasuke gets the chakra he needs and launches another Chidori on Gaara. The Chidori once again damages Gaara's monster arm, which again quickly regenerates. Sasuke collapses due to how drained he is, and Gaara gets ready to kill him. But just in the nick of time, Naruto arrives and kicks Gaara in the face. He's also accompanied by Sakura and Pakun, and the three of them are ready to try and fight Gaara. Gaara sees how determined the Leaf Genin, and particularly Sakura, are to save Sasuke, which gives Gaara a flashback to his childhood, so we get a glimpse into his backstory. Gaara grew up raised by his uncle Yashimaru, his mother's brother, since his mother died in childbirth. Gaara and Yashimaru, they talk about pain, and Yashimaru tells him that the pain that takes the longest to heal is pain of the heart, and the only thing that can cure it is love. Yashimaru is the only person who Gaara has a real bond with, and Gaara does actually feel his pain going away. One night, Gaara is harassed by a drunk man in the street who ends up calling him a monster, which causes Gaara to lose control and kill the man. But then Gaara is jumped by an assassin. Gaara's sand protects him and knocks away the assassin, rendering them unable to fight anymore. So Gaara goes to check the identity of his attacker, and is shocked to learn that it was his uncle Yashimaru. Naruto orders Gaara to let Sakura and Sasuke go. Gaara asks who Sakura and Sasuke are to Naruto, and he says that they're his friends, and that he'll beat Gaara if he keeps hurting them. So then Gaara then taunts Naruto by hurting Sakura, and asks why Naruto hasn't beaten him yet, which just pisses off Naruto and gets him to attack. We then jump back and see more flashbacks of Yashimaru's assassination attempt, and we learn that Gaara's father, who is the Kagekaze of the Sand Village, gave the order for Yashimaru to kill Gaara. Yashimaru then twists the knife even further by saying that he could have refused the order had he wanted to, but he wanted to kill Gaara. He accepted the mission because of how much he hates Gaara for causing his sister to die in childbirth. As a last-ditch effort to kill Gaara, Yashimaru reveals that his vest is covered in paper bombs, so he tries to blow himself up along with Gaara. Gaara survives the explosion, but Yashimaru obviously does not, and this leaves Gaara in an even worse state emotionally than he ever was before up until this point. As not only did he lose the only person who he loved, Yashimaru turned out to have hated him the whole time. This marked a fundamental shift in Gaara and his philosophy. He began to only live caring for himself, and he believes that the only purpose of his existence, because of the monster that he is to kill others. Back at the fight in the present, Gaara turns one arm into a big claw and begins to crush Sakura with it. But then he detaches that arm and regenerates one back on his own body so that he can keep Sakura where he wants her. He also further transforms into his demon form, and he sets his sights on killing Naruto, telling him that he needs to fight for himself and not his friends if he wants to survive. Naruto tries to summon Gamabunta to help him out, but can only summon Gamakichi, a normal-sized toad who is the son of Gamabunta. Gaara then sends a barrage of sand shuriken at the two, which Naruto takes in order to protect Gamakichi. The Naruto has a similar series of revelations as he did in the hospital when he bumped into Gaara when he tried to kill Lee back in the exams. He realizes that Gaara is horribly lonely, just like he was before he met Sakura and Sasuke and Kakashi. This just gets Naruto thinking even more about how he could have ended up just like Gaara had things turned out a bit differently. Naruto knows that it was his friends who saved him from going down that path, so he decides that he will stop Gaara even if it gets him killed in the process. Naruto uses his shadow clones and is able to land 1,000 years of death jutsu on Gaara with a kunai and a paper bomb, which damages him. Sasuke tells Naruto to save Sakura while he holds off Gaara, but Naruto knows that he has to be the one to stop Gaara since they're the same. The only way he can get through to him is if he's the one who beats him. He even remembers his conversation with Haku from back in the Land of Waves. Naruto makes 999 shadow clones, all of which attack Gaara at the same time, but Gaara fully finishes his transformation into a demon. He tries to crush Naruto, but Naruto is able to summon Gamabunta at the last minute and survive. Gamabunta is immediately able to recognize Gaara's demon as Shukaku of the Sand, and he agrees to help Naruto fight him after learning that he protected Gamakichi, saved him from being killed. Gamabunta easily severs Shukaku's arm with his blade, which I don't know if it qualifies as a sword because it's, it's a massive sword, but in comparison to Gamabunta, it looks like it's more like maybe long dagger size. I don't know, but he severs Shukaku's arm with it, causing Gaara to emerge from the demon's forehead. Gaara uses a jutsu to put himself to sleep, because normally him and Shukaku, they kind of share control, but with him being asleep, Shukaku gets complete control over the sand demon form, and this just makes him much more powerful. So Naruto and Gamabunta realize that they have to wake up Gaara if they have any chance against him. Gamabunta grabs the sand demon to try and wake Gaara up, kind of shake him awake, but the first attempt fails. Gamabunta tells Naruto to use his transformation jutsu to turn into something with fangs and claws, as he puts it. So Naruto performs the jutsu and turns into the nine-tailed fox. Naruto is able to land a punch directly to Gaara's face, which wakes him up and weakens Shukaku, as back in the village, the Leaf Village ninja are beginning to turn the tide of the invasion. The third Hokage, who has been grappling with Orochimaru this whole time, realizes that he doesn't have the strength to fully seal away Orochimaru's soul. He's just too weak due to the injury that Orochimaru dealt him, and from his old age. So he settles for sealing away Orochimaru's arms, rendering them completely useless, and meaning Orochimaru will be unable to use any of his jutsus ever again. The third Hokage wishes Orochimaru farewell and dies. Back in the forest, Gaara and Naruto pounce at each other one last time, and Naruto is able to land a winning blow on Gaara. Orochimaru, now critically wounded, calls off his invasion and flees alongside the actual invasion force. And then back in the forest, Naruto and Gaara both lay on the ground, completely exhausted. Naruto says that he understands Gaara and he feels sorry for him in his childhood, but he says that he will kill him if he ever threatens his friends or the Leaf Village again. Sasuke then runs up to Naruto and tells him that Sakura is going to be alright. But Gaara, he hears Naruto's words and he begins to rethink his view of the world and his philosophy. Just as Temari and Kankuro reach him, they get him and they begin to take him back home to the Sand Village. And he apologizes to the both of them, which leaves them both speechless. The following day is a day of mourning for the Leaf Village. They mourn all the lives lost in the invasion, but they hold a special funeral for the third Hokage on top of the Hokage mansion, which is like where he works. Or worked. He's dead now. Naruto asks Iruka-sensei why people sacrifice themselves, and Iruka says that a sacrifice like that leaves behind a legacy, a will of fire, as he puts it, that will inspire people and will be remembered for generations. And finally, we cut to two shinobi walking towards the Leaf Village. One asks the other if he feels sorry for his former village after hearing about the invasion. Hesitating at first, he says no, and then he lifts his head towards the camera, revealing in his eye that he has a Sharingan. The Konoha Crush is pretty much just the extended payoff to all the setup in the Chunin Exams. It's literally just a dozen episodes straight of fights, with not a whole lot of story development. There's also a little side plot with Konohamaru and the other children as they get evacuated by Iruka into the Hokage faces to wait out the invasion. It had quite a few scenes throughout the arc, but I felt like they broke up the pace too much to add in the little summary, so I just figured to save it towards the end. Konohamaru does get some foreshadowing that his grandfather would not survive the invasion, as the giant carving of his face cracks up on the Hokage faces. We also see Konohamaru at the funeral being comforted by Iruka-sensei. Again, there's not really a whole lot here, and I couldn't find a very natural way to weave this very small plot line through the rest of the script, but it's important to know as Konohamaru's reaction to the death of the third Hokage is a huge part of his character in the following arc. So it's important to know that this kind of gets set up here. But much like the previous arcs, I think that the strongest part of the story here is the villains and how they interact with and then reflect back on the main cast. Orochimaru was always lurking in the background during the Chunin Exams, but it's here where he's front and center, the whole time. His fight with the third Hokage takes up a solid, third or even more of the screen time of this arc. That's like one of the biggest things that gets focused on here. And everything Orochimaru does just shows how evil he is. Whether it be resurrecting the first two Hokages to be his puppets, or using two of his Sound Genin's corpses as hosts for the two Hokages, or the experiments he committed in the past that we see in flashback. I was telling one of my buddies up at school about Orochimaru, and the comparison that came to his mind is that he's kind of like a vampire, and I think that's actually a very good way of putting it. He achieves his twisted form of immortality by stealing the life of others. This is because, as we can see in the arc, the one thing that motivates Orochimaru is the fear of his own death. He is terrified of his own mortality. This is most evident when the third Hokage has him with the Reaper Seal Jutsu, and when he finally gets grabbed and his soul is getting ripped out of his body and he can see the Reaper behind the third Hokage, it's the first time we see Orochimaru really terrified. Like, I think it might be the only time. He's just a very sinister character through and through. And it's also worth noting that Orochimaru is like an evil inverse of the third Hokage. They both lead villages whose ninja are willing to die for them. They are very loyal to their leaders. And the big distinction between the two of them, though, is that the third Hokage is willing to lay down his own life to protect his village, but Orochimaru is willing to sacrifice his village to save himself. I think Orochimaru is a great villain, and I'm glad that he sticks around through the rest of the show as an ever-present threat. Especially now that Gaara is no longer a villain going forward. You know, this is it for him as an antagonistic force. I love that he's another character who parallels Naruto, but much more directly than someone like Haku or Sasuke. And Gaara's backstory is pretty much Naruto's backstory, but even worse for him somehow. Yashimaru is kind of like Gaara's Iruka sensei, the one older person in his life who he has a real bond with. Even though Gaara does have his father and his siblings, Kankuro and Temari, which I don't know if I've mentioned, they're siblings, none of them really love him. His father kind of hates him, just kind of sees him as a monster that they created as an experiment. And then even in the present, Kankuro and Temari are still very clearly just super emotionally distant from Gaara and even terrified of him, time and time again. It's a very self-fulfilling prophecy. Everyone starts to see him as an unstoppable and unlovable killing machine, so he starts to see himself as one too. This warped mindset just corrupts his very being to the point where Gaara believes that his only value that he provides to the world is how many people he can put in the ground. He's even treated like a horror movie villain for most of his screen time between the Chunin Exams and here. He's just treated like a ticking time bomb who will kill everyone if Shukaku is unleashed at the wrong time. This is the very same thing that the Leaf Village sees Naruto as with the Nine-Tailed Fox. It's very plainly spelled out in the show. And because the first show, Naruto, is aimed at a bit younger of an audience than Shippuden, a lot of these themes are very plainly spelled out in the show. There isn't really too much for me to put my own interpretation on it or deeply read into it. And plus, I've already talked a lot about some of this stuff since these themes were present in the Chunin Exams too. But Naruto could have turned out just like Gaara had he not had Sakura, Sasuke, Kakashi, Iruka, the third Hokage, etc. become his friends. These people who he cares for and who they care for him. And Naruto's fists and words just have some kind of power for convincing people and changing their views on life and their philosophies, because just like with Neji, once Gaara's been beaten by Naruto, he starts to rethink how he's living his life. You know, once he sees how friends are what Naruto lives to protect, even so much as a little apology, just a simple "I'm sorry" to his siblings as they leave the village and head back home, is just the first step in a major change for Gaara that is just really, really cool to see unfold. This also is a very big turning point for Naruto himself as well, as going forward, I don't really think he ever gets treated like an outsider or is shunned by the village anymore the way he was in the early episodes. The way I see it, this is the big moment that really solidifies his friendship with Sakura and Sasuke. You know, I think it's really during these trials that they go through during the Chunin Exams and the Konoha Crush that solidifies them as not just squad mates, but real, true friends. But aside from all that boring character stuff, there's also a lot of just fun scenes with a lot of side characters in this arc. Shikamaru and Shino both get some time to shine, and we also see Kakashi and Gai Sensei fighting off the Sound of the Sand Ninja in the actual arena. We also get to see the older Ino Shika Cho squad reunite, which we saw them very briefly during the actual Chunin Exams arc, but here we get to see them in action. They're made up of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji's fathers, as they were once a team themselves, and they reunite to help fend off the invasion. And it's super cool to see these much more experienced fighters use these super high level versions of the very techniques that we got acclimated with and saw their children using in the Chunin Exams. It's a really neat way to give us a look into what these abilities can grow into with more training further down the line. And of course, there's the end tease for the next arc. I know you already know who it is, but for the sake of keeping each of these videos semi-self-contained, I won't talk about who it is until the next video. I'm sorry. As for the arc overall, it's still really good, don't get me wrong, but I do find it a bit of a step down from the Chunin Exams. That arc just had so many moving parts and characters to really keep things interesting over its long runtime. The Konoha Crush, it's only like 12 or 13 episodes, but it feels longer than that, just because it's pretty much just non-stop fight scenes. If I need to give a comparison to a video game, because I am, mostly a gaming channel, it's like Resident Evil 6. That game had some pretty solid gameplay, But the actual story is just explosions and actions 100% of the time, so by the end you feel completely numb to it. The Konoha Crush isn't anywhere near as bad as that, mind you. I'm just looking for some kind of comparison. Because in this arc, there's no real time to slow down and catch your breath, save for the Orochimaru and Gaara flashback sequences and the epilogue episode after the third Hokage dies. I don't know, the action can be fun and all, but my favorite parts of Naruto are the characters and how they grow. You know, I'm a bit older than I think most people were when they started watching the show, or maybe, quite a few. I'm 19, so like, the fight scenes are really more secondary to me as compared to the character stuff. So with an arc like this that skews just so far into the action, it can lose me a bit. And speaking of the third Hokage's death, I kind of feel like it doesn't hit as hard as it should, which is bad because it's the big emotional moment of the arc, and really the mid-series climax of the show, or of part 1 of the manga, whichever you want to label it as. It's not like there was any lack of ability to give him screen time. I mean, he literally dies 80 episodes into the series. But probably about 80% of his actual screen time in the show is during his fight scene with Orochimaru. I saw enough of him and his relationship with Naruto to care about him and feel sad when he died, but not really enough to feel his loss quite to the extent that I think they wanted you to. I feel like the show could have just benefited from another episode even, just of Naruto and the third Hokage, because really, he was at the very beginning of the show, and then there was a bit of him sprinkled throughout the Chunin exams, and then the fight with Orochimaru. That was kind of it. And that's the other thing, is that I feel like the arc would have had a bit more lasting of an impact if Orochimaru and his Leaf Village were more successful in their invasion, or if maybe another supporting character had died. It feels a little anticlimactic. Although again, maybe I'm getting a little picky and nitpicky because third Hokage's death is literally a jumping off point for the next arc, which is penultimate arc of the series, and that really sets up some long-lasting stuff. As for my score, I'm going to give the Konoha Crush arc 3 out of 5 stars. Again, it's not bad by any means, and what character stuff is here, I absolutely love. But I just feel like the fight scenes drag on a bit too much for my taste. Which is kind of ironic, because episode count-wise, this is the shortest canon arc of the series by far. Up next is the penultimate arc, The Search for Tsunade. Will it rebound from the slight dip in quality of the Konoha Crush, or will it continue this downward trend? Or will it just pretty much be on par with it? You'll just have to keep watching to find out. Thank you so much for watching. We're officially past the halfway point of the show if we're just talking canon episodes. But honestly, script-wise, I might be at the halfway point or less, because I do plan on covering all the filler episodes and the movies as well in the final video. But I don't plan on giving them anywhere near as much in-depth of a look as the canon content unless I think there's really something special there. So I don't know how much those will take up. At this point, as of recording, I have the script for The Search for Tsunade written. But right now, I want you to consider liking and subscribing if you enjoyed the video, as it really helps out the channel. And let me know in the comments what you think of the Konoha Crush arc. Is this like a common fan opinion that this arc is a bit of a drop-off from the Chunin exams, or am I just crazy? I don't know what the consensus is, since I kind of avoid looking into that sort of stuff online, especially writing a script for a series project like this, because I don't want the internet's popular opinion to sway my opinion too much. Again, I'm going off script again. I'm very rambly this video. This new arc picks up immediately where the last one left off. We follow the two mysterious cloaked individuals who appeared in the last scene of the prior arc. They walk up to an entrance to the village and are stopped by a guard who they knock out easily. We get another reminder that Sasuke is indeed traumatized by the night that his whole family was murdered and how he was just unable to do anything to stop it since he was just a kid. I mean, he's still a kid, but he was an even younger kid. Naruto finishes up his training for the day and meets up with Konohamaru, who is looking up at his grandfather's likeness up on the Hokage faces. And Konohamaru says that he is going to help to rebuild the village after all the losses it suffered during the invasion in the last arc. This impresses Naruto, so he gives Konohamaru a coupon for a free bowl of ramen. Then we jump several countries away to the Land of Wind, which is where the Sand Village is located. A team of ninjas led by Baki, who is the leader of Gaara's team in the Konoha Crush and the Chunin exams, they discover the rotting corpses of the 4th Kagekaze and his bodyguards. This reveals that the Kagekaze was never involved in the Leaf Village invasion plot, and it was just that Orochimaru killed him and pretended to be the Kagekaze to manipulate and use the Sand Village to bolster his invasion force. And so Baki curses Orochimaru for this. We then see that Orochimaru is recovering in his secret lair alongside his henchman Kabuto, who discusses Orochimaru's loss of his arms and how they should go about their future plans with this new weakness. Jiraiya gets offered to fill in as the 5th Hokage, as he's one of the 3 legendary Sannin who trained under the 3rd Hokage, but he refuses the offer and says that if the village wants a Sannin to become Hokage, then Tsunade would be a much better fit for the job. Jiraiya says that he can find her for the Leaf Village if they want her to be Hokage, and then he asks if he can take Naruto to tag along while he goes after her. Sasuke gets summoned to a tea shop by Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai, and inside the shop are the 2 cloaked individuals from earlier, who Kakashi sends Asuma and Kurenai to tail while he takes Sasuke elsewhere. Asuma and Kurenai intercept the cloaked duo and demand that they reveal their identities, and so they are revealed to be the infamous Itachi Uchiha, the older brother of Sasuke and slaughterer of the whole Uchiha clan, and then Kisame Hoshikage, a weird like fish shark dude who was a member of the Hidden Mist Village's 7 swordsmen of the Mist Squad, the elite team of blade-wielding ninja that Zabuza from the first arc was also a member of. The 4 begin a fight, and Itachi and Kisame quickly start winning. Just as Asuma and Kurenai are about to be killed, Kakashi shows up to save them. Kakashi tells Kurenai and Asuma to close their eyes as he and Itachi start fighting, both of them using their Sharingans to level the playing field. And Kakashi is skilled, but Itachi is just even better, and he has access to an even more advanced form of the Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi then uses his Sharingan to trap Kakashi with the Genjutsu, the Moon Reader Genjutsu, which basically traps its victim inside of their own head in a world that Itachi can control. He uses the ability to torture Itachi, hanging him up on like a post, like a scarecrow, because Kakashi apparently means scarecrow in Japanese, and he stabs him over and over, just turning him into a human pincushion. Kakashi's able to remind himself that it's all in his head, and he's able to withstand the pain for 72 hours. But in reality, it was just seconds. Kakashi, who can barely stand at this point, asks why Itachi has come, and Itachi says that they're after Naruto, of all people. This gives Kakashi a flashback to a conversation he had with Jiraiya, where Jiraiya said that he'd been keeping tabs on Orochimaru since the time that he originally left the village way before, when the 3rd Hokage was still in charge. After this, Orochimaru ended up joining the Akatsuki, a secret organization made up of the strongest ninja who have all gone rogue from their different respective villages. This is the very same group that Itachi and Kisame are currently a part of. Jiraiya also says that Naruto having the 9-tailed fox inside of him paints a massive target on his back, and he'll always have to be looking over his shoulder, and this is why Jiraiya wants to take over Naruto's training from Kakashi. He thinks he's better suited to help prepare Naruto for the challenges he faces. So Kakashi uses this information to deduce that Itachi and Kisame don't want Naruto, but they want the 9-tailed fox. And the very fact that Kakashi knows that the Akatsuki exists enrages Itachi, so he orders Kisame to kill Kurenai and Asuma. Just in the nick of time, Guy Sensei shows up, which tips the battle against Itachi and Kisame, so they decide to start retreating. And then we see Sasuke inside of his family's old basement, just working himself up into a rage as he remembers the massacre that was caused by Itachi. We also see Naruto, who is approached by Jiraiya, who asks him to accompany him to find Tsunade. But Naruto wants to stay in the Leaf Village as he hopes that Kakashi will teach him the Chidori after seeing how cool Sasuke was with it in the last couple arcs. But Jiraiya says that he can teach Naruto an even more powerful jutsu, which very easily wins over Naruto and gets him to tag along. Jiraiya and Naruto are en route to another town, and Naruto's curious of why he of all people Jiraiya would pick to be his apprentice. And this is when Jiraiya says that Naruto reminds him a lot of the 4th Hokage, who was once Jiraiya's apprentice long ago. Naruto asks who trained Jiraiya, and he reveals it was the 3rd Hokage. And then Jiraiya asks if Naruto did the bell test, and Naruto complains that he ended up tied to a stump, which just starts cracking up Jiraiya as he himself took the bell test along with Tsunade and Orochimaru when they were Genin training under the 3rd Hokage. Just like Naruto, Jiraiya himself ended up tied to a stump. As the two of them talk and reminisce, they're unaware that they're being followed by Itachi and Kisame, who decide not to start a fight with Jiraiya since he's, one of the Sannin. Back in the Leaf Village, Sasuke is training in the woods, wanting to become stronger after seeing how strong Naruto was while he was fighting Gaara. He decides to find Kakashi to train with him, but finds Kakashi at home bedridden with Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai all watching over him. We see that the 3 of them took Kakashi home and decided to keep Itachi's return a secret from Sasuke as to not get him to do anything stupid. The whole plan is ruined though when another ninja barges in and asks if it's true that not only Itachi is back, but he's after Naruto. Determined to kill Itachi and save Naruto, Sasuke rushes out to find them, learning that Naruto and Jiraiya have already left the village. We see that Naruto and Jiraiya have already reached the town they were heading to. Naruto is by himself training in his hotel room as Jiraiya is out on a date with a girl who wanted to get to know him better. Sasuke also arrives at the town and combs the whole place, asking all the inns and hotels if they have an old man with white hair and a little blonde-haired kid staying in the same room. Sasuke finds a hotel, goes, and he knocks on Naruto's door. Naruto hears knocking on his door and thinks it's Jiraiya. It's revealed that Sasuke ended up at the wrong hotel, and he barges in on a different white-haired man and blonde boy, and Naruto's just opened the door to Itachi. You know, it was a real Silence of the Lambs type thing. Naruto sees Itachi and notes to himself that he looks almost identical to Sasuke, just more grown up, especially because they both have Sharingan eyes. Sasuke is just sprinting through the streets trying to find Itachi, and while he searches, we get a flashback to his past. We see that when he was younger, Sasuke really did look up to his older brother. One day he asked Itachi to help him with his shuriken training, and Itachi said no. So Sasuke asks his dad why Itachi doesn't spend any time with him, and his father said that Itachi is just a very closed-off person in general, and that not even he knows Itachi very well. Sasuke then leaves for the academy, and on the way, he gets stopped by his aunt and uncle, who are talking to him about Itachi. His aunt says that by Sasuke's age, Itachi had already become a genin and awoken the Sharingan, which this gets Sasuke down because he feels like he's falling behind, but his uncle promises him that in time, Sasuke will become a strong shinobi just like his brother. Sasuke returned home from school late that night after the sun had already set, and by the time he got to his clan's part of the village, everyone was dead, with blood, weapons, and bodies scattered everywhere. So he sprints home, but it's too late. His parents are dead, and Itachi is, of course, the killer. So Sasuke asks why Itachi would ever do such a thing, and Itachi says he did it to test his own strength. Sasuke tries to run away and begs for his life, but Itachi says he isn't even worth killing, so Itachi leaves, but not before telling Sasuke to live his life full of hatred, all directed towards him. Back in the hotel, Itachi and Kisame discuss how they'll transport Naruto when Sasuke arrives. This surprises Kisame because, again, Sasuke has a Sharingan and looks just like Itachi but younger. Itachi says that Sasuke is his brother, which amuses Kisame, as he thought that Itachi killed literally all of his family members. Sasuke tells Itachi that he's lived his life like he was told, just full of hatred and vengeance directed at him. Sasuke charges Itachi, who doesn't really care at all, with a Chidori. But Itachi easily stops the attack, and Naruto uses some of the Fox Chakra to try and summon Toads to help. Kisame is able to stop this with his special sword, which absorbs chakra. Kisame is about to attack Naruto, but then he's stopped when a Toad arrives to block him, followed by Jiraiya. Jiraiya lectures Itachi and Kisame for not doing the research on him properly, and he says that, quote-unquote, he's better at getting women than they are at getting him. And he explains that the girl he was on a date with was under a genjutsu in order to lure Jiraiya away from Naruto. This clued him into the fact that they were after Naruto, which made him double back to protect him. Sasuke tries to get back into the fight, telling Naruto that Itachi is his to kill, and he charges him again. But Itachi just brutalizes Sasuke, and we get the iconic shot of Itachi pinning Sasuke up against the wall by his neck. He calls Sasuke weak and tells him that he doesn't have enough hate yet. And so in order to make him stronger, Itachi uses the moon reading genjutsu on Sasuke in order to make him relive the moment he learned of his parents' death and the death of his clan. Kisame tries to attack Naruto. Jiraiya stops him using the Toad Mouth Trap ninja art, which summons the esophagus of a giant toad, which replaces the hallway they're all standing in, as well as coating it in a mucus that keeps everyone stuck in place. It's pretty gross. Kisame's sword and foot start to get absorbed, and Sasuke as well gets absorbed into the wall of the hall, which saves him from Itachi for the time being. Itachi tells Kisame that they need to retreat, as it's their only hope to survive. Itachi uses a jutsu to create an exit to the outside, so he and Kisame run away. Jiraiya notes that it was a black flame jutsu, an extremely powerful fire jutsu, so powerful that he has to physically seal away all the lingering flames. Naruto and Jiraiya check on Sasuke when all of a sudden Guy Sensei shows up out of nowhere and kicks Jiraiya in the face, having mistaken him and Naruto for Itachi and Kisame. Naruto wants to chase after the two Akatsuki members for what they did to Sasuke, but Jiraiya tells him that he's not even in the same league as those two. Shit, he's not even playing the same sport as those two. Guy Sensei says that Kakashi was subjected to the same jutsu as Sasuke and that they need a medical specialist for the two of them to recover. It's not even just Sasuke and Kakashi who need a medical expert, as Lee needs one too after the injuries he sustained in the Chunin Exams. So Jiraiya tells Guy that the only person who can help is the person who he and Naruto are already searching for. The medical expert, Sanin, gambling addict, Tsunade. Guy says that he'll take Sasuke back to the village and tells Naruto and Jiraiya to find Tsunade as fast as they can, which Naruto says they will. This impresses Lee, so he gives Naruto a gift, one of the green jumpsuits that he and Lee wear. On the way to the next town, Naruto asks about Tsunade, and Jiraiya says she's one of the three Sanin, like him, but that she's famous for being a big gambler, and an absolutely terrible one at that. Right after he says this, we get our introductory scene of Tsunade, where she's betting with the high rollers at a casino, betting all in. Jiraiya starts doing some investigating to try and track down Tsunade's current location, since she kind of floats from town to town. Meanwhile, Naruto hangs out at the town they're in because there's a currently ongoing festival. Naruto reveals that he has a lot of money saved up in his little froggy wallet, but Jiraiya takes the wallet away and gives him a little bit to spend. So Naruto spends his money on games and food, then tracks down Jiraiya at a hostess club with 2 women accompanying him. And Jiraiya reveals that he spent all of Naruto's savings on his time at the hostess club, which just pisses off Naruto, pretty rightfully, I'd say. He makes a scene and ends up accidentally staining the coat of another customer at the establishment, which makes the other customer mad, so he and his friend try to start trouble with Naruto and Jiraiya. But Jiraiya uses this as a teachable moment and tells Naruto to watch and learn. He gathers chakra into the palm of his hand in the form of a blue sphere. Jiraiya then slams the sphere into the stomach of the troublemaker, and this sends him flying right through the wall of the hostess club. The man recognizes Jiraiya and apologizes profusely and offers up his own wallet as compensation. So Jiraiya uses up some of the money to pay for the damages he caused to the establishment, and then uses the rest to buy equipment for training, water balloons. Naruto and Jiraiya go someplace quiet and begin training. Jiraiya says that Naruto will need to combine the skills he learned in the tree climbing exercise and the walking on water exercise, because the goal of the training is to use chakra to spin the water inside of a water balloon in order to make the balloon pop. Naruto starts off eager but doesn't really make any progress, so he asks Jiraiya for tips, and then he sets a goal of mastering the jutsu in 3 days. Jiraiya says he doubts it's a realistic goal, as the inventor of the jutsu, which is called the Rasengan, was the 4th Hokage himself, and it took him 3 years to develop it. He then elaborates that popping the water balloon is simply the first of 3 phases to mastering the Rasengan. So Naruto trains for the next 3 days by himself while Jiraiya enjoys the company of different women around the town that they're staying in. Naruto gets a stroke of inspiration when he sees a cat in the hotel popping a water balloon. This gets Naruto to try popping the balloon by holding it with his left hand and gathering chakra in different spots to rotate the water and pop the balloon with his right hand. Jiraiya says that it's unorthodox as he needs both hands to perform it this way, but it works enough as a foundation to build upon, so Jiraiya moves him on to phase 2 of the training. Phase 2 is similar to the first, but far more challenging, as now Naruto needs to pop a thick rubber ball. Naruto asks Jiraiya to help him out, but Jiraiya says that Naruto isn't a kid anymore and he needs to do it himself. After a few days of training, Naruto goes into town and sees a father and son sharing a popsicle. So he asks Jiraiya if they can spend the day together to train, but Jiraiya repeats what he said, that Naruto's not a kid, even though he is. He's like 12 or 13, and he needs to do it himself. 3 weeks pass, with Jiraiya investigating around town and Naruto training until his arms feel like they're about to fall off. And he still can't pop the rubber ball. He ends up holding the ball with both hands, and despite the pain it causes him, sends as much chakra as he can into the ball to pop it. He doesn't pop it, but he does make a little pinhole in the side of the ball. This disappoints Naruto, but Jiraiya shows up to congratulate him for making good progress, as well as offering him a popsicle, which Naruto happily accepts. Back in Orochimaru's lair at the Sound Village, Kabuto is told to find out where Tsunade is located, as Orochimaru believes she is the one person who could restore him the use of his arms. Once Kabuto locates her, he and Orochimaru both head out to go reach her. Naruto is still unable to pop the rubber ball, so Jiraiya draws a spiral pattern on Naruto's hand as a guide to help him control the chakra, but instead Naruto changes the spiral into the symbol of the Leaf Village after remembering a lesson that Iruka gave him when he was younger. This gives Naruto the help he needs to pop the ball, but it also sends him flying backwards. Naruto ended up using so much chakra that it actually burned his hand, which impresses Jiraiya a lot. So he says that Naruto has passed the 2nd stage of training. Naruto's ready to move on to the final phase, but Jiraiya says that now he knows where Tsunade is at, so they have to go. We then see Tsunade, along with her assistant Shizune and her pet pig Tauntaun. Tsunade's hit a lucky streak with her gambling, so she wants to get out of town immediately. And she says that she only gets lucky right before something bad happens to balance it back out. As the 3 of them are leaving town, they're caught by Orochimaru and Kabuto, who use a giant snake to destroy a castle, making a grand entrance for themselves. Orochimaru tells Tsunade that he wants her to heal his arms for him, as the 3rd Hokage's sealing jutsu leaves them not only unusable, just completely limp hanging by his sides, they're also always in excruciating pain. Tsunade says that she isn't interested, but Orochimaru says that in exchange, he can bring back Tsunade's dead brother and boyfriend, Nawaki and Dan, respectively. While Tsunade eats dinner that night, Jiraiya and Naruto finally find her. She asks why they came to find her, and Jiraiya says that the Leaf Village needs a new Hokage and they want her for the job. Tsunade says she already heard about what happened to the third Hokage, and that she also bumped into Orochimaru, but she refuses the Hokage position up front, saying that anyone who willingly wants to be Hokage is a fool. The absolute disrespect presses Naruto's buttons, so he wants to fight Tsunade outside, and she humors his request. They begin to fight, but Tsunade is able to send him flying with just her pointer finger. She asks why he cares so much about the Hokage, and he says that it's his dream to become Hokage one day. This gives Tsunade pause as she remembers Nawaki and Dan, and how they too both wanted to be Hokage. While her guard's lowered, Naruto gets ready to use whatever Rasengan he can muster. As he charges her to attack, she punches the ground, which creates cracks that trap Naruto in the earth. Tsunade starts to chew out Jiraiya for trying to teach Naruto a jutsu that should be impossible for him to master at his current skill level, but Naruto wants to make a bet that he'll have it perfected by the end of next week. Tsunade, reminded of her younger brother and, of course, being a gambler at heart, accepts the challenge. If Naruto wins, Tsunade will give him her necklace, which actually belonged to the first Hokage originally, and if Tsunade wins, Naruto will give her his froggy wallet with all the money inside. They agree to these terms, and Naruto goes off to train while Jiraiya and Tsunade talk. Shizune then tells Naruto about Tsunade's necklace and that it's cursed, as anyone who wears it who isn't Tsunade ends up dead. The week goes by, and Naruto seems to be unsuccessful in mastering the Rasengan. Tsunade and Jiraiya meet up for drinks, where Jiraiya says that he knows Orochimaru offered her something, and Jiraiya says that if she takes up his offer, he will kill her. But because of this threat, Tsunade drugs Jiraiya's drink to knock him out, and then heads to meet Orochimaru, fully prepared to take up his offer and heal his arms. Before she can do the healing jutsu, she's stopped by Kabuto. Since Kabuto is a medical ninja himself, he's able to recognize that Tsunade's healing jutsu would have killed Orochimaru, revealing that she was never really going to side with him. She says that while she would do almost anything to see Nawaki and Dan again, she wouldn't heal Orochimaru to do so, as he would just go and destroy the Leaf Village, the place that Nawaki and Dan died protecting. Plus, she says that she was inspired by Naruto. Tsunade is the only person who can heal Orochimaru, so they have to do things the hard way, and Kabuto starts fighting her. Tsunade is much stronger though, and gets in several good blows, as well as the nervous system rupture jutsu. This scrambles the brain's electrical signals that you can't make any actual deliberate movement. Kabuto is able to work around this limitation, and right as he's about to get the upper hand, Naruto, Jiraiya, and Shizune show up to help out Tsunade. Tsunade refuses their help, but Kabuto puts her out of commission by cutting open his hand, as Tsunade has a paralyzing fear of blood. Jiraiya starts to fight Orochimaru while Naruto and Shizune fight Kabuto. Kabuto is able to use blood and summoning signs on Orochimaru's arms to summon two giant snakes. To counter this, Naruto and Jiraiya try to summon Gamabunta, but this doesn't work as Naruto is too drained from all his training, and the drugs Tsunade gave Jiraiya make him unable to control his chakra properly either, leaving them both underpowered. The two end up summoning Gamakichi and Gamatatsu, who is the youngest son of Gamabunta, instead. Kabuto easily deals with Naruto and Shizune and turns his attention back to Tsunade. Naruto ends up saving her, and with the help of a shadow clone is able to create a perfect Rasengan, which he plunges right into Kabuto's stomach. This sends him flying back, and then Kabuto's wounds from this are too severe for him to heal on the spot, so he's taken out of commission for the rest of the fight. However, due to Naruto having to get so close to use Rasengan, Kabuto was able to use an attack of his own on Naruto, which tore the muscles around his heart and starts killing him. Tsunade is determined to save Naruto, and thankfully is successful in her efforts. Naruto wakes up for a little bit, long enough to claim Tsunade's necklace and brag about how he won their bet. Tsunade puts the necklace on him and hopes that one day he will become Hokage. Orochimaru sees that Naruto will become very dangerous one day, and he fears what will happen if the Akatsuki get their hands on him, so he decides to kill Naruto here too. Orochimaru draws his sword and lunges at Naruto, but in a split-second decision, Tsunade faces her fear of blood and takes a stab from the sword, which goes right through her heart. She ends up taking several more blows, and after this, she has fully gotten over her fear. Orochimaru asks why she would do such a thing, and Tsunade says it's her duty as the 5th Hokage, finally accepting the role that has been thrust upon her. Tsunade then releases a seal on her forehead, which lets her use a super strong healing jutsu, which heals all her injuries. She decides to kill Orochimaru here and now, so she gets ready to summon Katsuyu, her giant slug kaiju. Seeing this, Jiraiya quickly summons Gamabunta, as he's now bounced back enough from the drugs he can summon him, and then Kabuto summons Manda, who is Orochimaru's main snake kaiju. The kaiju all recognize each other, and Gamabunta is excited to finally kill Manda, who is mad that Orochimaru doesn't have any sacrifices for him to eat. Jiraiya and Tsunade swear to kill Orochimaru, and their final battle, the Battle of the Sannin, begins. The fight starts with Katsuyu launching acid slime at Manda, who is able to dodge it with his fast speed. The snake wraps himself around Katsuyu and goes in to land a deadly bite. Before he can, Gamabunta uses his sword to keep Manda from biting. To get out of his grasp, Katsu splits herself into hundreds of smaller slugs. Manda throws Gamabunta away, giving the Toad and Jiraiya enough distance to envelop Manda in a humongous plume of fire. Once the smoke clears, Manda's shed skin is all that's left, with the real snake currently burrowing underneath Gamabunta and Jiraiya. After he's done emerging, Gamabunta grabs Manda's tail as the snake prepares to bite him. But before Manda can do so, Tsunade plunges Gamabunta's sword through Manda's jaw to keep it closed. Orochimaru tries to use the super long tongue to break Tsunade's neck, since he can't use his arms, so he's gotta get freaky like that. But she just uses the tongue to get Orochimaru into melee range. Tsunade punches Orochimaru in the jaw with a devastating blow, which sends him flying and crashing into the ground. Manda is absolutely furious at Orochimaru and says that he'd eat him right now if he could even open his mouth. But since he can't, he'll just eat him the next time that they meet. Kabuto returns to Orochimaru's side, and Orochimaru says that there's still one more way he can get his arms back, which is his last resort. Orochimaru promises that he'll destroy the Leaf Village one day as he and Kabuto disappear. Once Naruto wakes up, he, along with the others, go back to the bar where he and Tsunade made the bet at the beginning of the week. This is where he's informed that Tsunade has accepted the role of Hokage, and Naruto thinks that at this point she doesn't deserve it and is worse than the third Hokage in every way, and he even starts listing off reasons. This angers Tsunade, so the two decide to take it out front again. She says that she'll only need one finger to kick his ass again, and Naruto gets frightened as it seems like she's really gonna do it. But she ends up giving him a kiss on the forehead, telling him to grow up into a good man. So Naruto says he will, and then the group leaves to head back to the Leaf Village. But wait, because before they get back to the village, we have another filler episode. This episode takes place during the group's trip back to the Leaf Village. Tsunade suggests that the group takes a break for a day at a hot spring town. Jiraiya says it's a bad idea, but Tsunade convinces him by telling him that there will be lots of pretty women there. Unbeknownst to her, they're actually being spied on by a pair of criminals. Naruto ends up discovering the two criminals, who reveal themselves to be Senta and Bunzo, members of the Akashi Gang, a criminal organization which Tsunade owes debts to. The pair say they aren't allowed to return home until the debt is paid, so Naruto agrees to help them out. Shizune ends up finding out about the gang and tries to stop them and Naruto, as she thinks that if news about Tsunade's debts reaches the Leaf Village, it could jeopardize her position as Hokage and they'd find someone else. So it turns into a whole thing where Naruto and the two gang members fake Naruto's kidnapping, and Shizune pretends to be Tsunade going to rescue him. Then the whole second half of the episode is a big chase through town over a briefcase filled with money. It changes hands several times, but at the end, the twist is that the debt to the Akagi gang has already been paid off, so Senta and Bunzo are free to go home. Naruto, Tsunade, Shizune, and Tauntaun all leave, accidentally forgetting Jiraiya, who has been having the worst luck at the hot springs, ending up in the baths with basically everything but pretty women. Bad luck for him. I kind of like this filler episode. It slots in well enough into the story that I didn't even realize it was a filler episode when I watched it. It provides a nice moment of levity in an otherwise very serious arc. Well, it's serious aside from some of Jiraiya's antics throughout the arc. My big complaint is that the second half of the episode I feel drops a bit in quality once it just turns into one long chase scene. Which this is a pretty common trope that filler episodes tend to fall back on, just making a significant portion of the episode a chase scene. It's not too bad here since this is really the first time this happens, but once we get into the last third of the series in the final part of this retrospective review recap thingy I'm doing, where that's where all the filler episodes are, these get a bit more repetitive. Once Naruto and the gang get back to the village, Tsunade has her work cut out for her. Over a bowl of ramen, Iruka tells Naruto that the Leaf Village will continue accepting missions in order to keep up appearances, even though the actual strength of the village has been cut nearly in half, if not more than half, after the Leaf Village invasion. And Konohamaru has a hard time accepting that the village has already chosen a new Hokage. This is made even worse as he watches as all the third Hokage's belongings are cleared out of his office to make space for Tsunade to get settled in. Konohamaru chases after the guys who are moving the third Hokage's stuff and ends up bumping into Tsunade, not knowing who she is. Naruto then runs into Konohamaru and asks if he's seen Tsunade, since she did agree to heal Naruto's friends once they return to the village. Konohamaru doesn't know who she is, so Naruto tells him that she's the person the village picked to be 5th Hokage, which causes Konohamaru to begin crying. Tsunade goes to the hospital, which is where Kakashi, Sasuke, and Lee are, to heal them. She's able to heal Kakashi and Sasuke, but she has to break the news to Lee that he'll have to end his career as a shinobi just due to the mere severity of some of his injuries. There is an operation she could attempt on Lee, but she says that the chances of Lee surviving are so slim that it isn't worth the risk. So Lee has to just leave the room to process this. Konohamaru ends up barricading himself inside of Tsunade's office to stop her from being inaugurated as Hokage. Meanwhile, Sakura goes to the hospital to deliver a bouquet of flowers to Lee, which really makes his day. Just a nice, sweet moment I wanted to include. There's otherwise pretty sad stuff going on right now. Tsunade and Shizune finish reading up on the different Genin squads, and she goes to the Hokage's office. She barges in and avoids all the traps that Konohamaru had set for her, which impresses the boy. Later, Konohamaru and Naruto are out paying their respect at the Memorial Stone, which is a memorial in the training grounds that we've seen quite a bit of. It's a very common spot for moments like this to happen. Konohamaru says that he's afraid that when Tsunade becomes Hokage, he'll stop being referred to as the honorable grandson, and he'll just become Konohamaru. But his real fear is that the village will forget about his grandfather. So Naruto eases his fears by saying that they'll get the whole village to promise to remember the third Hokage if they have to. This, alongside with how dedicated Tsunade is to helping Lee, is what convinces Konohamaru that she will make a good Hokage. Shizune walks in on Tsunade intensely studying all of her medical books as she's trying to figure out any ways to increase the odds of Lee's operation being a success. So Shizune decides to help her out and they start cramming like it's medical school. Guy and Lee are talking about the operation, and the two have a heart-to-heart where Lee says he's afraid to die if the operation goes wrong. The two reminisce on Lee's training and his growth as a ninja, and Lee ends up in tears and says that he doesn't want to live if he can't be a ninja, so it's like a catch-22. So Guy Sensei says that if Lee dies due to complications from the operation, he'll die too, as he too doesn't want to live if Lee isn't a ninja. So Lee decides to take the operation. Shizune wakes up after a long night of research and finds that Tsunade has found out how to raise the odds of the operation up to 58%, which is a number they're both much more satisfied with. And in the final scene, we see Tsunade is inaugurated as the 5th Hokage in front of the whole village to roaring applause. I really like the Search for Tsunade arc, and I think it's a big step back in the right direction for the show after the invasion arc. I think one of the big reasons why is just the pace of it. Since it's the penultimate canon arc of the series, it kind of acts like the last calm before the storm, so to speak. The arc starts exciting with Itachi and Kisame and then has the signing battle at the end, but the arc is a lot more slower paced than both the previous arc and the next one. I really like that a good portion of the arc is just Naruto training and Jiraiya investigating. It gives you more time to get to see how the pair play off of each other, which I appreciate since at this point in the series, I still consider Jiraiya a new character. He got a few episodes between the preliminaries and the finals of the Chunin Exams where he's introduced and started to train Naruto, and then a little bit in the end of the invasion arc, but for the most part he just kind of disappeared for 30 or so episodes. Giving him a ton more screen time in this arc I think was a great call. And I also really like how much time of the arc is dedicated to Naruto learning the Rasengan, and it makes it feel really earned when Naruto does master the technique. This is especially important as the Rasengan basically becomes Naruto's new signature move. At least in part 1 of the series, I can't speak for Shippuden. It would really cheapen the impact of the ability if it was just given to Naruto or if he learned it easily, and I especially think that this is really the only place in the series' story where you could really dedicate this much time into learning a single move like this, except for maybe like between the Land of Waves arc and the Chunin Exams. And I think that the manner in which Naruto actually has to train is pretty symbolic, because he has to basically destroy water balloons and rubber balls, you know, toys. These are things that most people would associate with childhood. And this represents that Jiraiya wants Naruto to grow up quickly and start acting like an adult because of how dangerous the Akatsuki are and how they're out for him. This is the repeated sentiment that he shares throughout Naruto's training. And I think this is kind of a subtle nod to the audience that Naruto's more childish days are going to come to an end soon, which is fully cemented after the next arc. Another part of the arc that I like is that it's kind of like a road trip arc, because, you know, this is the first time that we spend significant time outside of Leaf Village since the Land of Waves arc. I kind of see it as an inverse of the Chunin Exams training with Jiraiya. There, Jiraiya and Naruto trained in the Leaf Village, a place where Naruto is very familiar and comfortable. Here, Naruto and Jiraiya depart the village and end up training in these different, smaller, kind of sleazy villages and towns. These places that Jiraiya is much more familiar with than Naruto. There's also just some really funny moments during the training portion of the arc. Naruto can be a very funny show at times, but the prior arc just didn't really allow for any humor, and this arc brings that back, mostly because of Jiraiya. He's a very funny character, and I'm glad that this arc gives him plenty of time to shine. But Jiraiya also knows when to get serious when lives are on the line, like when fighting Itachi and Kisame, during the signing battle, or when he threatens to kill Tsunade. Jiraiya is actually very similar to Kakashi in that way, and I feel that this connection is only further reinforced with how Jiraiya is the author of the smut novels that Kakashi is always seen reading. And so this makes it feel more natural that Jiraiya basically becomes Naruto's new sensei, taking over the reins of his training. I also feel like all the new characters introduced in the arc are great. Itachi and Kisame are really kind of terrifying. They show up out of nowhere, almost kill everyone that they fight, and then they leave for the rest of the show pretty much. Considering they only have a couple episodes of screen time, these two leave a great impression. Them and just the general introduction to the Akatsuki as a group is more set up for Shippuden than anything else, as, spoilers, neither Itachi or Kisame nor anyone else from the Akatsuki show up in any major way throughout the rest of the series. But it doesn't feel like they come out of nowhere, you know, it makes perfect sense that they would use the weakened state of the Leaf Village after the invasion to try and swoop in and kidnap Naruto. It's also very cool that we finally meet up with Itachi and he lives up to how much he's been built up until this point. Killing Itachi has been built up from the very beginning as Sasuke's whole motivation and reason for living. You know, we've seen Sasuke get so much more powerful over the course of the show, and arguably sometimes he's even more powerful than Naruto. Yet he still can't even lay a finger on Itachi. And not only this, he gets absolutely just mauled by Itachi. And Itachi also makes him relive the very moment that set him down this path in the first place, just to make him even more hateful. This is some like Professor X making Magneto relive the Holocaust type of evil. Same goes for torturing Kakashi for 3 days and like 5 seconds. The Mangekyo Sharingan is an ability with lots of potential for evil, which Itachi completely takes advantage of. This really starts to put gears into motion for what Sasuke does in the final arc, but obviously I'll have to save talking about that for the next part. Then we have Tsunade and Shizune. Tsunade is a fan favorite character for some, obvious reasons, but even aside from her massive rack, she's a really cool character. Obviously she's really cool when she beats up Orochimaru during the end fight, but I also like that she's got her fair share of problems, like her gambling addiction and drinking problem. She's basically the polar opposite of the third Hokage, which makes you kind of agree with Naruto at first that she isn't cut out for the job. And her reasoning for heavily considering joining Orochimaru is very believable, you know, wanting to bring back Nawaki and Dan from the dead. I mean, Nawaki in particular seems to be no older than Naruto when he died, so he died very young. But by this point we know Orochimaru very well, and I think it's safe to assume that had Tsunade given him back the use of his arms, he probably would have just killed her on the spot. And that's the best case scenario. Worst case scenario, he actually upholds his end of the deal and brings Nawaki and Dan back, but after seeing how he brought back the first two Hokages, the Nawaki and Dan he brought back would have just been his puppets. Tsunade's choice to try and stop Orochimaru to ensure that Nawaki and Dan didn't die in vain is a very respectable one, and is what really won me over to liking her. I think Tsunade is an excellent addition to the cast of the series, and I'm very happy to say that she becomes a mainstay character going forward, as obviously she's the new Hokage. She's one of the main supporting characters for the rest of the show. And then you have Shizune, who's pretty much Tsunade's secretary slash assistant. She doesn't get a whole lot of character development on her own, but she works really well as an extension of Tsunade. If anything, I think she gets the most time to shine in the filler episode. Aside from that, she has some cool moments during the fight with Kabuto, like showing her signature weapon, which is like a wrist gauntlet that shoots out poison needles. Very dangerous looking, especially because I don't like needles, and it's very fitting for a ninja. You know, it's a very ninja-esque weapon. And then there's Tauntaun. She's just a cute animal sidekick character, not a whole lot else to say about her. And the villains are all still great. I already talked about Itachi, Kisame, and the Akatsuki, so I don't want to repeat myself. You already know how I feel about them. But Orochimaru and Kabuto are still a really good pair of villains. That's the nice thing about having a main villain like Orochimaru, is that even when the story slows down for a bit, you still know that they're plotting and always working towards their goal. We don't really learn anything new about Orochimaru this arc, although we do get to see a lot of interactions between him and Kabuto, who seems like he very well may be as strong as Orochimaru, or at least as strong as Orochimaru is in his current weakened state. Kabuto's a very weaselly villain, but he seems just like the type of person who'd be drawn to someone like Orochimaru. And then we also get to see a bit more of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade when they were kids, training under the third Hokage, which we saw a bit of in the last arc as well, you know, fleshing out their backstories a bit. The arc just has a very solid lineup of characters. It's got a lot less characters than the previous few arcs, so everyone gets a larger share of the screen time to shine. The fights in the arc are also really fun, as few and far between as they are. The Search for Tsunade arc is way less action heavy than the Chunin Exams and especially the Konoha Crush, with there only really being two main fights. Itachi and Kisame versus the Leaf Ninja, and then the Sannin battle. I've already talked a lot about Itachi and Kisame, but the fact they spend the first few episodes of the arc easily winning against everyone they come up against until Jiraiya shows up really goes to demonstrate their strength and makes them a force to be reckoned with. And then there's the Sannin battle, which is just a bombastic show of strength for Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and their respective summons. It has the same appeal as the fight between Orochimaru and the third Hokage. It's just fun to watch top level characters duking it out with all the abilities they have at their disposal. And this brings me to the final part of the arc that I had to discuss, but it's the part that I think brings the whole thing full circle, and it's the ending. I absolutely love everything with Lee and Guy Sensei in this arc, because the two of them are easily some of my favorite side characters in the entire series. I think it's very touching to see how much Lee looks up to Guy and how Guy cares for Lee. You know, he's like a son to him. And I may or may not have gotten a little bit misty-eyed when Guy Sensei said that if Lee died during the operation, then he'd die too. And I also really like Konohamaru's arc of coming to terms with the death of his grandfather. It's very sad to see him do everything he can to prevent Tsunade from becoming Hokage, to prevent the village from moving on, because he doesn't want the village to move on. He says it himself, you know, he's scared that the village will forget who the Hokage was, probably fearing that he'll become just one of the faces up on the rocks that no one really knows who they were. It's just someone they read about in their history books. And I find Naruto's promise to Konohamaru that they'll get everyone in the village to agree to remember the third Hokage to be very sweet. I'm going to give the Search for Tsunade arc 4 out of 5 stars. I think it's absolutely great and a really good step up from the Konoha Crush arc. It's great as one last slower paced arc before shit really hits the fan in the final arc. The fights are great, the characters are great, everything about the arc is great. Even the filler episode is pretty good. My main complaint is that it just isn't as good as the Chunin Exams, which is basically a perfect shonen arc. That, and maybe the arc could have a few more episodes back in the Leaf Village after they fight Orochimaru, but before Tsunade becomes Hokage, just to give Konohamaru and Lee's arcs a bit longer to develop before the end of the arc, but that's really all I would change. The next part will be discussing the final canon arc of the series, the Sasuke Retrieval arc. But in the meantime, before we talk about that, there's a few more filler episodes that aired between the Search for Tsunade arc and the Sasuke Retrieval arc that I feel like would best be talked about here rather than the beginning of the next part. This is basically the quintessential Naruto filler episode, and I know that for a lot of people online, it's basically considered required viewing material for the show. They say you can skip all the filler you want, but you should at least watch episode 101. So, does it live up to the hype? The episode starts with Naruto trying to get Sakura and Sasuke to help him find out what Kakashi looks like under his mask, since he's literally always seen wearing it. Sakura's all for the idea, but Sasuke needs a bit of convincing, so they all brainstorm what they think he actually looks like. Needless to say, they end up convincing Sasuke to help out. So the three of them plot to get Kakashi's mask off. First, they treat Kakashi to lunch at Ichiraku, since he has to take the mask off to eat, obviously. Kakashi knows something's up since the three of them are acting odd, so he runs through scenarios in his head of how they could sabotage lunch. Just as Kakashi's about to start eating, Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru barge in and block Team 7's view of Kakashi, but the ramen shop owner and his daughter, who did see his face, are completely entranced, making Team 7 all the more determined and curious. They try tailing him around, first as a group and then one at a time, but are unsuccessful. The highlight here is that Sakura tails him to the training grounds where Kakashi ended up leaving a scarecrow dummy to throw her off, another play on the meaning of his name. Then they end up getting a mission to help out a farm near the Leaf Village, and they see it as a perfect opportunity to see Kakashi's face. There's also a trio of ninja who are led by a man bound for revenge on Kakashi because Kakashi humiliated them 3 years ago by beating them in battle and then stealing the main dude's girl. More antics ensue and Kakashi ends up beating the three rival ninjas, and after all said and done, Naruto ends up just asking what Kakashi has under his mask. Kakashi says he doesn't mind showing them, which catches Team 7 super off guard. The big twist, as Kakashi says, is that behind this mask is another mask. I think it goes without saying that episode 101 gets 5 stars on the filler arc scale. Not only is it really funny, it provides a great opportunity to just see Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura hanging out and spending a somewhat normal day together, which we really don't ever get to see. Episode 101 is a fan favorite, and I think for really good reason. Definitely go out of your way to watch it if you haven't. And then there's one last piece of filler I want to cover before wrapping up this part, but this is special because it's the first actual filler arc of the show rather than just a one-off filler episode. After the invasion, Tsunade is forced to send Genin on more dangerous missions than usual because of the shinobi shortage, so this means that Team 7, just Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, no Kakashi, because he's got a mission of his own, they get a mission to protect a racer named Idate, who is voiced by Roger Craig Smith, during a foot race to settle a feud between the Wasabi family and the Wagarashi family, with Idate being the runner for the Wasabi family. The thing is, Idate hates ninjas, so more often than not, he just ends up bickering with Naruto. But the big problem is that the Wagarashis also hired ninjas to protect their racer. The race has 3 parts. The racers start in a port and need to run to their boat, then sail across the sea to a neighboring island and to the Todoroki Shrine to grab an orb. Then they need to bring the orb back to the starting point. As the race begins, Adate runs in the complete wrong direction, but it turns out he was running to a different port that'll let him get to the island quicker because of the winds and the current. As they're sailing the boat, it's attacked by the clone ninjas from the Forest of Death during the Chunin Exams, which I was not expecting to see them ever again. It turns out that they were hired by the Wagarashi family to sabotage Adate. Team 7 defends the boat while Adate swims to shore. Upon making landfall, Adate is stopped by Aoi, who is the leader of the enemy ninja. Aoi stops Adate from progressing while Naruto and the others swim to shore. They get attacked by the clone ninjas again from underwater, so Naruto decides to use what he learned from the first step of the Rasengan training, which was the water balloon part, to create a whirlpool in the water to defeat the clone ninjas. They get to shore, but they're beaten by Aoi, who poisons Team 7 and Adate before leaving. They all take shelter in a cave while Sakura uses some antidote from Tsunade to treat the poison. Adate then explains that the reason he hates ninjas is because he was once a Leaf Village ninja himself. Hidate failed the Chunin exams and then was tricked by Aoi into stealing the sword of the Thunder God, which was the second Hokage's legendary lightning sword. What, you didn't know the second Hokage had a legendary lightning sword? Naruto tells Hidate that he knows how it feels to be manipulated like that, as he had basically the same thing happen to him with Mizuki in the first episode of the show. Fukusuke, who is the other family's racer, is celebrating his victory, but Aoi tells him not to, right as Naruto, who is carrying Hidate, runs up the stairs of the shrine. Hidate grabs the orb and they start to run back, but Aoi stops him, wielding the Thunder God sword. The sword blocks Naruto's Rasengan, but is cracked by Sasuke's Chidori. Aoi talks smack to Sasuke after he sees his Sharingan, and he calls him a disgrace to his family. Aoi then throws Sasuke off a bridge, and Sakura goes down to save him. Naruto tries to use a Rasengan again, but it doesn't work as the sword can cut through chakra. Naruto ends up aiming a Rasengan for the cracks in the sword that Sasuke created, and this ends up breaking the sword and sending Aoi flying, rendering him defeated. Hidate ends up winning the race in the last second, and it turns out that the Wagarashi family was bribing race officials, meaning they will be disbanded forever, and the Wasabi family is victorious. A ship then arrives with Ibiki Marino from the Chunin exams on board to take Naruto, Sakura, and an injured Sasuke back to the Leaf Village. Hidate sees Ibiki and calls out to him, as it turns out the two of them are actually brothers, but Ibiki says he doesn't have a brother anymore. Hidate thinks himself that he's worthy now, and that he finally understands the 10th question of the Chunin exams, which was the one about laying down your life for your team. While Ibiki feels like Hidate has grown into more of a man thanks to Naruto. Meanwhile, Sasuke is fuming because Naruto got to meet Aoi and he didn't. I really liked the Land of Tea Escort mission quite a bit. I'm giving it 4 out of 5 stars on the filler scale for some of the same reasons that episode 101 ranked so highly. Obviously this arc isn't as funny as episode 101, but it isn't trying to be. This is just a normal mission with Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke working together, something that I already said I wish there was a bit more of. It also ranks a bit more highly because it's the first actual filler arc, so it isn't as repetitive as some of the ones that came later. It also just slots really well into the gap between the search for Tsunade and the Sasuke Retrieval arc. But that really just comes from how Sasuke is in the hospital at the end of this arc, just like how when the Retrieval arc begins, he's still in the hospital from his fight with Itachi. Also, Hidate is again voiced by the GOAT voice actor, Roger Craig Smith, which I can't be the only one who thinks it's funny that they got future Sonic the Hedgehog actor to voice the Racer. I think it's funny. Give this arc a watch if you want to see Team 7 just go on a fun mission together, featuring Sonic the Hedgehog, Kyle Crane, Batman, whatever you think, you Thomas from Regular Show, etc. He's a lot of characters. We begin with Sasuke in the hospital, still recovering from the injuries that he sustained while fighting his older brother Itachi during the beginning of the Search for Tsunade arc. Or, if you watch the filler like I do, he's recovering from the Land of Tea filler arc that took place between the Tsunade arc and this arc. We also see that everyone's favorite slacker gets promoted to Chunin by Tsunade due to the extremely impressive performance he demonstrated during the Chunin exams and the actual invasion that happened afterwards. This actually makes Shikamaru the only ninja to become a Chunin from that round of Chunin exams because, they never officially concluded due to the invasion ending them prematurely. And speaking of Tsunade, we see that she's ready to begin the operation on Rock Lee to give him a chance of recovering from the injuries he sustained while fighting Gaara back in the Chunin exams. Naruto and Sakura go to the hospital to visit Sasuke, who is very angry that Naruto has gotten so much stronger while he's just been stuck in the hospital recovering. And he's doubly angry because he's not even strong enough to stand a chance against his older brother Itachi, as he learned in the last arc. And so because of this, Sasuke challenges Naruto to a fight, which Naruto accepts. The two head up to the roof for their battle, and Sasuke mocks Naruto, saying that he won't be able to do as much as scratch his forehead. Naruto charges up his Rasengan, and Sasuke readies the Chidori. And then the two of them charge at each other, with Sakura running and yelling at them to stop. Before either of their attacks can connect, Kakashi shows up and stops the fight, redirecting their attacks into a pair of water towers that are on the hospital roof. Sasuke sees the damage that the Chidori has done and is very impressed with himself, as it looks like it was much more powerful than Naruto's Rasengan. That is, until he sees the backside of the water tower that Naruto hit. Because Naruto's Rasengan didn't do much to the front of the water tower, but it completely destroyed the backside. Like a hollow point round, like it expanded as it entered the water tower. And like everything else leading up to this point, this just makes Sasuke even more jealous of Naruto. Kakashi's very impressed with Naruto's Rasengan and knows that it had to have been Jiraiya who taught it to him. So he goes to Jiraiya and, like Tsunade did, starts telling him off, saying that the Rasengan is too powerful of a technique for Naruto to know, as he could have killed Sasuke with it. But Jiraiya snaps back, saying that Kakashi shouldn't have taught Sasuke the Chidori, since it's just as deadly. Jiraiya also says that he shouldn't have taught Sasuke a technique so deadly, as he's only motivated by revenge. But Kakashi goes so far as to say that Naruto and Sasuke have the same kind of relationship as Jiraiya and Orochimaru had back when they were kids. Naruto views Sasuke as more of a friendly rival, while Sasuke grows furious that he can't keep up with Naruto's strength and progress that he's making. Later on, Kakashi ties Sasuke up to a tree so he can lecture him. And he tells him that he can't go around attacking his friends, least of all with the Chidori. He also tells Sasuke to just give up on his quest for revenge against Itachi. But Sasuke says that Kakashi doesn't understand what he's been through, and that he won't understand until the day that he loses everyone close to him. But Kakashi says he's already lost everyone close to him. His family is all dead. And he says that even though him and Sasuke have both lost everyone, they're both fortunate enough to have found friends that help fill the void. So then he just leaves Sasuke for a little bit to just stew on it, let him think it over. And this does make Sasuke stop and think for a bit. Does he continue his quest for revenge against Itachi, pushing aside anyone and everyone to achieve it? Or does he give it up and accept Naruto and Sakura as true friends and try to find a new purpose, a more positive purpose? Before he can come to his own conclusion, he gets attacked by Orochimaru's strongest ninja, the Sound 4. You may recognize them since they were present briefly in the Konoha Crush arc. They were the ninja who set up the barrier around the third Hokage and Orochimaru for their duel. Now they're here in the Leaf Village with the purpose of capturing Sasuke to bring him to Orochimaru. Elsewhere, Naruto and Sakura are out on a walk where she tells him about the curse mark that Orochimaru placed on Sasuke. Naruto wasn't conscious during this part of the exam, so he had no idea about the existence of the curse mark. Kakashi had told Sakura that he had healed it, but Sakura still worries that it still is affecting Sasuke. Sasuke starts to fight the Sound 4, but they quickly overpower him. And they say that they all used to be as strong as him, but were able to reach new heights after joining Orochimaru. So they extend an invitation to Sasuke to join them as they return to Orochimaru's hidden base. Sasuke mulls it over and decides that the offer of new strength is just too much for him to refuse, so he makes his way for the exit of the Leaf Village. On the way, he crosses paths with Sakura, who realizes that he's abandoning the village, and she begs him to stay, confessing her love for him and even offering to help him get his revenge on Itachi if he stays. But it's just no use. Sasuke thanks her before knocking her out and then leaving the village with the Sound 4. When Sakura wakes up the following morning, she's found by Izumo and Kotetsu, who are these two ninja who show up from time to time throughout the show, and I actually didn't know they had names until I was writing this script. Sakura tells the two about what Sasuke did, and they promptly inform Tsunade, who tells them to fetch Shikamaru. Tsunade's unable to send any high-ranked ninja after Sasuke, just due to how spread thin the village still is at this point. So she gives the newly promoted Chunin the mission to assemble and lead a team of genin to go and retrieve Sasuke. It's like a Sasuke retrieval mission. The first person that Shikamaru recruits is Naruto, at Tsunade's request. He then gets Choji and Kiba to join, and then lastly, he goes to Neji and Lee to see if they want to tag along. Neji agrees, but Lee decides to stay behind so he can properly recover from his operation. Shikamaru comes up with an optimal formation with the 5 genin he has, further demonstrating his genius battle IQ. Right before they leave, Sakura finds them and pleads with Naruto to bring Sasuke back, and Naruto promises to do so. And after this, the retrieval team head out to go save their comrade. We then check in with the Sound 4 and Sasuke, and the Sound 4 tells Sasuke about an order that Orochimaru gave them, that Sasuke must die just this once. To help Sasuke grow in strength, his cursed seal must advance to its second stage, so they give him a pill to progress the seal more quickly. While this happens, they seal Sasuke into a barrel and they begin to carry him around while his seal progresses. The Sound 4 run into some Leaf Ninja, Raido Namaishi and Genma Shiranui, but easily defeat them. Soon after this, the Sound 4 decide to take a break to rest, which gives Shikamaru's Retrieval team a chance to catch up with them. Shikamaru and his team try to launch a sneak attack, but they get detected before they can do anything, which gives the Sound 4 a chance to attack. Shikamaru tries to talk it out with the Sound 4, but this is a distraction so that the others can launch a sneak attack. But they get detected, and Kidomaru, who is the spider guy, traps them with his spider webs. Kiba deploys a smoke bomb, and Kidomaru says it's useless since he already has them trapped. But Shikamaru says this was really his plan all along, and he traps the Sound 4 with his Shadow Possession Jutsu. Sakon, the two-headed guy, frees the Sound 4 from Shikamaru's jutsu, and Jirobo, the big guy, traps the Retrieval team under a dome of rock with his Earth-style barrier, Earth Dome Prison. Shikamaru starts beating himself up for letting him and his team get trapped, while Kiba tries to break out with his Tunneling Fang technique. This creates a large dent in the dome, but it's quickly healed. Neji says that he can see that the dome is infused with chakra and will heal any damage that they caused. On top of that, the dome is siphoning out their chakra and giving it to Jirobo. So Shikamaru tries several more times to bargain with Jirobo, but it's no use. Choji uses this as a chance to start snacking, which makes Naruto mad, but Choji reminds him that this is Shikamaru they're dealing with, and he's vowed to put his life on the line if it meant his team would survive. And then Neji backs it up by explaining what Shikamaru's plan is. When Kiba first attacked the dome, Shikamaru noticed that certain parts heal slower than others. He then started talking to Jirobo to find out where he was located, which confirms that the part of the dome where Jirobo is located heals the fastest, meaning that the opposite side of the dome from Jirobo is the weakest part. Kiba and Akamaru use the Fang over Fang jutsu to cause damage all over the inside of the dome, and Neji pinpoints the exact spot that heals the slowest and uses a kunai to mark the spot, allowing Choji to use the human boulder jutsu to attack that spot, breaking the wall and freeing them. Now that everyone's out of the dome, Choji volunteers to stay behind and fight Jirobo while the others go on after the rest of the Sound Ninja. After the others leave, Choji breaks out the Akamichi clan's secret weapon, a set of tri-colored food pills that each provide an exponentially stronger power boost than the last. Choji pops the first pill and is able to overpower Jirobo, which makes the brute advance his curse mark to stage 1, giving him the upper hand again, and this causes Choji to eat the second pill. After taking the second pill, Choji is able to use the Super Expansion Jutsu, which turns him into like a Gamabunta-sized version of himself. He belly flops on top of Jirobo, making the Sound Ninja advance his seal to stage 2, which causes his body to undergo a demonic transformation. His hair grows longer, and his skin becomes red and just covered in warts. And Choji thinks about taking the third pill, because while the first two pills are harmful to the user, the third practically guarantees the user's death if they consume it. But Choji knows that he can either die from Jirobo or die from the pill and stop Jirobo, so he picks the pill. The pill burns through all of the user's fat reserves, which gives Choji a much more skinny appearance, as well as butterfly wings made of chakra that emit from his back. Choji is able to defeat Jirobo for calling him fat and eating the last of his food. Once Jirobo is defeated, Choji puts all of his remaining chakra into his fist and lands one more blow on Jirobo for insulting Shikamaru, which kills Jirobo. With the battle won, Choji starts to go back through the woods to catch up with the rest of his squad, but he soon collapses, seemingly dying from the pill and his injuries. As the rest of the team catches up with the Sound 4, they get caught by Kidomaru's webs, and just as Kidomaru is about to kill Naruto, Neji frees the team from the web and tells them to go on as he deals with Kidomaru, as only his gentle fist technique can break Kidomaru's spider webs. They go back and forth fighting for a bit, and then Kidomaru gets Neji pinned up against a tree, remembering that Orochimaru told him about the gentle fist technique. Neji surprises Kidomaru by breaking free, revealing that he can release chakra from chakra points all over his body, and not just from his hands. Kidomaru, still cocky, thinks he has this in the bag, so Neji readies the 8 trigrams, 64 palms technique. Kidomaru protects himself from Neji's attack and retreats into the trees. He summons spiders and just starts sending swarms of them to attack Neji, who's able to deflect them with both the 64 palms and 8 trigrams, 128 palms jutsus. Kidomaru notices though that there's a slight delay in some of Neji's blocks, which makes him think that the Byakugan must have a blind spot. Kidomaru attacks Neji from what he thinks must be the blind spot, and sure enough, Neji's unable to block the attack. Kidomaru starts throwing kunai that he can fashion out as webbing, as the webbing can be hardened into a material that's like metal, at Neji, with several of them being thrown in Neji's blind spot and stabbing him in the back. But Neji doesn't give up and gets back on his feet. Kidomaru transforms into his second stage, becoming red and spiky, as well as gaining a third eye. He then makes himself a bow and arrows out of his webs and gets ready to hit the blind spot once again. Kidomaru just starts spamming arrows at Neji, who's able to block and dodge to keep them from hitting anything vital, although the battle is wearing him down. Ready to finish things, Kidomaru makes one last arrow, his deadliest yet, and fires it at Neji. Neji just takes the arrow head on, moving at the last moment to keep it from piercing his heart. The arrow has a thread at the end running through Neji and all the way back up to Kidomaru. Neji uses this as an opportunity to use the thread as a live wire, sending chakra through it to temporarily paralyze Kidomaru. This knocks Kidomaru out of his tree, and Neji uses the last of his strength to catch up to him and use the 8 trigram 64 palms on him. Neji hits not only Kidomaru's chakra points, but also all of his vital organs, causing them to begin shutting down. The injuries Neji sustained are too severe for him to continue on, and he collapses in the forest, as Kidomaru's heart gives out, killing him. We then get a glimpse at what Orochimaru's been up to this whole time, back at the village hidden in the sound. He's currently in the shower, and his arms are just oozing blood. Kabuto informs Orochimaru that he will die if they don't perform the jutsu to take over a new body, but Orochimaru insists that the only vessel that he'll accept is Sasuke. Kabuto says that it looks like the Sound 4 are behind schedule, so they may need to find a substitute vessel. Kabuto goes to the dungeon in the base, and he tells all the prisoners down there that one of them will be released, and it's going to be the last one standing. So the prisoners all begin fighting each other to the death. While that's going on, Kabuto checks in on Kimimaro, who is one of Orochimaru's most loyal followers, who is terminally ill and currently bedridden. This is where we learn that Kimimaro was formerly the leader of the Sound 5, before they were the Sound 4, and that before Sasuke, he was supposed to be Orochimaru's next vessel. That is, until he came down with his illness. Now Kimimaro feels like his very existence just serves no purpose, but he realizes he has a chance to redeem himself by spending the last bit of life he has to make sure that Sasuke reaches the Sound Village so that Orochimaru can use him as a vessel. If not now, then in the future. The remaining members of the Retrieval Squad reach up to the remaining members of the Sound 4, who are Tayuya, the girl, and Sakon and Nukan, who is the two-headed guy, or like 2 people, 1 body, like Siamese twins. Kiba says that they should wait until it's dark out to attack, but Shikamaru shoots down the plan, saying that not only would they be fighting with reduced visibility, but Shikamaru's shadow possession jutsu would also be useless in the dark, and Naruto agrees that they should follow what Shikamaru says. Back in the Sound Village, the surviving prisoner is Genyamaru, and he gets chosen to be Orochimaru's new vessel. Orochimaru says it'll grant Genyamaru 1 wish before taking his body, so Genyamaru asks Orochimaru to stop experimenting on members of his clan. Orochimaru accepts the wish and then uses the transference ritual to take over Genyamaru's body. After this, Kimimaro leaves the Sound Village to retrieve Sasuke for Orochimaru. As the remaining Sound 4 continue through the woods, they wonder what's keeping Jirobo and Kidomaru from catching back up. Tayuya notices a kick from inside of the barrel that Sasuke is in that makes them stop for a moment, but before anyone can investigate, Tayuya notices Naruto watching from a tree branch. This begins a pretty brief fight with Naruto using the Shadow Clones, Kiba using the Fang over Fang Jutsu, and Shikamaru using the Shadow Possession Jutsu to outsmart Tayuya, Sakon, and Nukan, and stealing the barrel for themselves. As the Retrieval team starts retreating with the barrel, Sakon and Nukan activate their Cursed Seal and start chasing after them. Sakon chases the remaining Leaf Ninja as Akamaru lays paper bombs down behind them to stop Sakon. Sakon gets hit by one of them, so he traps Akamaru, who is right next to a paper bomb. Kiba swoops in to save Akamaru as the bomb explodes, sending Kiba and Akamaru, as well as Sakon and Nukan, off of a cliff. Before Naruto and Shikamaru can even react, Tayuya catches back up. But even she gets stopped in her tracks when Kimimaro sneaks up behind Naruto and Shikamaru. Kimimaro kicks the barrel away from Naruto and Shikamaru and then dives down and catches it. He tells Tayuya that she is disappointed in Orochimaru and that he wants to kill her himself. However, as long as she has a mission to accomplish, then he'll let her live. Kimimaro then takes the barrel and leaves Tayuya with her orders: kill Naruto and Shikamaru. Shikamaru and Naruto come up with a plan on the spot. The two both charge at Tayuya, but Shikamaru stops the last second as Naruto leaps over her. While she's disoriented, Shikamaru tries to use his Shadow Possession Jutsu on her. She dodges it, but this gives Naruto a chance to run off and chase after Kimimaro, while Shikamaru stays to keep her occupied. Naruto uses some of his 9-tailed fox chakra in his pursuit, which allows him to catch Kimimaro and Sasuke in the middle of a clearing in the forest. This surprises Kimimaro, who says that Naruto has more chakra than most ninja. Naruto asks why Orochimaru wants Sasuke so badly, so Kimimaro explains that Orochimaru wants to live forever, and while his soul has the capacity to do so, a physical body does not. This is why Orochimaru has to periodically put his soul into a new vessel to extend his life further. And this completely enrages Naruto. He uses the 9-tailed fox chakra to make an army of 1,000 shadow clones. Back in the forest, Tayuya says that Shikamaru is a poor leader as he had to sacrifice a member of his squad for each of the Sound 4 that they encountered. Shikamaru says that he believes that everyone in his squad is still alive, and he tells Tayuya to shut up. Tayuya then summons a trio of demons called the Doki to fight by her side, whose actions she can control with the special demonic flute, which she says is her only weapon. At the same time, we see that Kiba and Sakon survived their fall and are still fighting each other. While Tsuyu uses the Doki to fight Shikamaru, she advances her curse to stage 1 to give herself more precise control over their actions. And then Naruto sends a Shadow Clone army to attack Kimimaro, who's able to dispatch of them very easily. And back in the fight between Sakon and Ukon and then Kiba and Akamaru, Ukon advances the curse mark into its second stage, which makes him and Sakon turn red like the others, and he gives them a very Hanya-esque appearance, with a sharp jawline, visible fangs, and large horns. To combat this, Kiba and Akamaru combine to transform into a giant two-headed wolf. Together, they charge at Sakon and Ukon and are able to cut the pair in half. But Sakon and Ukon's intestines end up changing and reforming to make new arms and legs for them, meaning that they now aren't connected but are two separate opponents now. Kiba and Akamaru attack again, but the brothers block with the Rashomon summon, which just summons a large gate that blocks Kiba and Akamaru's attack. Kiba and Akamaru's transformation ends, and Akamaru gets very heavily injured, but is able to shoot acidic pee into Sakon's eyes, temporarily blinding him as he goes to wash his eyes out in a nearby river. Ukon merges himself with Kiba and intertwines their chakra networks in a process that will end with Ukon fully taking over Kiba's body. Knowing that he has to stop this to save Akamaru, Kiba stabs himself in the stomach, which causes Ukon to start coughing up blood. Ukon removes himself from Kiba and rejoins with Sakon to recover, which gives Kiba a chance to snatch up Akamaru, and the two of them begin to flee downriver in a last-ditch attempt to escape. In the clearing, Naruto is completely unable to land a finger on Kimimaro, and then in the forest, Shikamaru is getting outwitted by Teyuya's Doki, completely unable to get a read on their movements. At least, that's what Shikamaru wants her to think, because he then uses the remaining shuriken and kunai to distract Teyuya, which gives him the chance to detonate a flash bomb that he planted above her. This extends out the shadows of her Doki enough that he's able to get them with the Shadow Possession Jutsu. Shikamaru starts bragging that now he's using her pawns against her, and then charges along with the Doki. Teyuya uses her flute to dispel the Doki, which seemingly makes Shikamaru's attack futile as he seems frustrated. Teyuya then puts her curse seal into stage 2, which turns her eyes black and it gives her horns, allowing her to use its strength to break free of the Shadow Possession Jutsu. Shikamaru sees this and uses the Shadow Strangle Jutsu instead, which seems to work better, but this keeps her fingers free and allows her to use her flute to put Shikamaru in a Genjutsu, freeing her as Shikamaru screams in pain. Teyuya picks up one of Shikamaru's kunai off the ground and goes up to him to kill him with it. Just as she gets close to him, he punches her right in the gut. She wonders how he escaped her Genjutsu, and Shikamaru says that he used the Shadow Strangle to break his own finger, using the pain to pull him out of the Genjutsu. Teyuya berates herself, and Shikamaru brags that this whole battle went all according to his plan, since when she said that the flute was her only weapon, he knew she would need to arm herself to kill him, and that she'd be using the kunai closest to do it. In the clearing, Naruto's starting to get fed up with how little progress he's making against Kimimaro. Then all of a sudden, Sasuke bursts out of the barrel, his curse mark finally progressing to phase 2. Sasuke's reappearance calms Naruto down as he starts to reason with Sasuke, telling him that everyone back in the Leaf Village is waiting for him, and that he should just come home. Sasuke doesn't even say anything though, he just laughs before leaving Kimimaro and Naruto alone in the clearing. Naruto tries to follow Sasuke, but Kimimaro stops him, fully prepared to kill him. And then just in the nick of time, Rock Lee, who is now fully recovered, shows up and saves Naruto. Lee tells Naruto to follow Sasuke and reminds him of his promise to Sakura. Lee and Kimimaro then begin their fight, with Kimimaro's ability being total control over his skeletal system. This gives Lee trouble, as well as Kimimaro just finding Lee's moves to be very predictable. Lee then calls a timeout so he can take his medicine, which Kimimaro respects. Then back in the Leaf Village, Guy Sensei returns from a mission and makes a beeline to the hospital to ask Tsunade how Lee's operation went. She says it was a total success and that he can start training again tomorrow if he really wants to, but then two nurses rush in and say that Lee's missing, and Tsunade knows right away that he must have went after the recovery team to help out. She also notices that Lee took a bottle of her sake instead of his medicine, and this gets Guy really worried, because he says that Lee gets drunk super easily, and that Lee turns into a force of nature when he drinks, and he's a natural master of the drunken fist fighting style. We then cut back to the clearing as Lee drinks the sake and immediately feels its effects, getting into his drunken fist form as he starts to fight Kimimaro again. In his drunken form, Kimimaro is just no match for Lee. The attacks are just too weird for Kimimaro to defend against, meanwhile Lee blocks all of his attacks with no problem. Lee even does some really ballsy stuff like pretending to fall asleep mid-fight and fighting with his eyes closed. Kimimaro is forced to use his Kekkei Genkai, using one of his bones to cut Lee across the face, which sobers him back up. Shikamaru's Shadow Strangle Jutsu starts to weaken as his chakra runs out, and he remembers back to the Konoha Crush when he was in a very similar situation. Only there, Asuma Sensei saved him at the last moment. Here, there's nobody to bail him out, so he braces for the worst. And then back down in the river, Kiba and Shikamaru get out of the water and try to hide behind some trees. However, Sakon's able to sneak up on them, having used Kiba's jacket to cover his own scent. And then back in the clearing, Lee realizes that he needs to use hard-hitting moves to beat Kimimaro, so he resorts to opening up the first gate and using the front lotus. It proves completely ineffective against Kimimaro, who's able to absorb the full force of the attack using the density of his bones. Kimimaro then tries to use his bones to drill right into Lee, only to be blocked by sand. The sand also sends Lee flying backwards, where he's cushioned by even more sand. Kimimaro is caught off guard by the arrival of another opponent, only to find out that it's none other than Gaara. Back in the forest, Tayuya is about to finish Shikamaru when she's attacked with the strong gust of wind sent by Tamari. And then down to the river, Sakon's about to kill Kiba when his attack is blocked by Kankuro using the crow to protect Kiba. The three of them announce themselves as allies of the Leaf Village and get ready to aid their former enemies in battle. Kankuro combats Sakon and Ukon with the crow as well as a new puppet, the Black Ant, and with the two puppets together, he easily captures and kills Sakon and Ukon. Shikamaru describes Tayuya's abilities to Tamari, and he learns that her wind-based attacks are a perfect counter for Tayuya's sound-based jutsus. She then summons Kamatari, who is an absolutely adorable ferret weasel thing who wears an eye patch, who just completely levels all the trees in his line of attack and kills Tayuya. So he's adorable, but he's deadly. And then back in the clearing, Gaara is able to use his sand to block and deflect all the attacks that Kimimaro sends at him and Lee. Gaara mentions that he's noticed that Lee isn't as fast or as agile as he used to be, a result of the injuries that he dealt to him back in the Chunin Exams. And not wanting Lee to get hurt like that again, Gaara tells him to sit this one out. Gaara continues to use his sand against Kimimaro, who tries to target the gourd on Gaara's back as he believes that that's the source of the only sand Gaara can use. This assumption is, proven wrong, as Gaara uses sand from the ground to launch a sand shower jutsu followed by a sand coffin jutsu. Kimimaro is able to avoid being crushed due to his aforementioned bone density. Gaara then tries to use a sand waterfall to do the job, but Kimimaro pushes his curse to stage 1 to save himself. Gaara uses even more sand and ends up making a sand tsunade to perform a giant sand burial that levels all the terrain in the area. Kimimaro ends up surviving this too, which shocks Lee and Gaara and leaves them speechless. Gaara says that Kimimaro's eyes remind him of Sasuke's eyes. They're the eyes of someone searching for the meaning of their existence. Trapped in the sand, Kimimaro reminisces on his past. He was raised in a dark cell, hidden from the world because of his Kekkei Genkai, only ever being let out to fight. His clan's patriarch tried to use him as a weapon to destroy the village hidden in the mist, and he was tasked with the mission of killing any hidden mist ninja that he came across. He actually runs into Haku and Zabuza, presumably right after Zabuza took Haku under his wing, who deny that they're from the mist village, so Kimimaro lets him go. Haku even notes to himself that Kimimaro's eyes were the same as his were before he met Zabuza. Soon after this, Kimimaro ends up running into Orochimaru on a cliff overlooking the Mist Village. Kimimaro goes down to join his clan in battle, but as morning comes, he realizes that they've all been slaughtered. And with nowhere else to go, Kimimaro wanders alone until he runs into Orochimaru again, who says that he'll take him in. This makes Kimimaro believe that his only reason for living is to protect and serve Orochimaru, which is why he hasn't died yet. There's still work to do. He goes into a second stage, which gives him a big tail and large bones growing out of his back like spikes, and he breaks free of the sand, lunging at Gaara and Lee for the kill. Kimimaro tackles Gaara, although the sand protects him and cushions his fall. Lee tries to land an attack, but Kimimaro dodges it and nearly kills Lee with a counterattack. Lee realizes that he really can't do anything in his current state, so he resigns himself from the fight and lets Gaara just completely take it from here. Kimimaro rips out his own spine and uses it like a whip to restrain Gaara. He then turns his right hand into a bone drill and tries to drill right through Gaara. Gaara uses the hardest minerals in the ground and infuses them into his sand with his chakra to summon Shukaku's shield, which is a giant sand shield that is strong enough that it not only stops Kimimaro's attack, but shatters his drill completely. Gaara realizes that Kimimaro is using a Kekkei Genkai, and Kimimaro explains that it is the Kaguya clans and that he is their last surviving member. So Gaara tells him that his clan ends today, but Kimimaro says he'll continue to live on through Orochimaru, to which Gaara tells him that he's nothing more than a brainwashed pawn. Gaara then dispels his shield as he's starting to run out of chakra, also using the sand to free himself. With the last of his chakra, Gaara uses a sand burial prison to drag Kimimaro 200 meters below the surface. Enraged at the comments Gaara has just made about him, Kimimaro uses his final, ultimate technique. He sends thousands of bones up through the surface of the ground to kill Gaara and Lee. It doesn't work, as Gaara is able to save himself and Lee by getting them up in the air using his sand. But Gaara says he's out of chakra and strength, but Lee says it doesn't matter since Kimimaro is already dead. Kimimaro then emerges from one of the bone spikes, drill hand formed, ready to strike down Gaara and Lee. But before he can do anything, he loses the fight against his terminal illness and collapses, dying on the spot. Lee and Gaara get to safety, and Gaara says that the two of them are extremely lucky. Lee says that Guy Sensei says that a shinobi makes their own luck, to which Gaara calls Guy Sensei a meddlesome fool for interrupting the Chunin exams. Lee thanks Gaara for saving him just now, but he says that he won't tolerate any insults targeted at Guy Sensei. And then Gaara says that Lee and Naruto are much alike. They both have people that they care about so much that they consider an attack against them to be an attack against themselves. Gaara then wonders if it's better to care for and protect an evil person rather than living a life of loneliness, when he realizes that's the very thing Kimimaro had done. Finally, Naruto catches up to Sasuke as they reach the Valley of the End, which is pretty much like the border of the Land of Fire. It's a large valley with a river and a huge waterfall and giant statues of the first and second Hokages at the sides of it. Naruto asks Sasuke if he's really willing to abandon everyone he knows in the Leaf Village for the sake of becoming stronger, and Sasuke says that yes, he is. Determined to bring Sasuke back to his senses and get him to return home, Naruto runs up and grabs Sasuke, punching him in the face as hard as he can. This doesn't seem to have any effect on Sasuke though, as he just simply spits blood on Naruto's face in response. Naruto says that he'll use force to bring Sasuke back if he has to, but then Sasuke grabs Naruto and punches him, sending him flying back due to how strong the cursed seal has made him. Naruto tries to fight back, but Sasuke kicks him, sending him into the water. Sasuke even manages to steal one of Naruto's weapon bags. He then tries shurikens, which again are no match for Sasuke. Sasuke then uses the strings from the tripwires in Naruto's bag to tie him up to a boulder before igniting the strings to completely envelop Naruto in a burst of fire. Naruto is unharmed by the flames and punches Sasuke again in the face, but is intimidated by the fact that Sasuke shows zero reaction. Even as Naruto starts wailing on him, causing Sasuke to begin bleeding, his expression doesn't change. Sasuke just starts laughing and says that he's not even using his Sharingan yet. So Naruto goes to attack again, but Sasuke blocks him and pushes him off the top of the statue they're on. Sasuke jumps off after Naruto and beats him up as they fall through the air until Naruto hits the ground hard. Naruto isn't moving, so Sasuke tosses Naruto's bag next to his body. Sasuke then starts to remember his childhood again and what sent him down this path. His childhood was spent living in Itachi's shadow. Since Itachi was the child prodigy of the Uchiha clan, he received all the attention from their father, while Sasuke had to live his life fighting for any attention. Even Itachi notices and tried to redirect some of their father's attention to Sasuke, but it didn't help. As time went on, members of the Uchiha clan began to suspect that Itachi was a murderer, as his best friend turned up dead mysteriously, and Itachi began to publicly attack and disrespect the clan. Naruto begins to get up and tries to taunt Sasuke into using his Sharingan, because even if he uses it, Naruto will still beat him with the power of his ninja way. Naruto makes a bunch of shadow clones, but Sasuke defeats them immediately before using a great fireball jutsu on Naruto. We then see more of Sasuke's childhood, and we see how Itachi's reputation in the clan tanked as he seemingly turned against them. Because of this, Fugaku Uchiha, Sasuke and Itachi's father, became more hands-on with Sasuke's growth. To properly make him a man of the Uchiha clan, he had Sasuke perform the big rite of passage, which is learning the great fireball jutsu, which Sasuke learned quickly due to his dedication. Fugaku eventually told Sasuke not to follow in Itachi's footsteps, which just motivated him to train more so that he could become even stronger than Itachi. We then see that Sasuke is having trouble with the Shuriken jutsu, so he asks Itachi for help, but Itachi says he's too busy, so he taps Sasuke on the forehead before leaving his home, which reassures them that Itachi hasn't changed as much as people seem to think. Later on, he asks Fugaku about the Sharingan, wanting to master that as well, and this gets Fugaku to tell Sasuke about the Mangekyo Sharingan, a special Sharingan that only 2 members of the clan have possessed so far, and that it only becomes activated under an extremely specific set of circumstances. Naruto hides behind a bush from Sasuke, who tells him off for being so naive, and once he finds Naruto, he lands several devastating blows and a final hit that sends Naruto into the water. Sasuke then has his final flashback, remembering back to the day when he returned home from school to find the entire Uchiha clan slaughtered by Itachi. We saw all the stuff we saw in the flashbacks in the previous arc. Itachi used the Mangekyo Sharingan on Sasuke, showed him their parents' death, and said that he wasn't worth killing and that he'd need to get stronger if he ever wanted to claim his revenge. And then we see something new. Itachi decided to help Sasuke obtain the Uchiha's strongest ability. He says that the secret to unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan is that to unlock it, you must kill your closest friend. Back in the present, Naruto and Sasuke begin their battle, with Sasuke saying that Naruto is his closest friend. And because of that, he needs to kill him in order to become powerful enough to kill Itachi. Back in the village, Kakashi finally learns about what Sasuke did and immediately heads off in pursuit, after trying to reassure Sakura that everything's gonna be alright. Sasuke gets ready to kill Naruto to obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he and Naruto launch at each other, Chidori and Rasengan clashing, but neither can overpower the other, and this just sends the both of them flying backwards. Naruto then starts to cry for his friend, and Sasuke says that when 2 ninja are of a high enough skill, they can read one another simply through combat. He then asks Naruto if he can read his mind before activating the cursed seal and using a phoenix flower jutsu. Sasuke just starts to beat on Naruto, who doesn't seem to be putting in any effort anymore. Naruto has some flashbacks to how happy he was when he first met Sasuke and when they first became rivals, and now he wonders if the two of them really ever had a bond. Sasuke tries to use his Chidori to pierce clean through Naruto's heart, but it goes right through his lung instead. Sasuke thinks that he's won, but then the nine-tailed fox chakra completely envelops Naruto, causing all of his wounds to heal. This completely catches Sasuke off guard, and then he asks Naruto what he even is, and Naruto says that he's his friend. Now, more powerful than ever, Naruto says that he's gonna bring Sasuke back to the village, even if he has to break every bone in his body to do so. The two start fighting again, with Naruto now overpowering Sasuke easily. And Naruto just wails on Sasuke, eventually beating him up against the rocks. Naruto asks if Sasuke's finally thinking straight, but Sasuke says that Naruto just doesn't get it. He wouldn't know what it's like to lose everything because he never had a family to begin with. Naruto admits that, yeah, he doesn't know anything about having a family. He thinks of Iruka like a father, and he wonders if his friendship with Sasuke is similar to that of having a brother. But Naruto assures Sasuke that to protect their bond, he'll stop him no matter what it takes. But Sasuke says it's too late for him to go back, and then he puts his forehead protector on and tells Naruto to come at him, saying that he'll break the bonds of their friendship. Naruto asks what the Leaf Village forehead protector is all about if Sasuke wants to break his bond with Naruto and the rest of the Leaf Village so badly. And Sasuke says that he wears it as a sign of respect since he views Naruto as his equal. But he also repeats what he said earlier, that Naruto won't even be able to scratch his forehead. We then see Kakashi and Pakun racing through the woods to reach Sasuke and Naruto before one of them kills the other. The fight resumes with Naruto using a long chain of shadow clones to throw Sasuke into the cliff face, but Sasuke uses the Dragon Flame Jutsu to seemingly defeat Naruto. Half conscious, Naruto pleads one last time for Sasuke to stop, but Sasuke again says it's too late and just pile drives Naruto. Inside of Naruto's subconscious, the nine-tailed fox says that Naruto is weak and should be thankful for him. We then see the red chakra start to emanate from Naruto, who gets up and punches Sasuke, who is too shocked to react. Naruto gains a chakra tail and ears, as well as just takes on a more fox-like stance. Sasuke is unable to defend himself against Naruto now, thinking that the red chakra seems to have a mind of its own. Sasuke uses the cursed seal, but even still can't keep up. So he starts laughing and says that Naruto has given him no choice but to use stage 2 of his curse mark. His skin goes gray and his hair and nails grow rapidly. He says that Naruto may be special, but he's just more special. And now in his second stage, Sasuke tells Naruto that he knows he can't lose. Naruto charges at Sasuke, only to have his attack blocked by a giant wing that comes out of Sasuke's back, which he then uses to send Naruto across the river. A second wing rips through Sasuke's back, causing him immense pain. He remembers the warning that he was given by Sakon, not to stay in the curse form for too long or else he'll die, so Sasuke knows that time is of the essence. He watches Naruto stand back up and notices that he can't use his left arm, which makes Sasuke happy that Naruto's powerful form seems to be taking a toll on him as well. Sasuke reminds Naruto where they are, the Valley of the End, and he calls it fitting. We then see a series of flashbacks reminding us of just how far the two of them have come. We see everything from the formation of Team 7 to their fight on the rooftop. Sasuke thinks of Itachi Sharingan, which helps him muster another Chidori. And then Naruto stands up and forms a Rasengan with the Fox Chakra. A Vermilion Rasengan, as they call it in Ultimate Ninja Storm. For the first time, he's able to make a Rasengan with one hand due to his left hand being unusable. Sasuke's Chidori grows in strength and becomes a Black Chidori. Knowing that it's time to finish it, the two launch their ultimate techniques at each other. And this spawns a swirling black ball of chakra. At the last moment, neither Naruto nor Sasuke can kill each other though. Sasuke simply punches Naruto in the chest with the chakra instead of piercing him with the Chidori like a spear. Likewise, Naruto just scratches Sasuke's forehead protector in order to prove what he said earlier wrong, as well as weakening the strength of the Rasengan as to not kill Sasuke. Kakashi is able to sense this large surge of chakra and tells Pakun that they need to hurry. Naruto and Sasuke are left inside the sphere and they share a solemn look with one another, and then they see a vision of their younger selves, making a seal as a symbol of friendship. The bright light of the sphere fades away. We see that Naruto is lying on the ground unconscious, with Sasuke the winner of their duel. For a brief moment, the sun breaks through the clouds, illuminating the two of them before it disappears again. Sasuke's scratched forehead protector falls to the ground as Sasuke's ties to the Leaf Village are officially broken. Then starts to rain and Sasuke falls to his knees as he feels a sharp pain in his arm. Soon after, Kakashi arrives to the Valley of the End, but it's too late, as Sasuke is nowhere to be found. He picks up the still unconscious Naruto and apologizes for not making it there in time, but says that he's proud of Naruto for doing everything he could to try and stop Sasuke. Sasuke walks through the forest alone and thinks about memories of his family, and then he thinks over what Itachi said about the Mangekyo Sharingan again, that you have to kill your best friend to achieve it. Kakashi and Pakun talk about how ironic it was that they fought at the Valley of the End, and how much like how the river there flows forever, the ninja world is filled with never-ending war and conflict and battles. But Naruto finally wakes back up, having survived his battle with Sasuke. And speaking of Sasuke, we cut back to Sasuke in the woods, and he realizes that he'd just be doing what Itachi wanted if he killed Naruto, so he swears to obtain power in his own way. Kakashi and Pakun head back to the forest with Naruto as the rain stops, and a man in an Akatsuki cloak rises from the ground, saying that things have just become interesting. Back in the Leaf Village, all the members of the Retrieval team have been rescued and are expected to make full recoveries from their injuries. As Naruto comes to in the hospital, he apologizes to Sakura for not being able to keep his promise. But Sakura doesn't mind, and she thanks Naruto for trying, especially because he still wants to fulfill his promise sometime in the future. After this, Jiraiya offers Naruto a chance to train with him for the next 3 years, as that's how long Orochimaru has to wait until he can transfer his soul again. So they have 3 years where they know Sasuke will be safe in Orochimaru's hands. Well, firstly, Jiraiya just wants to train Naruto to fight the Akatsuki, and he wants him to forget Sasuke, and he calls Naruto a fool for trying to save someone who clearly doesn't want to be saved. But Naruto says that if that's what being smart means, then he'll happily remain a fool, which wins Jiraiya over. We then see Sasuke reach Orochimaru's lair where he's welcomed in, worthy of Orochimaru's training. And elsewhere, the Akatsuki are assembled, ready for a mission which will occur 3 years from now. I absolutely love the Sasuke Retrieval arc, and it very well may be my favorite arc in the whole series, especially now after reevaluating it for this video. I think it's just a perfect culmination of everything that the series has set up so far. Right off the bat, all the fights are great. I think they all last just the right amount of time. You know, there's nothing here like the bridge fight from the Land of Waves or the Orochimaru versus the third Hokage fight that drag on a bit longer than they should. I'd even go so far as to say that this arc has the best lineup of fights overall in the whole series, because while the Chunin Exams has a lot of great fights, it also has a lot of shorter fights that serve mostly just to introduce a character and their abilities, and that only last, some of them only last 5-6 minutes. Everything here is high stakes, and it really makes the fight shine. And I really like how everyone fights a character who is a mirror of themselves, you know, whether they're in Sound 4 or not. Jirobo is a lot like Choji, where he appears on the outside to just be a dumb brute, but Choji's able to win because, you know, he's fighting to save his friends. He's fighting for something greater than himself. And it's also fun to see the whole team figure out how to get out of Jirobo's rock dome when they first run into him, because really that's the one thing that the whole team does together in a fight in this arc, because from that point on, they start splitting up. Neji is like precision personified due to his Byakugan and the gentle fist technique, but he has to be within punching distance of an opponent to really do damage. He's like Jotaro from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure in that way. Star Platinum, super powerful stand, but has no range capabilities for the most part. Kidomaru is a perfect foil, since by the end he's an archer, you know, one of the most precise types of soldier. On top of that, nearly all of Kidomaru's attacks are ranged, and this really pushes Neji to his limit to make him figure out how to beat Kidomaru and work around his limitations. Sakon and Ukon are like Kiba and Akamaru because they're duos, you know, they fight 2v2. They're an even stronger duo with a stronger cohesion than Kiba and Akamaru. Tayuya is pretty obvious for why she fights Shikamaru, because she's the puppet master. She controls her Doki with her flute, just like how Shikamaru not only can control people with the Shadow Possession Jutsu, but how he's controlling the Retrieval team, since he's the leader. And then there's the fights between Naruto and Sasuke that bookend the arc. The one at the hospital and the one at the Valley of the End. The parallels between Naruto and Sasuke are obvious, with the two of them being the two main characters of the story, pretty much. All the tensions between the two of them that have built up over the course of the show finally boil over here, and it's super exhilarating to watch. But as I've said before, I don't think the fights in Naruto are the most important part of the overall package. For me at least, the characters and the themes are what I really care about, and thankfully the Sasuke Retrieval arc excels in those areas as well. Obviously the main group that we follow is the Retrieval team, and I think it's great that it shines some attention, shines some light on characters who we haven't really seen too much of since the Chunin Exams. I think Choji especially develops a lot here, because this arc shows that he's more than just the funny fat guy who's always snacking, which he's really pretty much been for most of his screen time up until this point. You know, he had a couple cool moments and fights in the Chunin Exams, but he didn't make it very far. You know, he lost in the preliminaries. But this arc really highlights how deeply he cares for his friends, and the lengths he's willing to go to, you know, risking his own life to save them. And this shows that while his stomach is big, his heart is bigger. And then there's Kiba, and after this arc, he really became one of my favorite characters. During the Chunin Exams, he was kind of an antagonist in the story, since he was Naruto's opponent in the preliminaries. But here, now that they're fully working on the same team, we see that he's a really skilled fighter and just an all-around really solid guy. It also helps that I'm just a big animal guy, and Akamaru is absolutely adorable. Not as cute as my ninja dog, Leonardo, but that's kind of a high bar to cross, so I won't hold it against him. But this change in attitude and personality is even more apparent in Neji, who has a whole different demeanor compared to how he was in the Chunin Exams. He's one of the primary examples, in this first show at least, of Naruto's ability to fight people and challenge their philosophies to get them to change for the better. Like, I cannot see the Neji from the Chunin Exams sacrificing himself for the sake of the team like he does when he's fighting Kidomaru in this arc. Shikamaru isn't as drastically changed as some of the others, but he's still come a pretty long way. Namely, his laziness is pretty much gone from the moment he gets promoted to Chunin. There's no more pretending to be asleep to avoid fighting with this guy. He really gives the mission his all, and he really commits to being a good leader. And I love seeing him finally fire on all cylinders after we've seen glimpses of it up to this point. And the last member of the Retrieval squad is, of course, the main man, Naruto. And if there's one thing that he's been proven to be throughout the show, it's determined. Whether it be determined to become Hokage, or determined to get through the Chunin Exams, to learn the Rasengan, or to save Sasuke from Orochimaru, once he sets his sights on a goal, he will give it his all to achieve it. Even more so here because he thinks of Sasuke like a brother at this point, so he's going to save him no matter the cost. Then there's also the Sand Ninja. Temari and Kankuro seem pretty much the same as they were in the Chunin Exams, only friendlier to the Leaf Ninja and with some new outfits. Because, you know, they weren't really fully on board with the whole invasion plot to begin with. They were clearly not evil from the get-go. The Sand Ninja with the most drastic change is obviously Gaara. Even just from his design alone, I feel like he just looks a lot more well put together here. Like, he's not as unhinged as he was in the Chunin Exams, and especially the Konoha Crush when he was really cut loose. He's mellowed out here, and he's had some time to reflect and grow between then and now. Naruto's words to him clearly had an impact, pulling him back from the edge, so to speak. This just gives even more credence to the fact that Naruto has an innate power to help people change for the better, and it makes it seem even more likely that he will be able to get through to Sasuke at the end. But I also like that Gaara isn't fully changed yet, you know, he's still in the middle of his arc. And I find this pretty realistic because while some people do definitely change their entire perspective and outlook on life overnight, most of the time that change takes time to really solidify. And since there really isn't too long between the Konoha Crush and the Retrieval arc, it makes a lot of sense that Gaara clearly isn't done growing yet. And there's also obviously some more side characters. Sakura gets a few scenes and it's really sad to see her try and convince Sasuke to stay and fail. And I kind of wish she had more of an active role in the actual Retrieval mission, but what can you do? Guy, Tsunade, and Shizune are all good for the brief screen time that they have. And then Jiraiya is fun when he shows up at the end to recruit Naruto for more training. But the person with the most development outside of the people who are actively a part of the mission, I think, is Kakashi, because you learn a decent bit about him, namely some of his backstory, which is like pretty much non-existent up until this point. Save for his reputation as Kakashi the copy ninja. You know, you kind of know that he's a bit of a big deal, but you don't know what happened to him, you know? Kakashi opens up to Sasuke after the fight at the hospital about his own dead family. This shows that he's much more complex than just being the cool, kick-ass sensei that he's pretty much been from the very get-go. You know, it adds a lot more depth to him. And then, as I always talk about, the roster of villains. For the most part, the Sound 4 are pretty basic, but I do think that it's really cool that they first appeared way back in the Konoha Crush arc, only to play major roles in the story as villains a couple arcs later. Jirobo, Kidomaru, Sakananukan, and then Toyuya all have pretty much no or very little backstory. You know, they serve mainly just as opponents to fight, but they serve that purpose very well. They all have really cool designs and gimmicks, and their second stage curse mark designs are especially cool looking. But easily the Sound Ninja who left the biggest impact on me as a viewer was Kimimaro. Despite him only being in the show for a couple of episodes, I walked away with him being one of my favorite villains in the show. I think his Kekkei Genkai is awesome. Like, controlling his own bones is a sick ability. Like, literally, it makes for some almost like body horror-esque moments, like when he'll shoot bones out of himself like quills, or he rips a bone out of his shoulder to use as a sword, or of course when he rips out his own spine to use as like a whip sword. It's gnarly and repulsive, but like in the best way. Much like the other Sound 4, I really like his design, and especially his second stage design with the big drill. You know, kind of reminds me of a Big Daddy from BioShock. I have more to say about him, but I'll save it for a little bit later. And then there's Orochimaru and Kabuto. They have a very much reduced screen time compared to the last arc, but they still have a very powerful presence when they are on screen. The big moments they share when they make all the prisoners kill each other in Orochimaru's dungeon, when Orochimaru takes Genyamaru's body as his own, and then when Kabuto convinces Kimimaro to go out and fight despite his illness. And I personally think that that was a ploy to get Kabuto to get rid of Kimimaro to help secure his spot as Orochimaru's most loyal servant, you know, because Kabuto, I've said in the last video, he's very Weasley like that. Unlike the last arc, the focus with Orochimaru here is much less on his physical strength, but his power and his influence over not only his own sound ninjas, but Sasuke. Plus, he just looks really cool in Genyomaru's body. And lastly is Sasuke, the namesake character of the arc and the reason that this all happened in the first place. This is Sasuke at just the angstiest and edgiest we've seen him throughout the entire show. Not only is he mad that he wasn't strong enough to defeat Itachi when they met in the Tsunade arc, he's even more enraged at how Naruto, the kid who failed his graduation exam at the start of the show, is now stronger than him. And with a character like him who's driven by nothing but the search for greater and greater power in the name of revenge, it's easy to see why he'd be willing to act as drastically as he does here. And then it's also great that we get to see more flashbacks of his backstory here, as it only adds further to the whole tragedy of his character. But what does all this add up to? What is the arc trying to say? I mean, now that we're basically at the end of the canonical content for this first show, what is Naruto the show trying to say, I think is the question to be asked. I think one of the big things that Naruto the show is trying to get across is that people, but especially kids and young teens in their formative years, need a strong support circle and a positive dream to work towards, or they can go down a very dark path. Obviously, this is just my interpretation, and there are definitely other themes present, but this is what I really want to focus and hone in on. This is something the show has been trying to say from the very get-go with a lot of its characters, but the prime example is, of course, Naruto. He has his dream to become Hokage, sure, but he's a delinquent and a loner and an orphan. It's not until he joins Team 7 and meets Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi that he really starts to flourish not only as a ninja, but as a person. And present throughout this arc are several other characters who are in or were in similar situations. Sasuke is in that position right now, but Lee, Neji, and Gaara are all characters who were in that situation but found their way, usually thanks to Naruto. I feel like what really cements this theme is the penultimate threat, Kimimaro, because he's yet another character who is orphaned with no direction in life, like Naruto, Lee, Sasuke. But remember how in Kimimaro's flashback, we see that he bumped into Haku and Zabuza, which, cool cameo aside, that moment has a lot of thematic weight for the story at large. More important at least than it would appear to be at first glance. Remember back to my first video on the series, the Land of Waves video, when the whole crux of my analysis was that I see Haku as a dark reflection of Naruto and Sasuke. He's a vision of what could have happened had they ended up with a Jonin who saw the darkness in their hearts and exploited it instead of trying to fight it like Kakashi does. Gaara is the same sort of reflection but for Naruto specifically, and I feel that Kimimaro serves the same purpose that Gaara does, but for Sasuke in specific. Kimimaro is extremely similar to Sasuke. Their entire clans were wiped out when they were children, they both have incredibly powerful Kekkei Genkais, they both end up seeking out Orochimaru for power, and they both were, at least originally, going to be vessels for Orochimaru. When Naruto, Lee, and Gaara fight against Kimimaro, they're fighting against what Sasuke will become if he goes and surrenders himself to Orochimaru. A monster. Not a sad, misunderstood monster like Gaara was, a full-blown monster. Which brings us to the final fight at the Valley of the End. It brings out the darkest parts of both Naruto and Sasuke, as seen in the forms they take by the end of the fight. With Naruto now fully drawing on the nine-tailed fox's chakra, and Sasuke looking like a literal demon with pasty gray skin and wings and claws and blood-red eyes from his Sharingan. This is what Sasuke's entire life has been building up to since his family was slain. All the training, all the abilities learned, all the opponents fought, all for this. He's the character with arguably the darkest motivation in the show. I mean, there's a reason there are so many stories about a lust for revenge destroying a character or a group of characters' lives, because it doesn't end well. But yeah, Sasuke wins. He's successful in his goal of pushing away everyone who cares for him for the chance to exact his revenge on Itachi. But there's a bit of a silver lining moment when he decides not to kill Naruto, as he'd be doing exactly what Itachi wanted him to if he did so, showing that he's not all gone yet. And then Naruto gets brought back to the village and swears that he will save Sasuke, because even though you can't force a person to change for the better, that doesn't mean you should ever give up on trying. Well, that's my interpretation of the Sasuke Retrieval arc, and kind of the whole show as well. There's almost definitely a much more all-encompassing theme that I missed, or I might be completely off the mark from what the original intention was, but that's what I got out of it, personally at least. Because I try not to look up the themes of a movie or game or TV show that I've watched online until I come to my own conclusion about what they might be. I mean, I didn't take several AP English courses in high school to just put all that to waste, you know? This is also a good spot in the series to mention some more just miscellaneous overarching things about the show that don't have anything to do with the story. I'll start with the music, because after all, music is one of the most important and simultaneously sometimes most overlooked aspects of a TV show, movie, game, whatever. Obviously, with Naruto being a weekly shonen anime, the number of songs is a bit limited. You know, each character has a theme, and there's a handful of songs for fights, a couple songs for more low-key moments in episodes, some songs for more tense moments, songs for sad moments, and then some other ones that are more miscellaneous for good measure. You'll be hearing the same songs frequently, is what I'm saying. So it's good that the music for the show is really good. I mean, there's a reason Naruto has some of the most iconic music out of any anime. There's the super popular ones everyone thinks of, like, you know, the uplifting music that plays at the ends of episodes sometimes. There's the filler episode music, the songs that play during fights, and obviously there's Sadness and Sorrow, which is the sad piano song that helps us sell a lot of the more emotional moments of the series. There are a few other songs that I think really stand out too, like Orochimaru's theme, which has a very gothic, just creepy vibe with like the organ being the main instrument. Then there's also Tayuya's theme, which is introduced in this arc actually. The main instrument of the song is flute, because obviously that's her main weapon. The song is pretty cool, and it's definitely one of the most memorable in my opinion, especially if you watch the filler episodes. Oh boy, they really get their mileage out of this one throughout the filler episodes. It becomes one of the go-to, if not just the go-to song when the bad guys show up in the filler episodes going forward. So, yeah. The music throughout the show is really good. I mean, that's the one thing. I kind of wish I could have used it in these videos because Naruto music gets copyrighted on YouTube, so I had to improvise and use Yakuza music and other video game music instead. You know, still fits the theme of the show, and I think I do a decent job, but yeah, I would have much preferred if I could have used the actual music from the show. In fact, the music is so good that me and my cousin are gonna go see the Naruto Symphonic Experience in April to see some of the music from the show performed live. That's actually the deadline I'm setting for myself to finish these videos, because I've got this one and the next one. So I'm gonna try and have this whole series wrapped up by the end of the month. And lastly, there's the animation. And I've mentioned before that with Naruto being a weekly anime, they have to stretch the budget. But despite this, I think for the most part, the show has a pretty consistently decent standard level of animation. Obviously, it's not as flashy as some of the newer shows that you'll see since it's like 20 years old at this point. There are definitely a couple standout moments that don't look good, but it's usually good enough. Granted, I also don't have a trained eye for spotting animation errors. I know some people are really good at that, so different people might come out of it thinking differently. On the flip side, there are some parts of the show that look great, and I definitely noticed those. I already mentioned in an earlier video the Gaara versus Leaf fight, but I think the part with the best animation is the final fight between Naruto and Sasuke. Certain parts of it don't do the usual thing that the show does, where the characters talk a lot during the fight. It just lets them exchange fists instead of words. And when they get going, the animation just looks so fluid and smooth. Like, I'd show a longer part of it uncut, but sadly, I'd get my video struck down by the copyright bots instantly if I tried to use a clip longer than 6 or 7 seconds or so. So you have to make do with the little snippets I can show. As for my total score, I'm gonna give the Sasuke Retrieval arc 5 out of 5 stars. It not only works as a really good arc all on its own, but I think it's a nearly perfect ending for part 1 of Naruto's story. It's very high energy all throughout, and it's got a very bittersweet ending, surprisingly so. This first arc takes place pretty much immediately after the Sasuke Retrieval mission. Sakura goes to Naruto in the hospital and says that she wants to try and make an attempt to find Sasuke herself. So they go out on their own without permission, but run into Jiraiya, who offers to take them with him into the land of rice fields, which is where the village hidden in the sound is located. They end up at a town, and while Jiraiya gets drunk, Naruto and Sakura meet Sasame of the Fuma clan, whose cousin Arashi went missing along with the majority of her clan, and she wants to find them. Jiraiya finds the remnants of the clan in town and learns that most of them joined Orochimaru, who is recruiting as many ninja from as many different clans in order to learn all their secret techniques. They get into a few scuffles with the Fuma clan members who are loyal to Orochimaru, namely Kagero, Jigumo, and Kamakiri. After a little while, Sasame leads Naruto and the others to Orochimaru's secret compound, and this is where I feel the arc really picks up. The group finds splitting paths, and they all run into different traps, like Naruto gets stuck in a flooding chamber, Jiraiya meets a succubus basically in a tea room, and Sakura runs into Orochimaru and Kabuto, the latter of whom she starts fighting. Naruto ends up showing up just in time to save Sakura from being killed by Kabuto, who had just told her that Sasuke is already dead. Naruto tells her that that's not true, obviously, and then they start fighting. Naruto lands a Rasengan that defeats Kabuto really quickly, but Kabuto uses chakra strings to connect their hearts together. So if Kabuto's heart stops beating, so does Naruto's. Then Kabuto tries to game end himself. Sakura tries to break the threads, only to find that they're unbreakable. But then Sasame, who Jiraiya had just told to go home once they got to Orochimaru's base, shows up. She frees Naruto from the strings and then reveals that Kabuto, in air quotes, is actually Kagero in disguise, who says that Sasame doesn't want to know what happened to Arashi before dying. Then they find Arashi, who is disguised as Orochimaru, and they get into a fight with Arashi. And Sakura says that she's willing to die to save her friends. Arashi ends up getting hit with shrapnel from an explosion that frees him from Orochimaru's influence, if only briefly, and the lair begins to collapse, but he says that he can't leave. So he tells Naruto and the others that Sasuke is in fact still alive, and basically reiterates that Orochimaru has to wait 3 years before switching vessels. So Naruto and his group leave, with Arashi dying as the compound collapses around him. Sasame and the rest of the surviving Kuma clan members swear to rebuild the town, and then Naruto, Sakura, and Jiraiya head home. Back in the Leaf Village, Shikamaru tells Tsunade that it would be strategically beneficial to have a medical ninja in each small squad, and Tsunade says that she made the same suggestion a long time ago, but few ninjas have the skill set required to become medical ninja. At the same time, Sakura, who feels useless and kind of has for the majority of the show up until this point, but it really boiled over in the Sasuke Retrieval arc and this filler arc, goes to Tsunade and asks to apprentice under her to learn to be a medical ninja, and Tsunade agrees, and the arc comes to a close. The Land of Rice Fields is pretty good as far as filler arcs go. It's definitely one of the filler arcs that feels the most like it naturally fits in with the canon material of the series. It harkens back to the Search for Tsunade arc, with Naruto and Jiraiya traveling around to look for someone. Except this time, Sakura is obviously in the mix, and Jiraiya and Sakura is not a character pairing you ever see in the main series, at least not in this first show, and they play off each other pretty well. Sakura is usually the straight man to Naruto's goofier antics, so it makes a lot of sense to pair her with arguably the goofiest character on the show. The new characters in this arc aren't really much of anything to write home about, but thankfully since they're only around for a handful of episodes, it's not too much of a negative. If anything, the arc is at its most exciting for the episode or so that you think Orochimaru and Kabuto are actually there, and then it kind of tapers off once you realize they're just Fuma clan members in disguise. The only members who really stick out to me are Sasame and then maybe Kagero, because she starts off looking all scary and monstrous, but her true form is almost ethereal in its beauty. It's a pretty cool contrast. One of the benefits that this arc has going for it though is that it gets half of the remaining canon content at the end of its final episode. You know, the whole bit with Sakura becoming Tsunade's apprentice is canon and important going forward, so that's a very good reason to check at least that part of the arc out. So I'm going to give the Land of Rice Fields investigation 4 out of 5 stars, at least on the filler arc scale. It isn't my favorite filler arc by any means, but it's definitely one of the ones I think objectively you should watch the most due to its placement in the story and the extra canon content that it adds. Do you remember Mizuki? You know, Mizuki, the fan favorite Naruto villain. Well, if you don't remember him, Mizuki is the villain of the pilot episode of Naruto and the first volume of the manga. He's the teacher at the Ninja Academy who manipulates Naruto into stealing the Shadow Clone Scroll. It's definitely understandable if you forgot him because that was 140 episodes ago and he hasn't made a reappearance since. Till now, that is. This is a whole filler arc dedicated to fleshing out Naruto's first villain. I think it could be really cool, so let's see if it delivers on this interesting idea. After the Land of Rice Fields mission, Naruto is finally ready to go and train with Jiraiya for 3 years. Only to learn that he has been ordered by Tsunade to do info gathering on Orochimaru, so he can't train Naruto yet. So Naruto decides to spy on one of Tsunade's meetings and learns that Mizuki, the aforementioned evil teacher from the first episode, is planning a breakout from the Leaf Village's maximum security prison, along with 2 other prisoners, the legendary Stupid Brothers Fujin and Raijin. The worst thing about the breakout is that Orochimaru is suspected to be behind it. So Asuma and Kurenai get sent to investigate, and by the time Naruto reaches the prison, he finds the 2 of them already defeated. A team led by Shizune try to intercept Mizuki, but are all defeated, and Tantan returns to the village to warn Tsunade, and then Naruto has her lead him back to Shizune. Kakashi learns about this and has Pakun accompany Iruka to find Naruto, and then Iruka and Pakun find Naruto and they send Tantan home. They catch up to Shizune and start chasing Mizuki, only to learn that the Shizune they're actually with is Mizuki in disguise. Iruka starts fighting Mizuki while Naruto tries to fight Fujin and Raijin. Naruto and Iruka both have trouble keeping up with their opponents, and Iruka tries to talk Mizuki out of whatever he's planning, but Mizuki says that he was only ever nice to Iruka because he wanted to be the Hokage's favorite. In reality, he only ever really wanted to see Iruka be a miserable outcast. Naruto tries to land a Rasengan on the Stupid Brothers, but misses and hits one of his shadow clones. And then right when it looks like the brothers are about to kill him, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji show up to save him, and they tell Naruto to catch up to Iruka while they deal with the brothers. And they're actually able to hold them off with their combinations of abilities. Naruto finds Mizuki and Iruka inside of an old building that was once used to train academy instructors, and we learn that Iruka and Mizuki were childhood friends, but again, it was all a lie, as Mizuki again just wanted to be the Hokage's favorite. Mizuki also does the whole Bane from Dark Knight Rises thing, the whole "you merely adopted the dark, I was born in it" shtick. And he's absolutely shredded now too, like holy shit. Like, I think timeline wise, it's been 3 months since the first episode or whatever. How did he have such a drastic physique transformation? Team Inoshikacho keep on fighting the brothers with the new team formation as Mizuki uses paper bombs that he rigged around the training building to blow it up with Iruka and Naruto inside. Iruka, though, miraculously survives the explosion, and so Naruto, Pakun, and Iruka meet Tsubaki, who is Mizuki's fiance. She wants them to help her stop Mizuki, as she feels that she could have stopped him in the past from going down this dark path, but didn't. And then back in the village, Tsunade comes to a realization about the connection between Mizuki and Orochimaru and then leaves to join the rest of the ninja. Naruto, Tsubaki, Iruka, and Pakun meet Mizuki at his hideout, but it's too late. He's finally finished the formula that Orochimaru gave him the recipe for. He drinks it, and it seems to be some kind of potion for making like an artificial curse mark, since Mizuki gets the black markings all over his body. So if we want to continue with the Bane comparison like earlier, this is like Venom, because it bulks Mizuki up even more and turns him into a seemingly unstoppable beast. And with his new strength and speed, Mizuki has Naruto and Iruka on the ropes. Ino, Shikamaru, and Shoji are pushed to their limits fighting the brothers, and just when it seems like Fujin and Raijin will win, Tsunade shows up and defeats them easily, so the brothers surrender and agree to return to the prison in exchange for food. But yeah, I forgot to mention, these guys' whole thing is that they love food. It's literally their one character trait. They're like the most dumbed down and flanderized version of Shoji. Mizuki's about to kill Iruka with a shuriken, but then Naruto gets in front of it and saves him, and actually a really cool moment that mirrors how Iruka saved Naruto's life in the pilot episode. After this, Mizuki goes full beast mode and turns into like a half tiger, half man thing. This change transfers all of his speed into raw power, allowing Iruka to trap Mizuki and give Naruto a chance to hit him with the Rasengan. Naruto lands the attack and Mizuki returns to normal. Well, I mean, not normal, because now he looks like the chocolate lady from SpongeBob. Then Tsunade shows up, and she explains what the potion was that he drank, as well as that Mizuki will never be able to fight again. They ask Mizuki where Orochimaru is located, and he says that he actually doesn't know any of that, making this whole adventure a waste of time when it comes to tracking down Orochimaru. Iruka then offers to buy everyone a bowl at the ramen shop, and they all go home. This arc kind of sucks, but in a good way. I wish the arc spent more time focused on the actual prison aspect of it. I know that one of the Shippuden movies is a prison movie, and I know it's actually apparently supposed to be one of the better ones, but it would have been cool to see some of that sort of thing here. But after Mizuki escapes, it's just a stupid arc. I mean, literally, the secondary antagonists are the legendary Stupid Brothers. Out of all of the filler arcs, this is the one that comes off the most to me as feeling like a fanfiction scenario. Which, like, hey, you remember Mizuki, the smarmy villain from the first episode? Well, he's actually super cool and edgy and jacked and strong and smart, and also he's a taiga now. It's just dumb, but in a fun sort of way. One of the things I really like about the arc is how much screen time Iruka gets, because I feel like he's a pretty underutilized character all things considered, so I'd like to see more of him and his backstory. And the arc does have one legitimately great moment, the part where Naruto takes a shuriken for Iruka the way Iruka did for him in the first episode. I think it's actually a really great way of showing just how far Naruto has come since then, and it's also yet another example of how Naruto is willing to put himself in danger in order to save the lives of the ones he loves, because again, Iruka's like a father to him. The most infuriating part of the arc has to be the connection, or lack thereof, to Orochimaru, because from the very first episode of the arc, they make it very clear that Orochimaru has a lot to do with this whole situation, and that by stopping Mizuki, we'll learn about his plans. And I mean, I guess we do, because we find out he has this Animorph potion that kind of ties into the more mad scientist aspect of Orochimaru's character. That's kind of cool. But to have it all end on the limp note that Mizuki really doesn't know anything is lame. Like, sure, I know it's filler and can't have any real lasting impact except on other filler episodes, but don't pretend like it will. At least do what the Land of Ricefields arc did and have the filler content add more setup and context to actual canon material. I'm gonna give this arc 2 out of 5 stars. It's pretty bad overall, but it has just enough actual enjoyable moments, intentional or otherwise, for me to be able to recommend it. It's like so bad it's good, but it's also filler, and most people I feel like just want to watch filler that's so good it's good. After the events of the Mizuki arc, Kurenai is in the hospital being visited by her team, Kiba, Shino, and Hinata, who faints when Naruto shows up. Naruto's mad that Mizuki couldn't provide any leads to Orochimaru or Sasuke, so he tries to get Tsunade to help him out to keep investigating. Hinata wants to help him out as well, and Shino tells them about the Bikochu beetle, which is a very rare bug with an incredible sense of smell. It imprints itself onto the first thing it smells after hatching, and it can follow it practically anywhere. And they think that they can use it to find Sasuke since Naruto still has his headband with his scent on it. Since Kurenai's still in the hospital, it falls on Shino to lead Team 8 to find the Bikochu, as well as Naruto tagging along, obviously. Hinata brags about learning a new defensive technique, and on the way to where the Bikochu beetle can be found, they all set up camp for the night. Naruto ends up seeing Hinata training at the waterfall after everyone else falls asleep, but he doesn't recognize her. The next morning, he tells Kiba about the pretty girl that he saw at the waterfall, which gets Hinata all flustered. They then reach the part of the wilderness where they can find the Bikochu beetle, but unbeknownst to them, there's another group searching for the beetle as well. Team 8 catch on to the fact that they're not alone, but decide not to tell Naruto, afraid that he'll do something stupid and compromise the mission. Hinata uses the Byakugan to prove herself and locate the beetle, giving Naruto a chance to capture it. But before they can leave though, Hinata gets kidnapped by the enemy bug users who want the Bikochu beetle in exchange for her life. Turns out that the rival bug users are members of the Kamizuru clan, which is an old rival clan of the Aburame clan. They're from the village hidden in the earth, and they launched an attack on the Leaf Village in the past that was thwarted by the Aburames. This was actually one of the events that gave the Aburames their high status in the Leaf Village. And then in the village hidden in the earth, the Kamizuru clan's reputation tanked. They want the Bikochu beetle so they can recover an old lost scroll to help restore their clan's lost glory. Naruto, Shino, and Kiba hide the beetle while they try to save Hinata, but it's a trap, and Hinata ends up floating down a river while trapped in a cocoon. The three of them get stuck in honey and end up agreeing to give the beetle up if they get Hinata back in return. Once the Kamizurus bring them to where they left Hinata though, they find her missing, assuming that she was swept away into the sewer. But it turns out that that wasn't the case, as Hinata throws a paper bomb at the Kamizuru showing that she freed herself, and then Suzume Bachi, who is the leader of the Kamizurus, sends in a swarm of flying bees. But Hinata defeats them with the new technique she was working on, which turns out to be the 8 trigram 64 palms technique, which she taught herself. And Shino tells Naruto that Hinata is far from the same person she was during the Chunin Exams. She's come a very long way. The guys all get out of the beeswax and honey they've been stuck in as Suzume Bachi charges one last time with her giant queen bee to defeat them, which Naruto easily defeats with the Rasengan. This also sends Sasuke's headband flying, and as Naruto's looking for it, he accidentally farts on the Bikochu beetle, making it imprint to him and rendering this whole mission a failure. Although Hinata comes out of it more confident and more respected by her peers, and then when they get back to the village, her father. This is an okay arc. One of the best things about it is that it doesn't overstay its welcome. It's only 4 episodes, which is much shorter than the 6 episodes that most of the filler arcs clock in at for the first 2/3 or so of the filler portion of the show. This makes the Bikochu beetle arc much more digestible in my opinion, with less padding than a lot of other filler arcs can tend to have. The main focuses here are Shino, just by proxy of the arc being all about bugs and the enemies being bug wielders, and then Hinata. As for Shino, what we see here of him is cool, but nothing we haven't already seen before. You know, he's still just kind of the strong, silent type. Hinata, though, gets the most focus out of anyone. This is really her arc to shine. The crush she has on Naruto gets highlighted again here, and it's just as funny as always to see Naruto be oblivious that he has Hinata just completely fawning over him. And it's great that she's the one to save the day at the end, because if I had to use one word to describe Hinata throughout this first show, it would probably be timid. So it's really nice she gets a moment to shine and be the hero, even if it's just in a filler arc. But then it has the same problem as the previous arc, and that the big potential lead for finding Sasuke ends up being a dead end. But I find it a lot easier to stomach here because the reason the Bikochu beetle doesn't work is a direct consequence of Naruto messing up, whereas Mizuki just didn't know anything about Orochimaru and didn't even have the possibility of being a good lead from the get-go. It also just helps that, again, this is a shorter arc, so spend less time waiting for them to get the beetle before Naruto screws it up. The Bikochu search mission gets 3 out of 5 stars. I actually kind of like this one, and it's pretty easy to recommend. With no idea of when Jiraiya will return, Naruto just decides to start training on his own, and he comes across Rokusuke, Sangoro, and Hachidai from the village of Karabami. Once they get to the Leaf Village, they explain to Tsunade that their village has a large gold mine and is currently under the control of a gang of bandits, and they want the Leaf Village's help. Naruto doesn't want to go since this mission doesn't involve finding Sasuke in any way, but Tsunade assigns him along with Gai Sensei's team to keep him occupied. Naruto learns from Lee that the gang of bandits is led by Raiga, who is one of the legendary 7 swordsmen of the mist, the same as Zabuza and Kisame are. They think that by getting to Raiga, they might find out about Kisame, who would get them to Itachi, who would in turn lead them to Sasuke. It's a very convoluted plan. On the way to the village, the team stops at a restaurant that Lee is very familiar with from his early days of training, and it's ran by Sancho, who is an old lady who serves the curry of life, an incredibly spicy curry that Lee just can't get enough of. Sancho says that her son Karashi left the restaurant a while ago and he has not been seen since. Once Naruto and the others get to Katabami, they find that Raiga has a sick ritual where he buries the townspeople alive while holding a funeral for them. They save an old man who is being worked to the bone at the mines, only to hear the funeral bell rung as Rokusuke has been captured and is about to be buried. They interrupt the funeral and save Rokusuke, only to find out that Karashi is one of the members of Raiga's gang. Lee tries to talk some sense into him, but then Raiga shows up. Naruto and the others start chasing him, but Raiga hides using an extremely powerful version of the mist jutsu that Zabuza and Kisame use. It's so powerful that Neji's Byakugan can't even see through it. While fighting in the mist, the group gets disoriented, but Lee is still able to put up a fight. During the fight, a big box gets knocked off of Raiga's back, and then he starts fighting worse because of it, able to be defeated by Naruto. Inside the case is a boy named Ranmaru, who rides on Raiga's back and acts as his eyes using his ocular Kekkei Genkai. Ranmaru says that Raiga cares for him, so that's why he helps him. Raiga is dead, so the group thinks they've won. They get ambushed by the rest of Raiga's gang, but Naruto defeats them all with the shadow clones. The villagers turn their sights on to Karashi, but Lee's able to talk them down and get them to let Karashi go home since he's still just a kid. Then Naruto and the others, along with Karashi and Ranmaru, go back to the curry shop. Naruto's about to ask Ranmaru some questions about Raiga, but neither him nor Karashi are actually at the restaurant anymore, and it's revealed that Ranmaru and Karashi went back to the spot where Raiga seemed to have died so that Ranmaru can use chakra to revive him. On top of that, a storm is brewing, so Naruto, Neji, and Lee gather logs to help reinforce the restaurant. They then notice strange lightning at the gold mine. Raiga wakes up, but Ranmaru is unconscious, so Raiga goes to attack the closest person, who happens to be Karashi. Tenten, who had been following Raiga and Karashi since they both left the restaurant, attacks Raiga but gets easily defeated by his lightning. Raiga then tells Karashi to bring him the other Leaf Ninja or he will kill both him and his mother. Tenten comes to and rescues Ranmaru, getting into shelter. Karashi finds Naruto and the other guys and tells them that Tenten fell off a cliff and needs help, so they go to find her. He then tells his mom that they need to pack up and leave immediately, resorting to force to try and convince her. And then Tenten and Ranmaru show up. And Tenten convinces Ranmaru that he doesn't have to help Raiga. Meanwhile, Naruto and the guys have run into and are fighting Raiga. Very poorly, might I add, due to his power being multiplied by the storm. He's just too strong. Sancho and the others head to help with the curry of life. Naruto and Neji get knocked out, and Lee gets knocked off the cliff where they're fighting. Tenten, Sancho, and the others find Lee and give him some curry. He starts to act all weird, and then Sancho says that she accidentally spilled a bottle of wine into the batch, meaning Lee is now drunk. They then feed some of the curry to Naruto and Neji, which wakes Naruto, but not Neji. Ranmaru finds Raiga and tries to talk him down, saying that he's changed his worldview because of the Leaf Ninja and doesn't think killing is all that matters anymore. In reality, he's trying to lead Raiga off of the cliff, but this fails when he's attacked by the drunken Lee, who gets defeated. Ranmaru tries one last time to talk Raiga down, but Raiga just accuses him of being a traitor and abandoning him. Before he can kill Ranmaru, Naruto knocks Raiga off the cliff. As the crazed swordsman falls, he decides to give himself a funeral for a change, using his own lightning powers to end his own life. After this, Ranmaru gets taken in at the curry shop as an apprentice, and Naruto and the others head home, ready for their next adventure. Although they never did learn anything about Kisame or Itachi, so how successful they really were in that regard, they failed. This is one of the filler arcs that I think is really good. Great even. I like that the filler arcs are starting to focus a bit less on finding Sasuke, since obviously that's just not something they can do. Sure, that's part of the setup here, but they kind of drop that aspect of it pretty quickly. I think Raiga even says that Kisame and the other swordsmen of the mist suck, making it clear from the get-go that he's not a very good lead. One of the big things with each of these filler arcs is that they all, for the most part, have a side character or characters that they center around. The first one was kind of about Sakura, the last one was about Hinata and Shino, and this one is really about Lee, which is great because Lee's great. I think that the whole curry of life bit is really fun, and I like that they brought back Drunken Lee for a little bit at the end. That completely caught me off guard when I first watched it. They didn't do anything groundbreaking with his character or anything like that, but I mean, it's more Rock Lee. I mean, there really isn't anything to complain about. It's also really nice to see Tenten actually do something for once, because out of all the Leaf Genin, she's probably the one, not probably, she's definitely the one with the least amount of screen time. I mean, I don't really remember her doing anything significant past the preliminaries of the Chunin Exams, so it's nice to see the most underutilized character get utilized a bit. Even if she does kind of still get her shit rocked as soon as she tries to 1v1 Raiga. Raiga is also just a really good filler villain. He's one of my favorites. I think him having the connection to Zabuza and Kisame makes him a lot more memorable, but I also like that he's a very formidable threat, even after his gang gets defeated halfway through the arc. In his first fight when he's in the mist, the way he fights with Ranmaru really gives me Twin Princes from Dark Souls 3 vibes, especially with how Ranmaru revives Raiga after he dies. He's also just a surprisingly dark villain as far as filler arcs go. Especially because he meets a very grisly end for a filler arc villain, literally reduced to nothing by his own lightning. And speaking of, I like that Ranmaru and Raiga are like a parallel for Zabuza and Haku. You know, the Mist Ninja Swordsman and the young orphan femboy. Although Ranmaru almost has like a Trunks look going on with the long purple hair. I see this as kind of an alternate what-if scenario for what could have happened had Haku been redeemed and not died in his arc. I also think that this arc uses its runtime more effectively than a lot of the other filler arcs. I mean, that's around 2 hours of show, and maybe upwards of 2.5 if you watch it on streaming and get bombarded with ads. It's pretty much movie length. A lot of the arcs can drag on being stretched out this far, but this one really doesn't. It's just very well paced in my opinion. I think it helps that Naruto and the others defeat Raiga and save Karashi by like the halfway point, and this gives the story a chance to slow back down and build back up again to Raiga's final fight. Fights going on for several episodes straight are fine when it's all characters you're well acquainted with, or if it's a fight that's been long built up to, like the Naruto vs Sasuke fight, but I find long fights against these new villains, who a lot of them are kind of nothing characters, are way more susceptible to just coming off as boring. And thankfully this arc spaces out the fights enough that it doesn't come off as boring. I think this arc is great, 5 out of 5 stars. I highly recommend you watch this one if you haven't already. Easily one of my favorite filler arcs. You know, I'm a little surprised it took us this long to get to a normal one-off filler episode. Usually these one-offs try to lean a bit more towards being funny, which hopefully will be a nice change of pace from the last couple, which were a more serious arc. Let's see if it succeeds. Due to a current lack of missions in the Leaf Village, all the Leaf Genin get picked to assist in a survival exercise that the Ninja Academy is holding. Each Genin gets assigned to a team of 3 students, and Naruto gets assigned to help Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi's team. The exercise is meant to be very straightforward, with each of the teams being given a map with the trails that they're supposed to stick to. Naruto doesn't think he needs all that, so he decides to just do everything himself. The problem being that it's Naruto we're talking about, so he's a bad leader and an even worse outdoorsman. The group ends up getting so lost that they're in the mountains, and this is made even worse when a storm rolls in. This causes the exercise to be postponed, and every other group returns back to the village, except for Naruto's group, which raises eyebrows. A large boulder even ends up getting dislodged and almost falling on top of Naruto's group, but Naruto's able to use his shadow clone to try and lift it, but he can't hold it up for long. Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi try to help, and then the day is saved when Iruka and Shikamaru show up. Everyone gets brought back home safely, and Naruto earns himself a scolding from Tsunade. This episode's fine, but nothing you have to go out of your way to watch. I mean, if you really like Konohamaru and his friends, you'd probably enjoy it a lot more than I did. But other than that, it's pretty much just watching Naruto act like an idiot for 20 minutes, and then he gets bailed out at the end. 2 out of 5 stars. Naruto, Hinata, and Kiba take a seemingly easy mission to go to the Land of Stone in pursuit of a petty thief by the name of Gosen Kugi. They run into another bounty hunter by the name of Sazanami, who is also looking for Gosen Kugi. Sazanami defeats Naruto, Hinata, and Kiba, but then is in turn defeated by Gosen Kugi. Naruto and the others save Sazanami and treat his wounds, then Sazanami reveals that he's actually wanted himself and that his real name is Tokichi. He says that he was framed for murdering a family, and this was a murder that Gosen Kugi actually committed himself. Naruto and the others agree to help bring Gosen Kugi to justice, and they find out that he's planning a heist in a nearby town at the OK Temple, because Gosen Kugi's trying to steal the temple's big golden bell. They capture Gosen Kugi, but Tokichi gets captured as well, but thankfully his innocence comes to light and he's let go. Naruto, Kiba, and Hinata fail their mission as they were not the ones to bring in Gosen Kugi, but they're happy nonetheless that he will face justice and that Tokichi is now a free man. The summary definitely doesn't do it justice, but this arc rocks. Although I feel like it hardly even counts as a filler arc in my opinion, it just feels more like a 2-part episode, and that's a really good thing. It's Naruto's take on a western, and I think it really does a good job at homaging that genre. The Land of Stone gives off very strong Wild West vibes, especially the first town Naruto and the others arrive at. I mean, just look at it. It's clearly supposed to be like one of those single street Wild West towns. There's bounty hunters, they go to a saloon, there's a heist they need to stop. I mean, the temple is literally called the OK Temple, like the OK Corral. The vibes here are immaculate, especially if you're as big of a fan of westerns as I am. But the thing that really makes this arc work, in my opinion, is Sazanami slash Tokichi. But not even necessarily the character, the character is really solid, but it's the performance, because he's played by Steve Blum. With me being a massive Call of Duty Zombies fan, it goes without saying that Steve Blum is one of my favorite voice actors. His performance as Tokichi, on the other hand, really harkens back to the role he's arguably the best known for, especially in the anime community, Spike Spiegel from Cowboy Bebop. Cowboy Bebop was obviously a space western show, and Steve Blum played a suave bounty hunter in it. So having him basically play the same character but in Naruto is genius casting. He's the definite highlight of the arc, and is what really makes it work. He steals every scene that he's in. But the arc is still really good, even aside from him. It also just has a really solid pace. Since it's only 2 episodes, they don't waste any time. The arc also just has a really good escalation of stakes, which is kind of uncommon for a filler arc. And there's also no lore-shattering abilities that show up here that never get mentioned again, like a lot of filler arcs have. I'm gonna give the Ghost and Kuki capture mission 5 out of 5 stars, because I love this one. I mean, sure, it's a little gimmicky, but the arc is short enough that the gimmick doesn't become stale by the end. I can't say for certain that this arc would have had anywhere near the same impact on me had it been stretched out to 6 episodes. I think you need to watch this one, even if it's just to see Steve Blum do his thing. Naruto wants to get stronger, and with Jiraiya still nowhere to be found, he decides to train with Guy and Lee for a change. Guy and Lee are actually leaving the village for a mission at the moment, but a pair of enemy ninja, Mandai and Pacha, sneak into the village after they leave, disguised as Lee and Guy. The disguises suck. It's a real fake Kiryu type of situation, but of course Naruto and only Naruto falls for it. So he begins following them around to train, meanwhile the rest of the village plays along and makes the fake Guy and Lee's day miserable, making them do chores. And Naruto thinks this is just their training, so he plays along too. Eventually the fake Guy and Lee can't take it anymore and run off. Naruto then finds the real Guy and Lee, thanking them for the training, which obviously they have no idea what he's talking about. This one's fine. It's a decently funny episode, but it doesn't have too much else going for it. 2 out of 5 stars. Naruto's eating ramen, just waiting for Jiraiya to come back, and he meets a dude named Chishima, who says that there's a problem in the land of birds. There's reports that an armor-clad ghost called the Cursed Warrior has been terrorizing the land of birds, so Tsunade sends Naruto, Neji, and Tenten to go investigate. On the way there, Naruto is terrified of the prospect of a ghost, but Neji's more of a skeptic, saying that ghosts aren't real. Because yeah, in a world with chakra, giant kaiju demons, and mystical bloodline abilities, Neji draws the line at ghosts. Anyways, upon reaching the land of birds, they're introduced to Moso, who's one of the land's royal advisors. They learn that the lord of the land, the daimyo, has recently died. However, the daimyo's son is currently unfit to take the position due to him being distraught over the recent loss of his twin sister so soon after the death of his father. That night, Naruto and the others run into the Cursed Warrior and they chase him, cornering him at a shrine. Neji uses his Byakugan to look under the warrior's armor, only to find that the suit of armor is empty. The next morning, they discuss their findings at Moso's home, theorizing that Kome, who is the late daimyo strategist and a candidate for the position of daimyo, is behind the whole Cursed Warrior thing. To try and confirm their theory, they visit Sagi, who is the prince, the son of the daimyo and the current heir to the throne. They meet at a lake where Sagi reminisces about his late twin sister Toki, but assassins emerge from the lake to kill the young lord, but Naruto and the others protect him. Then they find the Cursed Warrior while it meets with Kome at the shrine where they first encountered it the night before. They defeat it, and whoever's inside the suit takes their own life, spilling out of the suit as just a nasty green goo. And then Kome gets arrested for the crimes he orchestrated. Case closed, right? Well, it turns out that the Cursed Warrior that they first fought and the second warrior were different people, and as you could tell because they both fought completely differently, and he could tell that the second suit wasn't empty, meaning their work isn't done yet. Moso tries to send the Leaf Ninja home, but Naruto isn't satisfied. He returns to the shrine and inside finds a hidden passageway leading to the daimyo's estate, although he gets captured for trespassing. Chishima goes to tell Moso that Naruto's poking around, and he actually sees Moso meeting with the ninja who tried to assassinate Sagi. Chishima tries to escape but is wounded and captured, meanwhile Naruto is also being held in the dungeon on the estate. He's in his cell when the Cursed Warrior visits him, revealed to really be Sagi. Sagi says that the punishment for Naruto's trespassing will be death by public execution. Naruto then takes up the mantle of the Cursed Warrior briefly and interrupts Kome's public seppuku, which is being forced to commit for the crimes of committing the whole conspiracy. After this, Naruto meets back up with Neji, Tenten, and now Kakashi, who was sent out here to help. And this is where everyone else learns that Sagi's the Cursed Warrior and plans on killing Moso to avenge the daimyo, as Moso was the one who orchestrated his death. Naruto and the others catch Sagi, in air quotes, and learn that Sagi was actually the twin who died, and Toki has been impersonating her twin brother the whole time, as it would cause turmoil in the land of birds if the Lord and his male heir died right one after the other. Toki tries to attack Moso, but then gets put into a genjutsu. Naruto's groups and Moso's ninjas all join in the fight, with Naruto chasing Moso while the others deal with the goons. Naruto also gets put into the genjutsu, and Moso reveals that his real name is Hoki, and his plan is to travel to as many nations and countries as possible to hoard as many techniques and jutsus as he can. Hoki kills Chishima and then tries to drown Naruto. Naruto's about to die when the ghost of Sagi asks him to save Toki from Naruto then shoots up from the water to attack Hoki and tells Toki that he saw her brother. He then defeats Hoki, and it's revealed that Chishima actually survived his death. Toki apologizes to the people of the land of the birds for lying to them about her identity and asks them to allow her to remain as ruler to help rebuild the land of the birds, and they agree. Naruto and the others leave, and on the way back, Neji tells Naruto that they still have no explanation for the first cursed warrior that they fought, you know, the one with nobody in the suit of armor, and this makes Neji conclude that they really did encounter a real ghost, which horrifies Naruto. This one is another one that I think is pretty solid. I like how it starts off as a simple ghost hunt, but it ends up evolving into a pretty complex political conspiracy. There's tons of twists and turns along the way that kept my attention, at least. I really like the little running gag as well that Naruto and Neji have, with Naruto being very scared of the idea of ghosts and Neji not believing in them at all. You get to see Naruto get over his fear and then by the end agree with Neji that they don't exist, only for Neji to end up believing in ghosts, which just makes Naruto scared again. You know, it all goes full circle. Neji and Tenten are also really good in this arc, especially in the first half, because we haven't really seen Neji in a leadership position since the Chunin Exams, and that was when he was more of an antagonist. It's fun to see him take the lead on a mission while also being at the point in the story where he's friends with Naruto. And with Tenten, I don't really think I need to say anything at all. She gets more of a focus in this arc than the Curry of Life arc, which I think is really, really good, because again, she doesn't get any screen time in the show. I think that the weakest part of the arc is definitely the villain and the ending, because it feels like they just needed to hit the enemy ninja quota, so the whole conspiracy within the daimyo's cabinet angle gets traded for it just being a group of evil wandering ninja, led by Moso/Hoki. And can I just say how weird it is to have main characters in the same arc named Toki and Hoki? It's a little confusing. That's all I gotta say. The ninja villains are overall just a little lackluster. I mean, there are a pair of Hoki's ninjas, Nagare and Hokushin, who I didn't even mention in the summary because they literally serve no purpose aside from giving Kakashi some people to fight. And speaking of Kakashi, I feel like he's a little unnecessary here. One of the things that I like about a lot of these filler arcs is that they're still set in a time when the Leaf Village has a ninja shortage following the invasion, so for most of these arcs it's just the Genin without a Jonin. It's fun to watch these still relatively unexperienced characters need to work without their teachers to fall back on, and that was what made the first half of this arc so good in my opinion. It's just Naruto, Neji, and Tenten investigating and finding out this conspiracy. Once Kakashi shows up, it takes more of a turn into action, and I feel like it loses some of its charm. But don't get me wrong, it's obviously still cool to see Kakashi, especially teamed up with Neji and Tenten, who aren't Genin who he ever really typically crosses paths with. The Cursed Warrior Extermination arc gets 3 out of 5 stars. It has a really strong start and goes some pretty unexpected places when you're watching it for the first time, but I feel like it really drops the ball in the home stretch with Hoki. I mean, it's literally in his name, he's just a Hoki villain. But overall, it's still a pretty solid one. Naruto and Choji go to Ichiraku Ramen to grab a bite to eat, but find that the shop is closed much earlier than usual today. They smell something delicious cooking inside though, so they sneak in through the vents, falling through the ceiling and into the kitchen. They talk to Teuchi, who is the owner of Ichiraku Ramen, and they find out that he's trying to craft the greatest bowl of ramen ever made. This is because his daughter Ayame was captured by the Leaf Village's experimental cooking ninja unit. They were a team of ninja chefs that were formed to help provide higher quality food to the ninjas who were out on missions. I mean, after all, an army does march on its stomach. The problem is that the ninjas on teams with chefs all end up getting too fat to do any ninja stuff, so the unit was scrapped. But now they're back, and their leader Hakaku is holding Ayame hostage, and they'll only give her back if Teuchi either gives up his secret ramen recipes, or makes a bowl of ramen so good that it impresses Hakaku. Choji tries the ramen and says that the broth is superb, but the noodles aren't. And the problem being that Teuchi's been making so many batches of noodles that his arms are shot. So Naruto, Choji, and then Sakura volunteer to help. They spend all night learning to make noodles, but they just don't learn fast enough. I mean, after all, Teuchi has decades of experience. You can't replicate that overnight. When the time comes to prepare food for the cooking ninja, the 3 Genin use their different jutsus to help along in the process, and end up making a perfect batch of noodles. They serve the ramen to Hakaku and the other food ninja, who are impressed, and they uphold their end of the deal and return Ayame. but Naruto and the others are shocked to see that she's gotten fat from eating the ninja chef's cooking. Thankfully, Teiuchi has a diet ramen that he rolls out, which is a big hit in the village, and it slims Ayame back down, as well as himself, as we see in the end of the episode when he looks like a light breeze could knock him off his feet. This episode is a really fun watch. Ramen is obviously super integral to Naruto's brand identity. I mean, literally most of the time, if you see Naruto on a t-shirt or a piece of merchandise, he's usually either doing a Rasengan or eating ramen. So it's really fun to see an episode completely dedicated to the craft of making ramen. I also think it's just a really funny one. I find the idea of a unit of ninja chefs who are too good at their jobs to be pretty unique on top of just being pretty funny. I don't really have a whole lot else to say. This is just a super entertaining episode. 4 out of 5 stars. Anko gets a mission to go to the land of the sea to defend a cargo ship and investigate and stop a supposed sea monster called the Kaima. She gets Naruto, Shino, and Ino assigned to her team as no other ninjas are currently available. Once they get there, Anko starts to get flashbacks to her childhood, as she spent time with Orochimaru in the land of the sea when she trained under him. This even causes her curse mark to act up, causing her great pain. At the dock, Naruto encounters Yoroi Akato and Misumi Tsurugi, who were Kabuto's squad mates from way back during the Chunin Exams, even though he doesn't recognize them yet. They're harassing a bandaged girl, and Naruto chases them off. Naruto and the others go hop on a boat to investigate a nearby island when they're attacked by Yoroi and Misumi. Naruto falls into the water and almost drowns, but he's saved by the girl from earlier. Naruto wakes up in the girl's shack and she says that her name is Isaribi. A group of children come to her shack to make fun of her, and Naruto chases them away, realizing that Isaribi is an outcast in the village. At the same time, we see that Orochimaru is in the land of the sea currently, meeting with one of his lead scientists, Amachi. On top of that, Sasuke is there too, the first glimpse of him that we've gotten since the Sasuke Retrieval mission. Anko, Shino, and Ino get to the island and they get briefed on their duties, and they actually end up finding Kaima the sea monster. Naruto rejoins the team and realizes that Isaribi is Kaima. Yoroi shows back up and Isaribi escapes, and before Naruto and the others can start to follow her, Anko's curse mark acts up again and causes her to pass out. Ino tries to help Anko, and Naruto talks about his encounter with Isaribi. This gives Anko another flashback to when she was a child, since Orochimaru, when they were in the land of the sea, had told her that the Hokage had uncovered his experiments he was doing back in the Leaf Village. Naruto, Shino, and Ino decide to continue on with their mission to protect the ship and capture Kaima, and this takes them to Demon Island, which is supposedly where Kaima lives. Anko finally wakes up and tells the Genin that Kaima was actually one of Orochimaru's experiments, and she opens up to the Genin about her past and what really went down on these islands. Because Orochimaru used Demon Island as a secret lab where he performed his most depraved experiments. The people of the land of the sea would disappear without a trace, kidnapped to be used as Orochimaru's guinea pigs. And she says that Isaribi was one of them, and Naruto says that they need to make Orochimaru pay and destroy the lab to stop this from happening to anyone else. At the same time, Yoroi and Isaribi arrive in Orochimaru's lair, and Isaribi talks about the cargo ship. She asks when she'll be turned back into normal, and Yoroi and Amachi tell her that she's just the prototype. They'll turn her back into normal once this mission's over. They also tell her to deal with Naruto and the others who have just reached the island. Naruto, Shino, and Ino get inside the lair, led by Anko, who still remembers the layout of the place from when she was Orochimaru's apprentice, to the secret laboratory, which is filled with giant test tubes filled with subjects. Isaribi sneaks up on them and opens up a trap door, which sends them to fight Yoroi. Anko then sneaks up behind Isaribi and sticks a kunai to her throat, but Isaribi escapes and locks Anko in to fight a trio of chimeras from the lab, which she easily defeats. Naruto and Ino move ahead, meeting face to face with Misumi as Amachi and Isaribi escape. Ino uses her mind manipulation jutsu to hold him still as Yoroi disappears, running away from his fight with Shino. Yoroi frees Misumi and the two escape as the lair begins to collapse, with Naruto and the others trapped inside. Naruto tries looking for an exit when Anko rescues them by breaking through the wall with a giant summoned snake. The team gets inside the snake's mouth as it breaks out of the collapsing base, reaching the surface. They catch back up with Amachi and Isaribi, and Naruto almost fights Isaribi, but is able to convince her that she's working for the bad guys. Naruto then fights Amachi, and it's revealed that he did the same experiments on himself as he did to Isaribi, only he was the perfected model. He even says that his plan was to dissect Isaribi to experiment on her organs, which, yikes. He attacks Naruto and almost defeats him, but Naruto uses the nine-tailed fox chakra to overpower Amachi pretty easily, allowing him to be captured. But it's not over yet, as Amachi controls the Umi Bozu, which is an actual sea monster. Naruto summons Gamabunta to help, and they pretty easily defeat the sea monster, but Gamabunta is pissed and throws Naruto into the air for summoning him in salt water, which, fair. He is a toad. Isaribi is finally able to see the error of her ways and relates to Naruto since people saw him as a monster too. He even offers for Isaribi to come back to the Leaf Village to see if Tsunade can hear her, and surprisingly enough, she accepts. Again, another arc that I like quite a bit. I love that this one really focuses in on Anko because I think that her and her backstory with Orochimaru are very interesting, so I was very disappointed to see it basically never get focused again after the Chunin Exams. So needless to say, when I was watching through all these fillers last summer and I realized Anko gets a filler arc, I was really excited. And thankfully, I feel like this arc delivered on what I was expecting. It just delves more into Anko and Orochimaru's past, showing us how Anko was really pretty much just a prototype Sasuke. Which really makes you wonder how many other proteges Orochimaru had that didn't make the cut aside from just Anko and then Kimimaro. And speaking of Orochimaru, this arc makes him more evil in retrospect, but the actions that he does are very in character. Like I've said before, he's a bit of a mad scientist, so having this kind of Island of Dr. Moreau-esque lab where he makes half man, half monster chimeras fits, since he's already all about body swapping and resurrecting the dead. The cherry on top is that he shows up there in person, if only for a scene, especially with Sasuke being there too. That was unexpected. By this point through the fillers, I assumed that they would basically never have Orochimaru, let alone Sasuke, show up in person in any of these episodes. I thought they'd just dangle it in front of the characters like a carrot on a stick while never actually doing anything with it. So props to them for actually having them show up, even though Naruto and the others obviously don't cross paths with them at all. I'm just glad we get to check in on these two a little bit. The actual villains for this arc in particular though are a little on the lamer side. Yoroi and Mitsumi work well as the henchmen since their characters we're already familiar with, even if you don't remember their names. Plus, I think it makes sense that they'd still be working for Orochimaru. I mean, they were in such bad shape after the Chunin Exams that they couldn't have fought in the invasion, so they probably just recovered and got assigned to this backwater base of his. Amachi, though, just kind of feels like a lame stand-in for Orochimaru. He's just kind of a typical evil scientist. Although that line about dissecting Isaribi has stuck in my mind since I watched this. What can I say? It feels like every filler arc villain gets at least one memorable moment. And to round things out on a more positive note though, Isaribi is one of my favorite filler characters in the whole show. I definitely think they could have committed to making her monster form look more, monstrous, because she just kind of looks like herself but with scales and fins. I think if they just made her face a little scarier looking, then she would have been more convincing as this monster that everyone in the land of the sea is terrified of. But on the other hand, that would kind of defeat the point of her character, being that she isn't a monster. And that's why I like the ending so much. I was expecting her to save the day and have the town finally accept her and just hail her as a hero. Sure, it'd be a happy ending, but it's very cliche and she'd still be stuck as a monster. But no, she accepts Naruto's offer to go to Leaf Village to try and seek treatment, ending on a bit more of an ambiguous, but also I think a bit more optimistic of a note. I think for most people, this would probably be a 3 out of 5 star filler arc. But me, since I'm such a big fan of Anko, I'm gonna give it 4 out of 5 stars. Tsunade assigns Naruto the important task of spending the day protecting her friend Kunijiro's son, Kunihisa. Right off the bat, Naruto finds the boy really annoying. He's a spoiled rich kid and he solves all of his problems by buying his way out of them with what he calls the money release technique. Naruto spends the day trying to teach Kunihisa the value of hard work by teaching him some basic ninja skills like kunai throwing. Kunihisa ends up getting kidnapped by some thieves who, in an ironic twist of fate, bribed Kunihisa's bodyguards with the very money he threw around so haphazardly. Naruto saves Kunihisa but finds himself hanging precariously off a cliff. Kunihisa, who doesn't want to watch the first real friend he's ever made die, saves Naruto with a rope and Naruto is very proud of him. You've probably noticed that up until this point I've been very positive towards most of the filler, and maybe it's unwarranted, I don't know, but this is definitely one of my least favorite filler episodes of the show. Probably not my absolute least favorite, there's a few that I could pick from, but this is definitely down there. I don't want to start sounding like the mysterious Mr. Enter, just getting irrationally mad at cartoon characters and whatnot. But the big problem with this episode is that I just find Kunihisa very, very annoying. I get that's the point and all, but they didn't need to really commit that hard to making him annoying. Like, he literally has snot dripping from his nose all the time. Aside from this, it's just a pretty typical Naruto solo adventure. If Kunihisa wasn't as annoying, it probably would have gained an extra star, but as it stands, I'm giving it 1 out of 5. If I ever do decide to rewatch Naruto with the filler in the future, I'd probably end up skipping this one. Tsunade notices that whenever Naruto, Hinata, and Kiba are on a team together, they always fail their mission, so she gives them one more chance to prove their worth or else they'll be sent back to the Ninja Academy. They need to simply find some hidden treasure. There's some arguments between Naruto and Kiba on how to reach the treasure, and Hinata ends up spraining her ankle. Kiba goes on ahead while Naruto stays with Hinata, and while Kiba's gone, the other two get attacked and kidnapped. And of course, Kiba gets captured too. The trio had their appearances replicated by their captors, and it's revealed that they're from the Kyoden clan, and the mission was a plot to isolate 3 ninja from the Leaf Village so that they can replicate them and infiltrate the village to destroy it from the inside out. The Kyoden clan tries to crush Naruto and the others in a cave-in, but Hinata is able to use the 8 trigram 64 palms technique to protect them. With the treasure in their possession and now knowing what the problem is that Naruto and Kiba argued too much while Hinata always tries to be the mediator, the 3 go back to the Leaf Village to stop their doppelgangers. Hinata and Kiba outsmart their enemies very easily, since their transformation jutsu is merely aesthetic and cosmetic. The actual strength of the enemy ninjas is abysmal. Naruto's copy, though, causes him a lot more trouble, running up tabs all over town, eating all of his food from his apartment, including some fancy ramen he was saving for a special occasion, and pissing off Sakura, which in turn got her to lash out and punch the real Naruto. Naruto ends up using the 9-tailed fox chakra and some shadow clones to wipe the floor with his imposter. After this, Naruto, Kiba, and Hinata are told that the mission was a test and that Tsunade hired the Kyoden clan to serve as their obstacles to overcome. Naruto and the others even retrieve the treasure, which Tsunade didn't expect. Her excitement completely goes out the window though once she finds out that the treasure in the chest is a hefty bill for the Kyoden clan's services. This one reminds me of the Ghost and Kugi capture mission, which this arc actually has continuity with, as well as the Bikochu Beetle arc. I just feel like Naruto, Kiba, and Hinata are a pairing that always works well together. This arc definitely isn't on the same level as the aforementioned Ghost and Kugi arc, but it's still pretty solid. These bite-sized mini-arcs help a lot with the pacing of this last third of the show. They break up the monotony of these 6-episode arcs. Something that I really like about this arc is that they make the villains, because obviously they're just working for Tsunade, so they're not really evil, but they make them complete chumps. The filler arcs often struggle to make threatening villains, so it's fun to see how quickly the tables turn on the Kyoden clan members once it's found out how weak they are. And it's equally as fun to see Naruto somehow struggle the most, despite being far and away the strongest of the trio. And the twist at the end about the Kyodens just being hired by Tsunade for a training exercise did catch me off guard when I was watching, as well as the fact that there was actually treasure, although, you know, obviously it was treasure for the Kyodens, not for Naruto or Tsunade or any of them. This one gets 3 out of 5 stars. You know, it's not top tier filler like the Ghost and Kugi arc, but if you like Naruto, Hinata, or Kiba, then you'll probably really enjoy watching it. Naruto's on his way back to the Leaf Village after a mission when he stops at a village to use the hot springs. He bumps into a courier ninja, which are basically the Naruto world's version of a postal service. Elite ninjas who deliver mail and packages through harsh environments and terrain. Naruto runs into Jiraiya with a gaggle of girls, so Naruto angrily asks Jiraiya why he isn't training him. And Jiraiya says that he's gathering information on the Akatsuki and that one of their agents would be arriving at that very village. So Naruto has to be trained in the meantime, but Jiraiya is too busy writing the manuscript for the new Make Out Paradise book. Jiraiya ends up falling asleep, so as revenge, Naruto ghostwrites the rest of the book and then goes to the courier ninjas to have them deliver it to Jiraiya's publisher. Naruto tells Jiraiya what he did, and Jiraiya is worried that he'll lose his job as an author if they mail in an unfinished manuscript. They catch the mailman, but to their horror, Naruto mixed up the mail, and the mailman who was going to Jiraiya's publisher has a peace treaty between the land of Fang and the land of Claw, as a war is brewing between them. And that means that the mailman going to them has the manuscript of the smut novel. And of course, Jiraiya worries that receiving an unfinished smut novel would be seen as an insult and finally spark a war, so they get to chasing down the other mailman. They fail, and the Fang Daimyo receives the manuscript, but to their surprise, he's a huge fan of the Make Out Paradise novels, and he sees it as a peace treaty from the land of Claw, avoiding war. Naruto and Jiraiya return to the village, but they're too late, and Jiraiya's lead in the Akatsuki has already left. So Jiraiya sends Naruto back to Leaf Village to wait for his return. This one is pretty meh for me. It's fun to see Jiraiya again after nearly 40 episodes, but I just wish it was in a better episode. I like the concept of needing to chase down an elite mailman to avoid war from breaking out, but the episode just takes so long to get to that point. It's not even until the halfway point that they start pursuing the manuscript. Although I will say that I really like the ending. Not the ending where the whole thing was a waste of time and Jiraiya didn't get the info he was after. The ending where the manuscript for the smut novel was a better olive branch than whatever the Land of Claw actually had planned on sending. 2 out of 5 stars. Not the worst filler episode, but far from the best. This is, thankfully, the final 6-episode long filler arc. I think that 6 episodes is usually just too long to stretch out these stories, but let's see if this last longer one can be a strong finish. Naruto is snacking with Sakura when he learns that Neji, Lee, and Tenten were sent on a mission to the village hidden in the stars to protect their, well, star, but it's technically a meteor, but we'll not get into that, against a repeated series of attempts to steal it. The star has chakra boosting powers that Naruto thinks Orochimaru has to be involved, so he convinces Tsunade with some fancy dessert as a bribe to add him to the team. Naruto and the others meet Sumeru from the Star Village, who is a boy with a purple chakra aura who guides them there. The Star Village has a canyon filled with poison gas near its border that they need Sumeru's help to get across, and upon reaching the village, the Leaf Ninja meet with Akahoshi, who is the acting Hoshikage, which is the leader of the Star Village. He explains that the star boosts the chakra of those who train using it, allowing them to do jutsus otherwise impossible. He also says that it is the desire of the Hidden Star Village to become the 6th main hidden shinobi village. Sumeru says that once that happens, he wants to be the first real Hoshikage. Naruto and Sumeru head to the palace where the star is held, only to see a person leaving the building who Naruto chases. Sumeru sees that the star has been stolen and joins Naruto in the chase. The thief escapes Naruto and was using a star chakra jutsu to fly away, meaning that they were somebody from the Hidden Star Village. The worst part is that now the group has no leads. Sumeru tells Naruto that his parents actually died defending the star in the past from invading ninja. Neji and Tenten try to spy on some of Akahoshi's men, but they're discovered and the lead goes cold. Sumeru and some of his friends discover the masked ninja who knocks them out and captures Sumeru. We end up learning that the ninja who stole the star is Natsuhi, who is actually Sumeru's mom, and that the masked ninja who kidnapped Sumeru is Akahoshi. The characters don't know this yet though. The reason why the star is sought after is because of how dangerous it is. Star training is incredibly unnatural, meaning most people's bodies simply cannot adapt to the strange chakra patterns and they die. The third Hoshikage, who has recently passed away, actually forbid the star training, but after Akahoshi took over, he reinstated the practice, and the village was happy to do so, believing it would help them become recognized by the real shinobi villages. And the problem is that since it's their mission, the lead ninja have to recover the star for the Hidden Star Village. Tenten and Lee sneak into Akahoshi's home and rescue Sumeru, while Akahoshi meets with Natsuhi with an offer, the star for her son, and a fight starts. Neji and Naruto show up to back up Akahoshi, and one of his attacks ends up sending both Naruto and Natsuhi into the Poison Canyon. Akahoshi tells Neji that he, Lee, and Tenten can go home. Neji says they can't since the star has not been recovered yet. Neji uses this as a chance to go back to the village to tell the trainees of the Star Village the truth about Akahoshi and the star training. Naruto wakes up after having been saved by Natsuhi, who explains to him the horrors of the star trading and how she and her late husband were dedicated to stealing the star. They were caught by the third Hoshikage, who agreed to end the practice on the condition that Natsuhi and her husband left the village, but they kept watch over it to make sure the practice never resumed. They agreed and had him tell Sumeru that they had died. Akahoshi finds Naruto and Natsuhi and tells them that he was the one who killed the Hoshikage to get star training back on the menu. Starts to fight Natsuhi and actually absorbs the chakra of his goons to make himself stronger. But just in time, Team Guy and the Star Village trainees show up as backup. Akahoshi takes Sumeru hostage and demands the star. Neji examines Natsuhi and sees that she could die if she uses any of the star techniques again. Natsuhi gives Akahoshi the star and he runs off. And Sumeru talks with his mother one last time after all these years, and she says that even though it was the right thing to do to keep him safe, she regrets leaving him alone all his life. Naruto and Lee want to go stop Akahoshi, but Neji says that technically their mission is done and they can't betray a client. Later that night, Natsuhi tries to steal the star again, but is killed by Akahoshi and his men. Naruto, Sumeru, and the others sense her death and go to the temple. Akahoshi declares himself as 4th Hoshikage, and he says that his first order to his people are for them to kill the Leaf Village ninja, Sumeru, and Hokuto, who is another girl from the village who has been helping Naruto and co. Akahoshi tries to execute Naruto and the others when the trainees stand up to him, revealing to the adults of the village the dangers of star training. With his whole village turned against him, Akahoshi fuses himself with the star, making his chakra levels go crazy. Naruto, guided by the spirit of Natsuhi, uses a Rasengan to destroy the star and defeat Akahoshi. The Hidden Star Village is now free from the star's curse, and Naruto and the others go home, along with the members of the Star Village, actually, who go to the Leaf Village to seek treatment for the star poisoning, and thankfully they're all cured. Naruto bumps into Sumeru one last time, and he says that he'll become Hoshikage someday, to which Naruto says he's excited to be a Kage alongside him in the future. Out of all the filler arcs, this is one of the ones that I know is generally pretty well liked online, at least from the little bit of info that I gathered while doing research before watching the show, trying to decide whether or not I would even bother watching the filler. And yeah, it's really good. Sumeru is a really fun rival to Naruto, even with the knowledge that you're never going to see this guy again. Naruto is really the one character who has such an intense drive to become Hokage in this first show, aside from Konohamaru, so it's fun to meet a character who mirrors him in his drive to become a Kage. Akahoshi isn't even a bad filler villain. Neji makes a really fair argument that what he's doing could be seen as right to the members of the village because all they want to do is be recognized by the other hidden shinobi villages, and the star was their ticket to recognition. And once Akahoshi fuses with the star, he does some really crazy stuff with it, like making a purple chakra dragon. And something shocking about this arc is that it has a new piece of music, and it's kind of a banger. It's Natsuhi's theme. It's called Natsuhiboshi. It's a lullaby that she would sing to Sumeru when he was a kid. It's actually a really sad song, and it makes the ending when Natsuhi's spirit gives Naruto wings and helps him land the Rasengan to defeat Akahoshi hit me in the feels way, way, way harder than it had any right to. The Star Village also just has a pretty sweet design. You know, it's tiny, but near the main village is the crater where the star/meteor crashed down onto Earth. In the middle of the crater is the palace where the star is housed and where they train with it. And the Star Village Ninja have some really cool designs too. Mostly the gas masks that they wear to get through the Poison Canyon. Those look sweet. It's also just fun to see all of Team Guy in action again after Lee was absent during the Cursed Warrior Extermination arc. I'm gonna give the Star Guard mission 4 out of 5 stars. It's a really, really good one. Akamaru has been acting differently from his usual self after being infected with the disease while out on a mission, so Naruto is assigned to keep tabs on the puppy. Very similar to rabies, and it makes Akamaru lash out and attack several people in the village. The Anbu capture Akamaru to try and cure the disease, but if they fail, then they're gonna have to put him down. Obviously, Kiba doesn't take this news very well, so he steals back Akamaru in an attempt to cure the disease himself. Naruto tries to chase Kiba to help, but Kiba doesn't believe Naruto. And then Kiba's sister Hana, who we've seen briefly in the Konoha Crush and the Sasuke Retrieval arc, she's shown up a couple times. She shows up to help as well. By now, Akamaru is completely out of control, and he has grown into his large form that we see him go into when he's fighting. Hana has a potential cure for Akamaru, but it only has a 50% chance of working. Kiba administers the cure due to his bond with Akamaru, but is severely wounded by Akamaru in the process. Thankfully, the cure works, and it turns out that Akamaru deliberately missed all of Kiba's vitals, showing that even in his rabid state, he still trusted Kiba. This is another solid one, and I kind of feel like a broken record at this point. I really like Kiba and Akamaru, so I appreciate pretty much any time they show up. I think part of why I resonate with them so much is because I'm a huge animal lover, and dogs in particular are some of my absolute favorites. I mean, I feel like I'm gonna sound like a Hallmark movie when I say this, but when you have a dog, or any pet for that matter, they really do become like family to you. So it's really sweet to see how much Kiba and Akamaru care for each other. I also really like seeing more of Kiba's family. You know, his sister gets a little time to shine. I mean, she's literally had a few minutes at most of screen time prior to this episode. It'd be easy to forget she was even introduced prior to this point, so it's cool to see her, even if it's only for a few short minutes. All that aside, this is a pretty standard filler episode, but since I just have such a soft spot for dogs, I'm gonna give it 4 out of 5 stars. But if you're more of a cat person, it's probably a 3-star one. The Onba, which is a legendary cryptid of the Hidden Leaf Village, falls from the claws of an eagle and lands right on Naruto's back. It ends up causing an awkward situation with Kiba and Sakura, but they can't pull it off of Naruto's back. Tsunade tells the trio about the legend of the Onba and how when she, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were kids, they made bets on whether or not Jiraiya would find the Onba, with Tsunade not believing that it existed. Orochimaru, surprisingly, bets on Jiraiya finding it, but Jiraiya returns empty-handed. Tsunade brings out Jiraiya's old report about his adventure, which she had always written off, and it's like written in crayon. Meanwhile, the Onba, who Naruto names Onbu, since that's the sound he makes, continues to grow very rapidly, eventually outgrowing Naruto. Naruto starts to get very attached to Onbu, especially after he helps him out on a mission, and Naruto says that he and the Onba will be like Kiba and Akamaru. But then Onbu's real mother shows up and starts fighting Naruto, but Onbu is able to stop his mother, carrying Naruto back to the village on his back before departing back into the wilderness to live with his mother. Naruto is then shocked to learn that the Onba are quote-unquote reproducing like rabbits, and eagles keep dropping them into the village, so now everyone has an Onba on their back. This is one of my personal least favorite filler episodes, and that's mostly because of Onbu and the other Onbas. I just don't find them as cute as I think you're really supposed to. Especially after the scene where Onbu grew up Sakura, who is a literal child. You know, I get this different culture, but it's just very uncomfortable to watch and kind of tainted the rest of the episode for me. I'm gonna give the Onba episode 1 out of 5 stars. Other people might like it more, but this is one that I think you can definitely skip. This episode sees Naruto and Shino go on a mission to help a man named Fuda Kagetsu receive his inheritance from his father, who has recently passed away. The reason that this is difficult is because there's a statement in the will that anyone who laughs at the funeral will not be entitled to their chunk of the inheritance, and Fuda wants to keep his greedy sister from inheriting anything. On the way to the town, Naruto and Shino meet a scary old lady who gives them an ominous warning. Fuda's allowed to have someone stand in for him at the funeral in his place to try not and laugh, and Naruto says that Shino is perfect for that because he never laughs. While at dinner, Shino samples some of Fuda's dinner to check for poison, as his bugs can typically neutralize any poison. And sure enough, it is poison. Not with anything dangerous though, but a neurotoxin poison that causes the victim to laugh uncontrollably, and Shino's bugs can't stop it, making Shino laugh. It's like the title of the episode is Laughing Shino or something. This means that now Naruto has to go to the funeral and try not to laugh. He sits through the whole ceremony and gets through the whole thing with a straight face, despite the efforts of the other guests. Then the old lady from earlier shows up and is revealed to be Fuda's father, who had faked his death and written such an outlandish will to try and bring his family back together again through laughter, as all the fighting over the inheritance had torn his kids apart. As Shino and Naruto return home, Shino threatens Naruto to keep his mouth shut and never talk about what happened on their mission. This one's actually really good. It's got a lot of really funny bits, and it's neat to not only get more screen time of Shino, but to see a completely different side of him from what we usually see. The happy ending is also nice, with Fuda's family making up. Speaking of Fuda, what an unfortunate name. If you don't find Naruto's style of humor very funny, then this episode probably isn't for you. Thankfully, I do, so I enjoyed it quite a bit. 3 out of 5 stars. Naruto, Choji, and Hinata get chosen by Tsunade for a mission where they need to escort a group of merchants out of the Land of Vegetables. They get mistaken for the Konoha moving service. The Land of Vegetables has been taken over by a trio of enemy ninjas called the Chunin, who enacted a coup and killed the land's daimyo. The Chunin send people to attack the merchant convoy, and it's eventually revealed that one of the merchants, Shun, is actually Princess Haruna, heir of the Land of Vegetables, and that the whole merchant caravan was simply a front to try and sneak her out of the country, as well as a way to skimp on paying the Leaf Village ninjas, since a mission to escort a princess would cost far, far more than one to just escort some merchants. Naruto is furious that Haruna would put the lives of real innocent merchants on the line just for her escape plan, but he later learns that she doesn't have any trust in others due to her upbringing. Her own father gave her away as a hostage for the sake of the Land of Vegetables, and that's why she's willing to sacrifice others to save herself, since she thinks that as long as she lives, then someday she can return and rebuild the Land of Vegetables. Then the group is attacked by Ruiga, the youngest of the Chunin. He has a special water jutsu which helps him stand his ground even when outnumbered. Hinata and Haruna escape while Naruto and Choji lead Ruiga to a canyon with no water where they're able to defeat him. During this fight, Haruna's surviving bodyguard, Yorinojo, gets badly injured, so Choji stays behind to help him. While catching up with Haruna, Naruto gets attacked by the middle brother, Jiga. He has a magnetic jutsu, which easily defeats Naruto. Hinata shows up and is able to use the gentle fist to turn Jiga's jutsu against him, making himself magnetic, causing him to bury himself in all the iron sand from the canyon that they're in. Naruto leaves a exhausted Hinata with Choji and Yorinojo while he goes after Haruna. Naruto reaches Haruna, but they get attacked by Ranga, who is the oldest of the Chunin, whose ice disc jutsu is impossible for Naruto to get through. He even says that they have Choji, Hinata, and Yorinojo held hostage and will only release them if Haruna gives herself up. Rango's a real bastard too, as it's revealed that his endgame plan has him killing both of his brothers in order to keep all the profit from this coup for himself. He also says that when he was killing Haruna's father, the daimyo expressed sorrow for ever giving up his daughter in the first place. This, on top of just being influenced and inspired by meeting Naruto, as happens to many characters, gets Haruna to try and sacrifice herself to save Naruto. This gives him a chance to defeat Ranga by reflecting a focused beam from the sun, it's one of Ranga's powers, so don't think about it too much, off of his forehead protector and back at Ranga to defeat him. Then Shizune, Shikamaru, and a squad of other Leaf Village ninjas show up, having rescued Choji, Hinata, and Yorinojo. Haruna has the chance to kill Ranga, but decides not to, again inspired by Naruto. She's then crowned as the new daimyo and offers Naruto the position of royal advisor, but Naruto has to humbly decline, since saving Sasuke is still his main goal. This is really the point in the series where filler fatigue started to kick in for me, at least in regards to the actual filler arcs. And as for the Peddler Escort arc in particular, it's one of the most forgettable arcs in the whole show for me. Like usual, one of the most interesting things about it is the pairing of Choji and Hinata as Naruto supporting Genin, since I don't remember there being a single real scene between the two of them in the main arcs. The Escort arc isn't bad or anything, but it just doesn't excel in any area that some other filler arcs do. The Jonin and their respective jutsus are pretty cool, but they're not the coolest filler villains. The Land of Vegetables is neat, but the Land of Birds is cooler, you know, that sort of thing. It's a solid 2 out of 5. I wouldn't recommend you do watch it, but I also wouldn't strongly recommend you don't watch it. It's just kind of a nothing burger arc. Ino and Naruto get hired by Princess Fuku, who is meeting her fiancé in person for the first time, because, you know, it's all arranged marriages and whatnot. There's just one problem though, and that Princess Fuku has been stress eating and maybe put on a little teensy bit of weight, so now she's worried her fiancé won't find her attractive. Ino just so happens to have a striking resemblance to a skinny Princess Fuku, so the mission is for her to pretend to be the princess while meeting the fiancé. This is to try and make a good first impression, and Naruto is just kind of there for support, I guess. The fiancé's name is Chikara, and he looks and talks like an Elvis impersonator. Ino tries to act all regal and sophisticated, but just can't stand Chikara's sappy attempts to be romantic. Naruto gets fed up at how slow the mission's taking and uses a transformation jutsu to pretend to be Princess Fuku, and he accidentally unveils what's really going on. Much to the disappointment of Ino and Princess Fuku, and it's revealed that Princess Fuku is the real Princess Fuku. Just when it seems like the whole thing is ruined, Prince Chikara says that he actually has a thing for chubby women, which Ino simply cannot comprehend. Maybe that was considered unthinkable in like '06 when this episode first aired, but nowadays it really doesn't seem that odd. This is a decently fun episode, which is absolutely carried by Prince Chikara being an Elvis impersonator. It's got some funny jokes and gives Ino an episode to shine, which is appreciated since I'd say she's probably one of the most underused of the Leaf Genin, especially after the Chunin Exams. 3 out of 5 stars. On his way home from a mission, Naruto finds a poster for a new dojo in the Leaf Village. He goes to check it out, and it's a super shoddily built place, but it's owned by Rock Lee. Lee thinks Naruto is there as a challenger and throws him through a wall, and then he explains that he built the dojo to attract skilled fighters so he can fight them and improve his own abilities. Naruto leaves and then bumps into Guy Sensei, and Guy is super proud of Lee once he learns about the dojo, so he disguises himself to go and spar with Lee, pretending to be a random challenger. But before Guy can fight with Lee, he's ordered by Tsunade to go help back up Team 10 on a mission. Then in comes Nanafushi, who is the thief using a transformation jutsu to pretend to be Guy's sensei. Naruto, of course, falls for it and brings Nanafushi to the dojo, but Lee easily defeats Nanafushi, and not wanting to break his cover, Nanafushi tells Naruto to fight Lee in his place. While Naruto and Lee fight, Nanafushi changes his jutsu so that he looks like Lee, when the real Guy Sensei shows back up and starts fighting Nanafushi thinking he's sparring with Lee. Once everyone realizes what's going on and all the confusion is cleared up, Naruto, Lee, and Guy take Nanafushi to Tsunade right after she gives them the mission to track down and capture Nanafushi. And Tsunade says that this is actually the quickest Naruto has ever completed any of his missions. I like this one, mostly since it's a Guy and Lee focused episode. Lee's plan to build the dojo to find people to fight is very in character for him. The one complaint I have with this episode is that we've already had an episode about enemy spies infiltrating the village by disguising themselves as Guy and Lee. It would have honestly made this episode better had Nanafushi just been one of the guys from that previous episode. But other than that, it's really solid. 3 out of 5 stars. This is a really fun one. Naruto, Hinata, and Kiba get sent on a mission to look for Kaio, the wife of the daimyo of the Land of Honey, who has gone missing. They get to the princess's last known location and they find a huge castle. The team goes in to investigate, which Naruto isn't happy about since he's scared of ghosts. Inside the castle, they see a lot of weird supernatural things like moving paintings and flying books. They learn that the castle's ruler, Koza Kubisaki, placed a curse on the castle 50 years ago so that it would devour all who enter it. Hinata uses her Byakugan and learns that the castle is actually a living thing, and then the walls begin to turn into the intestines of a huge creature. Naruto and the others find Kaio, who is able to escape. The castle turns out to actually be a giant summon, a chameleon summon at that, who has just been following Koza's last order for the last half century. Then the ghost of Koza shows up and helps Naruto and the others find the summoning scroll so they can destroy it, which causes the castle to disappear. Naruto and the others come to the conclusion that after so long, Koza simply wanted to let his summon go free, so that's why he helped them. This episode is basically one big Scooby-Doo episode. I mean, Naruto literally even says zoinks in the English dub. And the set of characters is pretty spot on for a spooky episode like this. Naruto and Hinata are both some of the most skittish and timid characters on the show, especially when it comes to ghosts in Naruto's case. And then there's Kiba and Akamaru, and I think Akamaru is mostly there because every mystery solving team needs a dog. This one gets 4 out of 5 stars. It's really good. This arc starts with Lee doing a checkup with Tsunade, and it turns out that he isn't done healing yet from his injuries and the operation that he underwent. So Tsunade tells him not to go on any more missions or to train too hard. Tenten and Naruto go to check on Lee, only to find him in the middle of a fight with a guy named Yagura, who completely wipes the floor with Lee, even using a taijutsu that almost breaks Lee's ankle. This worries Naruto and Tenten, but Neji tells him that Lee will bounce back and be able to overcome Yagura. Guy Sensei ends up taking Yagura on a mission with him, which makes Lee feel like Guy has abandoned him. But it turns out that Yagura isn't really Yagura. Yagura lures Guy Sensei into a trap right as Naruto, Neji, and Tenten show up to help. Yagura is working with his two brothers to fight Guy Sensei, and they use a puppeteer jutsu that imprisons Guy inside of a pagoda made out of kung fu training dummies. Meanwhile, Naruto, Neji, Tenten, and Lee, who shows up to help despite the wishes of Tsunade, fight more of the dummies outside. The brothers want revenge on Guy, because in the past he fought their father, and their battle left him so badly injured that he was unable to take on any more missions or even train, eventually leading to his death. He just couldn't support himself. Lee enters the dummy pagoda, and he and Guy get put under a genjutsu that causes them to see one another as the possessed training dummies, in an attempt to get them to fight one another and hopefully kill one another. But Guy and Lee are able to see through this trick and use a synchronized hidden lotus to break out of the pagoda, as well as breaking one another's training dummies without hurting each other. Guy Sensei explains to the brothers that their dad didn't hate him, he respected him. There was no animosity between them, and their father wanted to fight Guy as an equal, not as an enemy. This makes the brothers see that their mission for revenge on Guy was pointless, so they let him and the others go. This is another short but sweet one. At only 2 episodes long, it flies by compared to a lot of the other arcs. I see this as sort of a sequel to the Lee Dojo episode. There's actually a sort of really unexpected bit of continuity here, is that Lee's dojo shows back up, which I really wasn't expecting, so it was a super pleasant surprise. I feel like I probably don't need to say it, but I will. I really like how it centers around Guy and Lee, since they're some of my favorite characters, as I've said before. And as always, it's nice to see Tenten get some more screen time too. The brothers' jutsu is pretty neat as well, and I like that it's a completely different kind of puppeteer jutsu as to what Kankuro uses, and it really makes them more memorable than if they just had, one puppet each that they use. 3 out of 5 stars. The Leaf Village is undergoing a period of new growth, and as such, they're bringing in outside workers to help with the construction. One such worker is an older gentleman named Geno, who Naruto meets at Ichiraku. The two hit it off and become fast friends, but that night, Geno steals some important blueprints and flees the village, being cornered in the forest by the Anbu. Geno warns them that the Leaf Village will be destroyed before he blows himself up. After this, Tsunade sends out every available ninja ranked Chunin and above, with the exception of Shikamaru, to the border to defend against a potential invasion from the Waterfall Village as they have forces gathering there, and Geno made it seem like he was working for them. She then orders Naruto, Shikamaru, and all the other Leaf Genin to uncover Geno's conspiracy and find those blueprints. But the revelation that the kindly old man that he met was a terrorist shakes Naruto to his core, and he can hardly believe it. The Anbu even bring Naruto in for questioning since he was seen with Geno right before he stole the blueprints, but they're unable to learn anything useful even with hypnosis jutsus. All they know is that Geno was nice to Naruto since he reminded Geno of his grandson. Some of the Genin do some digging on Geno, but all they can find is that he was a bit of a lousy carpenter with nothing else being out of the ordinary. Then it's found that Geno's letter of recommendation was faked, and further investigation of the scene of the explosion and the autopsy of the body point towards Geno having faked his own death. The Genin search leads them to the Ninja Academy, where they find that a target for kunai practice is rigged with a paper bomb, and it's the starting point for a chain of bombs all across the village, so they get to work at disarming them. With the help of the village elders, they actually learn that Geno planted the bombs decades ago, as they're a much older style of paper bomb that isn't used anymore. On top of that, most of the paper bombs are found in a part of the village that's abandoned now, but 30 years ago was undergoing a huge construction project to turn it into a new, bustling shopping district. Geno was working as a spy for the Kagero village as they planned to invade the Leaf Village. He invaded as a carpenter and planted all these paper bombs, but before the actual invasion could begin, his village was destroyed by another village, with his son being killed in the process. Naruto remembers that Geno often stared up at the Hokage faces, so he goes to the mountains, and sure enough, that's where Geno's hiding. Geno tells Naruto that the bombs found around the village were yet another decoy, and that his true plan is to blow up the Hokage faces and bury the village in the ensuing rock slide. Before he can do that though, the rest of the Genin show up. Shikamaru having deduced Geno's true plan and disarmed his remote way of detonating the bombs, seemingly defeating him. Not wanting to give up in the 11th hour though, Geno summons a huge bird to manually detonate the bombs on the top of the 3rd Hokage's monument. So Naruto works with the other Genin to use Rasengan on the bird, thwarting Geno's plan once and for all. Geno dies shortly after as he was terminally ill, but not before he says that the grandson he would talk about to Naruto was actually just his son, but that Naruto really did remind Geno of him. After meeting Naruto, Geno changed his mind on destroying the village and tampered with his bombs to make them weaker, so that at most they would just leave some cracks in the Hokage faces, as he just wanted to have one last game before he passed away. Naruto knows that they got lucky this time and that they will have to fight real foes who will really want to destroy the Leaf Village, so this gets him to swear to train even harder than ever going forward. I love this arc. The plot really does feel like something that could have been, say, a B story running concurrently with another arc like the Chunin Exams. Geno is also a completely different kind of villain from most of these other filler villains. He almost comes off like he's from Death Note or something. He's much more focused on hiding in plain sight and concocting these elaborate plans, and as such, the arc as a whole has a very unique vibe. There's hardly any actual action here, just the Konoha 11 uncovering a decades-old conspiracy that goes deeper than any of them can imagine. There's a lot of investigating, and it's just a much slower paced arc than many of the others. I can easily see that boring some people, but I love the change of pace and found it to be some much welcome variety, especially this close to the end of the show. We're only 20 episodes out now. I also love that everyone gets something to do in this arc. This is really the one time we get to see all the main Leaf Ninja, with the exception of Sasuke. We get to see all of them working together to accomplish a single goal. The closest we've gotten to this was maybe the Chunin Exams, but they were still all competing against one another there. Here they all act as one big team, and it's really fun to watch. This huge ensemble of characters is just another thing that makes this arc so memorable to me. This one gets 5 stars. I think it's one of the best filler arcs in the show and is seriously worth a watch. This one is a very unique one. To commemorate the 4th anniversary of the show being on the air in Japan, Naruto and Sakura count down the top 5 best fights in the series. If you're curious about the ranking, they have the Kakashi vs Zabuza fight and the rock paper scissors duel between Kakashi and Guy as honorable mentions. Then at number 5 is the hospital fight between Naruto and Sasuke. Number 4 is the Jirobo vs Choji fight. Number 3, Kiba vs Zukan and Sakon. Number 2 is Neji vs Kidomaru, and number 1 is the fight at the Valley of the End. The episode also builds up a special guest, who is introduced by Jiraiya at the end and turns out to be Orochimaru, who gives Naruto and Sakura a brief chance to see Sasuke again. This is about as skippable of a filler episode as they come, since it's a recap episode, and it's very similar in style to episode 26, which is the recap episode right before the Forest of Death and the Chunin Exams. Its setting is very detached from normal filler episodes, like how some parts of episode 26 were, with, you know, the characters acknowledging that they're in a TV show and presenting it like news or whatever. The same as episode 26, I think it's a really charming episode that's lifted up by its style, but it's definitely not one I would ever rewatch. On the bright side though, I kind of see this as signifying that you've reached the home stretch of the series, since there's only 18 episodes left past this point. 1 out of 5 stars, only because again it's a recap episode and it's literally objectively about as skippable as they can be. Naruto is off training when he meets a girl named Yakumo, who is painting a painting of the Leaf Village. She adds a lightning strike to the painting, and then an actual lightning strike hits the Ninja Academy, sending it up in flames. Naruto tails Yakumo to try and figure out what's going on, when they're both stopped by medical ninja and Anbu, who sedate Yakumo and leave. Naruto returns to the village and is informed that Kurenai Sensei has stepped down as leader of Team 8. Naruto tries to convince Kurenai to change her mind, but it's no use. He then starts making his way to talk to Tsunade, but he bumps into Sakura, who explains that Kurenai resigned because of something having to do with an old student of hers, Yakumo Kurama. Naruto decides to investigate some more and heads to the Kurama family mansion, disguised as Kurenai so that he can sneak his way in. He finds a room filled with Yakumo's disturbing paintings, one of which being of Kurenai being stabbed in the heart. This fills Naruto with an immeasurable sense of dread, like he was the one being stabbed, and he sees a vision of a demonic Yakumo. He gets out, but then is discovered by the Anbu, who tranquilize him. While knocked out, Naruto has a dream that reveals that Yakumo wanted to be a ninja, but Kurenai sealed away her power instead. And then Naruto learns from Kurenai that this whole situation with Yakumo is why she left Team 8, but she doesn't really tell him anything else. Yakumo comes from the Kurama clan who is known for their incredible genjutsu abilities, but they began to fade into obscurity after the deaths of Yakumo's parents. The clan has a rare and powerful Kekkei Genkai that is incredibly dangerous without proper training and guidance. Naruto then gets a mission alongside Team 8, Sakura and Guy, to protect Yakumo as she's being targeted by a group of Kurama clan members led by her uncle Unkai. Naruto and the others find Yakumo, as well as Kurenai, who was protecting her, in time to save them. Sakura starts healing Kurenai and Yakumo, and then Yakumo says that she was placed under Kurenai's care because of an order from the 3rd Hokage, due to Yakumo being too weak to be a ninja while also having incredibly dangerous powers. Not just that, but Yakumo also overheard the Hokage and Kurenai speaking about how the Kurama clan's power needed to be dealt with as it was a threat to the village, and Naruto is horrified to hear that Yakumo's parents were killed in a fire that she heavily suspects the 3rd Hokage was the cause of. After this, Naruto and the others return to the Leaf Village only to find it in complete ruins. Unkai finds Naruto and tells him that they're all trapped in a giant genjutsu being cast by Yakumo. He also says that the Kurama clan were after Yakumo because she's too dangerous and poses a threat to the whole village. He says that her Kekkei Genkai allows her to cast genjutsu that are so good at tricking the mind that they can cause real physical harm, even killing the victim. The problem with Yakumo is that without proper guidance, the Kekkei Genkai can cause harm to the user by giving them a dark, highly volatile split personality named Ido, like id in psychology. This is why the third Hokage and Kurenai wanted to destroy Yakumo's power, to save her before the id took over completely. Unkai helps Naruto and Team 8 escape the Genjutsu, but badly injures himself in the process. They return to Yakumo's mansion to save Kurenai, only for Naruto to get caught in another Genjutsu. Naruto tells Yakumo the truth about her powers, and she remembers that she was the one who lit the fire that killed her parents, and this makes the id demon come out completely. And Kurenai tells Yakumo that she's the only one who can stop it. Yakumo, despite being terrified, is convinced by Kurenai that the id is still her power and can be a great tool if she can control it and overcome the darkness. And so Yakumo is able to destroy the monster and the darkness and save Naruto. After the dust settles, Yakumo says that she still cares for Kurenai and thinks of her like a mother. And speaking of Kurenai, now that her final mission from the third Hokage is complete, she feels like she can become the leader of Team 8 once again. And while everything has a happy ending, Naruto isn't blind to the parallels to his own inner demon that he has to worry about, as well as saving Sasuke from his inner darkness too. On paper this one's fine, but it just drags out too long. I'd have almost certainly enjoyed it more had it been 3 episodes long, but 5 is just too much in my opinion. I can appreciate this being another arc that explores one of the Jonin, as they're generally a group of characters who receive little focus in the main story outside of Kakashi and maybe Guy. Ibiki had some additional development in the Land of Tea arc, Anko got an arc, and now Kurenai gets an arc. There's just one eensy teensy little hanging chad, and it's that I really don't care for Kurenai all that much. At least in part 1 of the story. Maybe she'll really be cool in Shippuden when I get around to watching that. But from what of the series I've watched, she's the least interesting of the Jonin. I would have much rather preferred an arc about Asuma Sensei instead, since he doesn't get one in this first show. Yakumo is a cool enough character though, she's very Carrie-esque, a young girl with incredibly powerful psychic powers. And that's fine. A lot of these filler arcs riff on other genres and tropes that are outside of Naruto's typical wheelhouse, and that's part of the appeal for me. But I definitely would like this arc more had there not been the id demon at the end. It just feels like it's filling the quota for there being some big villain for Naruto to throw hands with. I would have preferred if Yakumo's struggle was completely internal and not personified as a big scary monster. But that's just me. I'm gonna give this arc 2 out of 5 stars. It's got some good ideas and decent enough execution, but again, I would definitely rate it higher if it were more condensed. That's the biggest problem for me with it. It does not need to be 5 episodes long. Naruto and Kiba get a mission to escort a man by the name of Shinemon, who's trying to transport a rare artifact and national treasure called the Kacho Fugetsu. Shinemon makes the mission nearly impossible just due to his shitty attitude and willingness to throw Naruto under the bus when trouble rolls around. The artifact gets stolen by bandits, and Naruto saves Shinemon after he almost gets killed trying to steal it back, but the artifact breaks in the process. Naruto teaches Shinemon that people are worth more than possessions, but then it's revealed that the rare artifact was actually just a bowl. A very nice bowl, but it was just a bowl. And that the real treasure is in fact Shinemon, who is a very famous pottery maker who they were escorting. This is the final standalone filler episode. It's all arcs, from here to the end. So, was it a strong one to end on? I mean, it's fine. I know you're definitely tired of hearing it by now, but I always like when Kiba and Akamaru are part of whatever the filler episodes are, but overall, it's just a decent little filler episode. Nothing more, nothing less. I will say though that the twist about the real treasure was a little amusing to me. This one gets 3 stars. It's definitely easier to recommend since it is just a one-off episode, and maybe I'm rating it a little bit higher since it is the last filler episode, or filler standalone episode. Naruto, Sakura, and Lee get hired to protect Gantetsu, who is a rogue ninja criminal, as he's escorted via boat to the capital of the Land of Forests so he can stand trial. They need extra manpower to protect him since the other members of his gang might try to break him out. Naruto and the others meet the captain of the guards, named Todoroki, who makes it very clear that he doesn't want their help, as well as that he has a very personal grudge against Gantetsu because he killed his parents and little brother. During an attack by Shura, who is the leader of the Shinobazu, which is Gantetsu's gang of rogue ninjas, the boat goes over a waterfall, and Naruto, Gantetsu, and Todoroki get separated from everyone else, lost in the forest. Gantetsu says that the forest is the Shinobazu's hideout, and that only he can help them find their way through. But then Naruto, Todoroki, and Gantetsu get attacked by another one of the Shinobazu, named Toki, who attacks with a huge claw. Gantetsu helps Naruto defeat Toki, which wins his trust, although the same can't be said for Todoroki. Todoroki says that he wants to kill Gantetsu for killing his family 5 years ago, and that murder got Todoroki to join the Land of Forest's police force and train relentlessly for the day that he would find Gantetsu. Now that the day has come, he's ready to kill Gantetsu and even Naruto if he has to get rid of any witnesses. But at the same time, Lee and Sakura, who are also in the woods now, find a group of orphans living in the forest. Naruto and the others get attacked by another Shinobazu named Manju, who captures Gantetsu with the big steel net, and he traps Naruto and Todoroki with another. And here we learn that the other Shinobazu aren't trying to save Gantetsu, but they want to get back money that he stole from the rest of them and then kill him. Naruto and Todoroki are able to escape the trap that they're in by using their sweat to loosen up the net, and then they catch up to Gantetsu and Manju, who are currently fighting Sakura, Lee, and the orphans. Then Shura shows up and kidnaps one of the orphans who supposedly knows where Gantetsu's treasure is. And that little boy is actually Todoroki's little brother, Akio. Gantetsu explains that once he started to see the pointless killings his gang committed during their crimes, he began to rescue the children who were orphaned by the Shinobazu, starting with Akio. Over time, the children began to see Gantetsu as a father figure, and they all became a sort of found family. As time went on though, Gantetsu knew that this alone wouldn't be enough to atone for the crimes he'd done, so he decided to put a stop to the Shinobazu once and for all. So he made a plan to steal all the riches and get himself captured by the authorities to bring the Shinobazu into the open so that they could be stopped. Even after learning all this, Todoroki still refuses to forgive Gantetsu because he still played a part in the murder of his parents. That murder was very real. Naruto, Lee, Gantetsu, and Todoroki go to the Shinobazu's hideout to save Akio, with Sakura staying behind to watch the kids. Todoroki accidentally sets off the alarms, and then they find Akio in a trap set by Shura, who sets the mansion ablaze to cover his tracks. Todoroki and Gantetsu save Akio while Naruto chases Shura and hits him with the Rasengan, defeating him. With the Shinobazu finally defeated, Todoroki begrudgingly agrees to report that Gantetsu was killed in the fire at the Shinobazu hideout, allowing him to stay and help the orphans in the woods. He also allows Akio to stay with the orphans in the woods as they're his family now. This one's pretty mid. I like the first episode and the setup quite a bit though, because a lot of these filler arcs are escort missions, and escorting a prisoner is a nice change of pace, and doing it by boat is pretty unique. But it doesn't take long before they lose the boat and they're just lost in the woods for the rest of the arc. It's very disappointing. The villains are very forgettable too. They're just another group of rogue ninjas, since that is basically the go-to villain group archetype for these filler episodes, is just a group of rogue ninja, maybe 3 or 4 members. It gets very repetitive. Sakura and Lee also take a really big backseat here, almost feeling a little wasted. You could have easily just had this be a Naruto arc, since Gantetsu and Todoroki take up so much of the screen time. It's got some nice moments, but overall was kind of a slog to get through. It's easily one of my least favorite filler arcs, if not my least favorite filler arc. 1 out of 5 stars. Naruto's collecting some bamboo shoots for some Menma-style ramen when he finds a man in the river. Brings the dude to the hospital and he can't remember his name, so all anyone has to go on is the ocarina that he carries with him. That night, a lightning strike hits the hospital and causes a fire to break out, and the man saves an infant from the flames, also using some kind of jutsu with his ocarina. Tsunade allows the boy to stay in the village for the time being, and Naruto starts to call him Menma, that's the name he gives him. Menma ends up being a great helper on the village, just lending a hand wherever it's needed without even being asked. While Naruto's off cleaning the Hokage faces, he gets attacked, and he starts losing the fight. That is, until Menma plays a song on his ocarina that gives Naruto a big chakra boost, allowing him to turn the tide of the battle. The attacker retreats, and Naruto wonders what that was all about. When Naruto tells Tsunade about this, she says that Menma may be a Sound Village ninja, since obviously they specialize in sound-based jutsus. Naruto, Neji, Tenten, and Menma go on a mission, and by this point Tsunade highly suspects that Menma is affiliated with Orochimaru due to how similar his jutsus are to Yuya's, and Neji even shares in the suspicion. Their mission takes them into the land of Ricefield, which is where the hidden Sound Village is, and on the way they come across a ruined village, the very sight of which terrifies Menma. Naruto and the others then get attacked by the villagers, who stop once they learn that Naruto and the others are Leaf Ninja. Before Naruto and the others can leave, one of the villagers stops them to ask for help. There's a gold mine near their village, and because of that they've been attacked by rogue Sound Ninja, and it was an absolute bloodbath. Menma says that Naruto and the others should stay and help reinforce and protect the village, so they do. Naruto and Menma start to build a wall, and eventually the whole village joins in. While they're building the wall, the guy who attacked Naruto earlier attacks again, and Menma gets hurt while saving the village leader. While they treat Menma, they find a tattoo on him that confirms that he's indeed a Sound Village ninja, and by this point the villagers don't want anything to do with him anymore, but they get convinced to help him nonetheless. It isn't long before the Sound Ninja attack again, and Menma seems to have regained his memories by this point. He says that he knows that Sheen, who is the leader of the rogue ninjas, has a plan to flood the village by blowing up a nearby dam. Menma has Naruto take him to the gold mine where he rigs the place to blow with paper bombs to hopefully stop the rogue ninjas from attacking. Menma tells Naruto that he's a member of Sheen's gang of ninjas, and he was taken in as a child and never realized how evil they truly were until they attacked this village. He also says that he never actually lost his memories, he just pretended to have amnesia once he was taken in at the Leaf Village so he could try to live a peaceful life, even if only for a little while, as well as try to find some Leaf ninjas to help him stop Sheen's gang, which obviously worked. Naruto is fuming at first, but he pretty soon forgives Menma once he realizes that he really does want to make up for what he's been a part of. Menma gives Naruto's ocarina as something to remember him by before pushing him into a river and detonating the bombs, dying in the process. The plan stops Sheen, and Naruto, now motivated by the death of his friend, uses a Rasengan to defeat Sheen. Later in the village, Naruto finally gets his bowl of Menma-style ramen, which he eats in remembrance of his fallen friend. I really like this one. It's short but sweet. I think 3 episodes is just enough time to flesh the story out without dragging it for too long. Menma is one of my absolute favorite filler characters, and I think it's sad that he doesn't get a happy ending. I was expecting it to turn out that his death was a fake out like so many others in these filler arcs, but no, he actually dies in the mine. And it's one of the more gnarly deaths as far as filler arcs go. It doesn't top Raiga's death, but really what does? And I really like the plot with the attacked village that Naruto and the others have to help defend against bandits. You know, it's very Seven Samurai-esque. Sheen is a pretty generic villain, but he really isn't the main focus here, and it's a short enough arc that it doesn't really bother me much. This one gets 4 out of 5 stars. It's not quite top tier filler, but I would still highly recommend checking it out if you're interested. Here we are, the final filler arc. Let's hope the show can finish out with a strong one. Kakashi is investigating the Takumi village, which is a village of skilled weaponsmiths with his ninja dogs, but the whole place is completely abandoned. On top of that, the corpse of the village's founder has been stolen from his grave. Back in the Leaf Village, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Sakura look over a report from Temari that her and her siblings will become instructors in the Sand Village's new training program. Then we cut to the Sand Village, and sure enough, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari are leading a combat training course. The students get to pick their teachers, and nearly all of them pick either Kankuro or Temari, but a young girl named Matsuri is the only student who joins Gaara's squad. All the kids pick their weapons, and Matsuri doesn't want to use anything that could hurt someone, so Gaara decides to train her with the rope dart, since it's purely a defensive weapon, and the two of them start to bond a bit. After this, the Leaf Ninja receive word that a group of ninja from the Takumi village that call themselves the Four Celestials has invaded the Sand Village and kidnapped Matsuri. Shikamaru leads Naruto and the rest of the Konoha 11, except for Tenten, on a mission to help out, and Naruto is happy for a chance to pay Gaara and the others back for helping out during the Retrieval mission. Shikamaru divides the Leaf Ninja up into 2-man teams, himself and Ino, Naruto and Lee, Kiba and Choji, Neji and Hinata as scouts with their Byakugan, and Sakura and Shino as a medical support / communications team using Shino's bugs. The Sand Ninjas chase the Celestials as Neji, Hinata, and Shino use their abilities to locate them. Temari begins fighting the first of the Celestials, who wield swords that create wind attacks, and she sends Gaara and Kankuro ahead. Kankuro ends up fighting another of the 4 who uses a 3-bladed chain sword. Gaara goes on alone and ends up fighting another of the Celestials, who wields a large flail named Suiko. Temari and Kankuro are about to die when Shikamaru saves Temari with his Shadow Possession Jutsu, and then Kiba saves Kankuro. These 3 members of the Celestials create a triangle chakra formation that keeps Gaara from using his sand, while Shikamaru and Temari, then Kiba and Kankuro continue fighting their 2 Celestials, as Naruto and Lee show up to back up Gaara right before he dies. Shikamaru and Temari land a tag team attack on Wind Sword Lady, defeating her, and Akamaru drags Kankuro's puppet into a spot where it can surprise Chainsword Dude, defeating him. Once he's recovered, Gaara is able to use a sand spear to defeat Suiko, and then he heads off again to fight the Celestials' leader and save Matsuri. Gaara begins to fight the leader of the 4 Celestials, named Hoki, who's now wielding all 4 of the Celestial weapons. At this point, Gaara is too exhausted to really fight back, so Naruto jumps in to try and help. Hoki screams about his hatred for the 5 great shinobi nations for overlooking the Takumi village's greatness, and he vows to destroy them all, trapping Gaara in a metal sphere that saps him of Shukaku's power. This in turn makes Gaara start transforming into Shukaku, but it doesn't matter since Hoki uses the absorbed chakra and himself as a sacrifice to perform a resurrection ritual, resurrecting the Takumi village founder whose body was stolen, named Seimei. Once he's resurrected, Seimei turns the 4 celestial weapons into a very goofy looking set of celestial armor for himself, and then he continues stealing Gaara's chakra as Naruto tries to free Gaara. Seimei is able to corner Naruto, and Matsuri tries to help, but it makes no difference. Gaara's transformation causes him to break free from the metal sphere as Seimei is excited for the opportunity to fight the great Shukaku. But Gaara is able to fight back against the transformation and change back into normal, and Kankuro explains to the rest of the ninja that Gaara is determined to rely on his own power and not Shukaku's. With the last of his chakra, Gaara turns the cliffs around them into sand and kills Seimei with a giant sand burial, saving Matsuri. Gaara passes out from the exertion, and then Kankuro tells Naruto that after Gaara met him in the invasion and the Chunin Exams, he felt that he had found someone he could really relate to, and it helped him change. And I can't believe this is going to be the last time I say this, but back in the Leaf Village, Ino goes to Sakura and asks if she can train as one of Tsunade's apprentices too. Meanwhile, Tenten is pissed off, rightfully so, that she was literally the only one who didn't get to go on the mission. Jiraiya approaches Naruto and says that after a few months of gathering information on the Akatsuki, he's finally ready to train Naruto for the next 2 years. And Gaara, Tamari, Kankuro, and Matsuri leave to return to the Sand Village. Naruto has one last bowl of ramen with Iruka-sensei before setting off with Jiraiya, Hinata watching him as they go. And Naruto swears that he'll become strong enough to save Sasuke. This is a really good filler arc to end off on. First of all, it's the end, and the last half of the last episode is all canon save for the inclusion of Matsuri. So you'll at least be watching the last 12 minutes or so, but what makes the 4.5 episodes leading up to it worth watching in my opinion? I think a big part of it is all the characters. Literally all the ninja, except Tenten, get a part to play, but even she was one of the characters who's featured the most throughout all the filler episodes, so it isn't too bad. She definitely got her good share of screen time. It'd still be nice if they gave her something to do though. And then there's the Sand Ninjas, characters who surprisingly enough don't show up in any of the filler episodes prior. It really makes this arc stand out more, plus Gaara has some really good development here. It's just cool seeing some scenes in the Sand Village where things are just normal. We really only got a few flashback scenes in the Chunin Exams and the Konoha Crush, plus the scenes regarding the Kagekaze's death and discovery in the desert. It's nice to see that when these guys aren't actively being manipulated into an invasion, it's a pretty cool place. The villains are a little on the weaker side, it's just another group of ninjas, and their motivation is very similar to the villains from the Starguard mission, wanting to stand up to the 5 great shinobi villages using these crazy powers. The exception is obviously Seimei, but he's pretty disappointing as well. He's not really built up at all, and it seems like they just wanted a big, larger-than-life threat for the characters to defeat in the last arc, which is cool, it's filler, so they can go crazy. But he's defeated in like 20 minutes. I think if they would have had him get resurrected in the Takumi village in the beginning, and then have the whole arc be about just stopping him, it would have helped him live up to the hype a bit more. But other than that, this arc gets 4 out of 5 stars. Obviously, you have to watch the last 10 minutes or so, but the rest of the arc is really good too. It'd probably be even better if you just skip from the Land of Rice Paddies investigation to this arc, but after watching all the filler in between by this point, I was kinda just ready for the show to be over. So what did I think of the Naruto filler overall? Well, it's actually pretty damn good. A lot better than I was expecting, that's for sure. There were definitely a few stinkers in there, but they were on average pretty good, with quite a few that I thought were great. So, would I recommend anyone else watch all the fillers like I did? Well, it really depends. If you just want to get through the main plot of the series, then I would say maybe check out a few of the arcs, but most of them you wouldn't miss much if you skipped. But if you're like me and you really like the supporting cast and the world of the series, then I would absolutely go ahead and watch the filler. They give so much more screen time to a ton of characters who were otherwise lacking in that regard. But we still aren't done, because there are also 3 theatrical movies for this first show that I think would be really fun to go over. This shouldn't take too long though, hopefully. This filler takes place right after the Kakashi Mask episode and opens with some new characters. Princess Gale is fighting Mao and his undead army, and all seems lost, till Gale's allies Shishimaru, Brit, and Sukiyaku give her the power of the 7-colored chakra. They use it against Mao and they save the day, which leaves Naruto thrilled. But it turns out that Naruto is actually at the movie theater watching the Princess Gale movie with Sasuke and Sakura. They're standing upside down on the ceiling of the theater room, and people start throwing stuff at them for being such a distraction. Team 7 leave, and they're upset that they didn't get to see how the movie ended when they see the actress who plays Princess Gale, Yukie Fujikaze, being chased by samurai on horseback. Naruto and the others defeat the samurai easily, but it turns out that they're actually just stuntmen led by Yujie's manager, Sandayu. Then Kakashi shows up to clear up any confusion. He says that he had Naruto and the others watch the movie as prep work for their next job, to act as protection for Yukie and her crew as they film the next movie on location in the land of snow. The main complication comes from the fact that Yukie is a real princess, and her real name is Koyuki Kazahana. When she was a child, her uncle Doto Kazahana and a trio of rogue ninjas took over the land of snow. Doto wants to obtain Koyuki's necklace as it's the key to finding the Land of Snow's treasure, which Koyuki's late father, the daimyo, hid before his assassination. It was actually Kakashi himself who helped her escape the coup when she was younger, and she would get into acting and eventually meet Sandayu. After all this info comes to light, the director says they'll start filming on the boat ride to the Land of Snow, and he's absolutely thrilled at the chance to film a movie with a real princess. Doto's ninjas intercept the crew as the boat arrives at the Land of Snow, and there's a quick fight. The most important one of the ninjas is Nadare Roga, who is a ninja with history and a bit of a rivalry with Kakashi. Then Naruto and the others take some snowcats out into the mountains to film, where Doto and his ninjas arrive by train on a set of old railroad tracks that they had thought out. Sandayu tries to help with a group of 50 samurai, but mortars on the train shoot volleys of kunai at the samurai, wiping them out with ease. Sandayu is killed, and he tells Koyuki not to cry for him as he dies. Then Doto's airship shows up, and they capture Koyuki. Before the ship can fly away, Naruto boards the ship with a rope kunai to try and save the princess, but he gets himself captured instead and taken to Doto's mansion along with the princess. Eventually, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura reach the mansion and they all regroup. They fight Doto's trio of ninja led by Nadare, and all three of them are defeated and killed. Doto is able to get Koyuki's necklace, but the treasure is a generator that is designed to melt all the snow and finally bring spring to the normally frozen over country. Sasuke and Naruto fight Doto, and then Naruto kills Doto with a Rasengan made of the rainbow chakra that emanates from the valley where the final battle takes place. With all her enemies defeated, Koyuki takes her place as Princess of the Land of Snow, which would go on to become the Land of Spring after the generator was perfected. Of course, she still plans on being an actress as well, and at the very end of the movie, Naruto, who wanted an autograph from Koyuki, gets an envelope with a signed photograph of him in the hospital after his battle with Doto, being kissed on the cheek by Koyuki. This movie is actually really good. First off, the animation is absolutely gorgeous, and this goes for all the movies. The main show can look a little rough at times, but these movies haven't aged a day in the 20 or so years they've been out. I really like that this is a mission that just features Team 7. I mean, outside of the Land of Waves and some of the smaller missions right before the Chunin Exams, I think the only other episode with all four of them on a mission together is the Kakashi Mask episode. And since this is the only movie set before the Retrieval mission, it's the only one featuring Sasuke, which helps it stand out a lot. The movie's also got a really tight runtime. It's just barely over 80 minutes long, but that's fine because the movie never feels like it's wasting time. I think really the only downside of the short runtime is that the fights are super short. Too short to really leave much of an impact. Especially the fights against Doto's trio of ninjas. They're built up for most of the movie, and then within 90 seconds or so, they're all defeated. But I'd rather fights be too short than too long to the point where they become a chore to sit through. And the fights aren't even bad, they're just quick. One of the other things that really caught me off guard regarding the fights in this movie is that Sakura throws hands in this movie, and it's fun to see her actually have something to do in a fight for once. The villains are definitely a bit on the weaker side. Nadare is cool because of his history with Kakashi, but Doto and the other two ninjas are a little on the forgettable side. And I haven't even mentioned their chakra exosuits that they use. It just feels like a little bit of a pointless gimmick. I also like how meta the whole thing is. It's like, okay, we need to make a Naruto movie, what do we make it about? Oh, we make it about making a movie. They play into the whole movie aspect of it, and it was fun as a bit of an aspiring filmmaker myself to see all this. And then there's just the fact that the whole movie is just fun. I mean, sure, it's basically just a filler arc with a higher budget, but you can tell it's got a higher budget. It's fun to see a whole new country. It's fun to see the train and the airship annihilate a small army of samurai. It's really fun to see Naruto make a Rainbow Rasengan, especially again with how vibrant the animation is here. It's just a really fun movie. 5 out of 5 stars. If you haven't checked it out yet, I would highly recommend it. And at 80 minutes, it's very easy to recommend as something to put on after work or after school or something like that. I'm glad that the movies are starting out super strong. Let's hope the 2 sequels can keep this level of quality. This one is set after the Ghost and Kuki capture mission, and it starts with a battle on a beach between Sand Ninja and huge guys in suits of armor. The Sand Ninja are losing the fight, but things turn around for them when Gaara and Kankura show up with reinforcements. Gaara tells the Sand Ninja to shoot up a flare, and it reveals a huge warship in the distance that starts to launch artillery on the beach, and Gaara uses his sand armor to protect his ninja while the beach just gets shelled to shit. We then see that Naruto, Sakura, and Shikamaru are on a fun little mission to rescue a lost ferret and deliver it home, and Naruto thinks it's a cat for the whole movie. After catching the pet and on their way to take it back, they get attacked by a guy in knight armor, who is fighting alongside the armored soldiers who are fighting the Sand Ninja. The 3 Leaf Genin fight the knight, but get separated when Naruto, the knight, and the ferret fall off a cliff. Shikamaru and Sakura try to help, but are stopped when an earthquake starts. Except it isn't any normal earthquake, it's a giant mechanical moving castle moving by, so then Sakura and Shikamaru split up to look for Naruto and investigate, respectively. Naruto wakes up bandaged next to the knight from earlier, who we later learn is named Temujin, and the 2 of them have been rescued by a caravan of nomads, who are actually the village that hired the Leaf Ninja to find the lost ferret, who is named Naguri. The ferret seems to have taken a liking to Temujin, who has a flashback to his childhood which reveals that his home was invaded and destroyed and that he was almost killed, but was spared. The elder of the village, Kaiko, and his granddaughter Emina tell Naruto that their people once had a country of their own but it was destroyed by a disaster, and that Naguri is the only living proof of it, as Naguri is incredibly old, having been alive for generations at this point. Temujin asks Naruto about his chakra from their fight, as Temujin has no idea what chakra is, even though he uses a very similar type of energy. And Temujin says that his mission is to build a utopia, and he invites Naruto to join him, but Naruto refuses. Temujin ends up saving one of the caravan's children from falling out of a tree, and then says that his debt to them is repaid. Shikamaru sneaks into the giant structure and finds a lab with 2 women inside wearing similar looking armor to Temujin, and using a machine that makes the giant mechanical soldiers. And there are also a bunch of kids in like big capsules. They talk about something called the Stone of Galel, and Shikamaru is almost caught, but he manages to sneak his way back out. Temujin ends up going missing with Naguri, and Kaiko asks Naruto to find the ferret again since that was his mission, and Kaiko even says that he should have hired Sand Ninja instead, while Sakura picks up the trail of the caravan by finding some of their burnt out campfires. Naruto catches up to Temujin and Naguri, and Temujin finally tells him his name as they come up to the mechanical castle. They go inside, and it's very advanced compared to anything Naruto has seen before, and Temujin introduces Naruto to his master Haido. Haido again reiterates that their goal is to create a world unified by peace, and Haido asks Naruto if he'd like to join them, but Naruto says that he can't since he's gonna be Hokage someday, but that he'd be happy to work with them once he is. The thing is, Naguri doesn't like Haido from the get-go, and once the caravan gets brought up, it's obvious Haido knows more than he's letting on. An announcement in the castle says that the fleet sent to the Land of Wind has been eliminated, so Naruto and Temujin move out to investigate. They find the ship from the beginning scene beached and wrecked. It's clear that Gaara took it out. And inside they find Kankuro, Gaara, and a bunch of unconscious kids. Kankuro attacks Temujin on sight, and he says that the soldiers were wiping out Land of Wind villages. Naruto asks Temujin for answers, and Temujin says that they were noble sacrifices for the sake of the greater good. Before they can fight, Kami and Ranke, who are the pair of women that Shikamaru eavesdrop on, show up. They can take on different animal-like powers. Kamira can turn into a gorilla-looking thing, Ranke can turn into a bat. Gaara kills Ranke, but Kamira turns into a bat thing to fly away, but during the fight, Naruto loses track of Temujin. We then see that the caravan is under attack by another of Haido's knights named Fugai. She clears away to Kaiko and interrogates him about the location of the Galel Stone. Just in time, Shikamaru and Sakura reach the caravan, and Fugai takes on wolf-like powers and escapes. Shikamaru tries to ask about the stone, but Kaiko doesn't want to talk. Shikamaru and Sakura start leaving, saying that they have a friend to find, and then Kaiko asks if their friend is Naruto, and once they say yes, he asks the 2 of them for help. We learn that Temujin met Haido after the village was destroyed, and that he has a Galel stone inside of him. After hearing that the caravan has info on the stones, Temujin heads back there and is captured by Shikamaru, and then Naruto reunites with Shikamaru and Sakura. The 3 hide out with the caravan, who are staying in a cave right now. They all ask Temujin what Haido wants the Galel stones for, and Kaiko says that the stones only cause harm, and then Temujin reveals to them that he has one inside of him. Kaiko asks Temujin if he knows anything about the Book of Galel and his clan, and Temujin has no idea about either of them. Kaiko says that only members of the royal family of the clan being the caravan's clan by the way, could bind with Galel stones, and that Temujin is one of them. He says that long ago the royal family crossed the ocean with the Book of Galel, and that Temujin has come home, finally. Kaiko also says that they don't know quite what the Galel stones are or what their origin is, but it's a mineral that their clan was able to refine and use to make themselves extremely powerful. So much so that their entire civilization was wiped out in a battle over the stuff. A few survivors sealed away the Galel mine to keep any more wards from breaking out over it, and the only reason they didn't destroy it is because only those with royal blood are able to, making Temujin a perfect candidate. After hearing all this, Temujin is even more determined to make his dream of utopia come true, so he escapes and he kidnaps Kaiko to bring him to the Galel mine. The thing is, Kaiko doesn't know where the mine is, but Narugi does, so he leads them to it. Temujin and Kaiko find themselves at a set of ancient ruins that they enter to look for the mine entrance. The Leaf Ninjas show up to save Kaiko, but Haido and his army show up at the same time. Shikamaru asks Haido what his endgame is, and Haido just repeats the same thing, that he's trying to create utopia, and Shikamaru says that they're doing the exact opposite. Naruto asks Haido if he cares for his followers who have died in the pursuit of his dream, and Haido calls them noble sacrifices, to which Temujin agrees. Naruto tries explaining to them that their dreams are worthless without friends to share them with, and Kaiko triggers a mechanism that seals himself and Temujin into the mines. Haido says that he has the Book of Galel, and he throws Naruto around like a rag doll before heading after Temujin and Kaiko. Kamira and Fugai attack, but Sakura and Shikamaru hold them off so Naruto can chase Haido. Temujin and Kaiko end up in the Chamber of Sealing, and they see what looks to be a very sad looking painting on the wall. Kaiko tries reasoning Temujin, but it's no use, so he pulls a knife on the boy. Kamira fights with Shikamaru, who can't reach her shadow since she's flying and her movements are too sporadic, but he notices that Kankuro has arrived. Sakura is shaped by Fugai, and she actually blinds Fugai, but she's unable to outrun her. Sakura finds a room that echoes a ton, so she uses herself as bait to lure Fugai in, and she has her howl, which deafens and stuns the Wolf Knight lady, causing the room to collapse on top of Fugai, killing her. Shikamaru fills the area that he's in with tripwires and fake paper bombs to kind of corral Kamira to where he wants her, and when she least expects it, Kankuro launches a puppet attack that traps and kills her. After wounding Tejimin with the knife, Kaiko tries to break the seal on the floor with a blood-soaked dagger, but Haido interrupts him. Narugi tries to stop Haido but gets killed, dropping a Galel stone from his mouth. Temujin stands between Kaiko and Haido, saying that there's no reason for Kaiko to die, and then Temujin has deja vu. Naruto shows up and Haido tells Temujin to kill him and Kaiko, and Temujin refuses. Haido says that Temujin is useless just like his parents were, and this causes Temujin to remember that Haido was the one who killed his parents. Haido then turns into a monster and rips the Galel stone from Temujin, and Kaiko asks Naruto to stop Haido. Naruto uses a Rasengan on Haido, who is able to use the Galel power to fix his twisted limbs. Naruto asks Temujin to stand up and help, but right before Haido can kill them, Haido's soldiers rebel and stand between Haido and Naruto and Temujin. Haido destroys the soldiers, and the souls of the children that Haido put inside of the suits are released, finally making Temujin realize the evil that he's been a part of. Naruto and Temujin are able to kill Haido by combining a Fox Chakra Rasengan with the Green Galel Rasengan, but in the process, the mine starts collapsing. Sakura, Shikamaru, and Kankuro, and Gaara's here too now by the way, are able to save all the children from Haido's fortress, but the ruins start to collapse, with there being nothing they can do to stop it. Kaiko says that if the mines collapse, the Galel energy will be released and wipe out upwards of half the continent. There is a way to stop it though. If Temujin places his hand on the seal, as only royal blood can, he can create a space-time rift that will swallow the mine, the Galel, and himself. Naruto protests, but Temujin knocks him out, knowing that this is his way to make up for what he's been a part of. So Temujin opens up the rift. Shikamaru, Sakura, Kankuro, and Gaara watch on as the void starts consuming everything, and Naruto thinks of Sasuke as he sees Temujin about to die. Temujin accepts his fate, but finds himself hanging from a chain of shadow clones that Naruto makes to save him from the rift. At the last moment, a blast of Galel energy is released, causing another earthquake. Once it stops, Sakura and Shikamaru find a rejuvenated Kaiko and a resurrected Narugi, which leaves Kaiko overjoyed. The wasteland the ruins were in starts to turn into a lush oasis, and the children who were previously unresponsive start to wake up. Temujin wakes up with Naruto by his side, still clutching his arm, and the two of them find the sad picture from the chamber ceiling, only now realizing that it's a picture of hope. Temujin's eyes have even turned bright green as opposed to the red that they were for the whole rest of the movie leading up to this point. Sometime later, they're all at a port on the ocean as Temujin and the others get ready to return to their home continent. It's a place that's filled with war, but Temujin and the others will still strive to make it a better place. And sadly for Kaiko, Narugi chooses to go with Temujin. As Temujin leaves, Naruto stands on top of a rock on the way out of the harbor, and he and Temujin share a final gesture with one another as a sign to never give up on their dreams. This one is a decent step down in my opinion from the Land of Snow movie, but it's still pretty good. Obviously that plot summary was a good bit longer, and that's because this movie is, well, a good bit longer. 15 minutes longer, which may not sound like a lot, but when it comes to movies, that's a ton of screen time, and this movie clocks in at just under an hour and 40 minutes. This movie has a much more grand plot than the previous, which some people may like, but I think it's just a bit too long and a bit too dense for its own good. The Sand Ninja, for instance, basically only have 3 scenes in this movie. The opening, the bit with the beach chip, and then they show up right at the end. They don't actually play a huge part in the plot, and I think in a movie with a plot this large scale, it would have been better to just focus on all the new characters and factions as opposed to bringing the Sand Ninja in when they don't really do too much. One thing I'll say is that the villains in this one are more memorable than the villains in the Land of Snow, and Haido especially is probably the most memorable villain in any of these films just because of how evil he truly is. And Temujin is a great co-lead to Naruto, and it helps that he's voiced by the GOAT Roger Craig Smith in the English dub. My favorite thing about this movie is the world building it does. I mean, Temujin and the others are from a whole different continent. They could have easily gone the Avatar The Last Airbender route and have the different continents just kind of be themed around different nations in Asia, but I think they go a way more interesting way and make it more European themed, with gothic architecture and a knight in shining armor vibe for Temujin and the other soldiers as weapons and armor. It really helps sell the fact that this is literally nothing any of these characters have ever seen before. And the ruins in the end of the movie have a very Mesoamerican vibe with just the way the ruins are built and then also the artwork on the walls and the chamber of ceiling. And Galil is a pretty cool alternate power system that we get to see a little glimpse of. It seems like it'd be much more limited than Chakra since it derives its power from physical stones, but it's cool for spicing up something like a non-canon movie. And again, the animation here is top notch. My main critique with this one is that it doesn't have the same fun vibe as the first movie, and it feels a lot less special. The first movie felt like it was made with the intention of being a movie from the get-go. This one feels more like they just picked a filler arc idea that was too ambitious for the main show and gave it a movie budget to see it get made. Not that there's anything wrong with that though, since it's still pretty good, if it's been too long and maybe a little over-ambitious. This one's gonna get 3 out of 5 stars. This one is set after the third Great Beast arc. Naruto, Kakashi, Sakura, and Rock Lee are on a mission to protect Prince Michiru of the Land of the Moon during a trip to see the world and just go travel. Many of his other escorts had quit the job due to being treated poorly. The Land of the Moon is a very rich resort country. We see it later and it looks like a tropical sort of Las Vegas. So Michiru is spoiled rotten and his son Hikaru acts the same, which really annoys Naruto. Later, on a stop to visit Hikaru's mother, we see Naruto eating some ramen on a dock while Hikaru is playing his Game Boy. Hikaru approaches Naruto, who snaps his chopsticks in half at him. Hikaru asks Naruto to be his vassal, promising him whatever he wants, but Naruto refuses, since this would basically make him Hikaru's slave. But Hikaru keeps pushing it and Naruto tells Hikaru to stop looking down on others and grow up. This disappoints Hikaru, who jokingly shoots a toy arrow at the back of Naruto's head, and this is Naruto's last straw. Hikaru tries to leave, but Naruto grabs him and says that he's fed up with his attitude and doesn't care if he hurts him, and then he punches Hikaru in the face, making him start crying. Naruto tells Hikaru that he can't do whatever he wants, then thankfully Sakura shows up and punches Naruto into the water for punching a kid. The group ends up stopping at a circus on their trip, and Hikaru is enamored by their saber-toothed tiger Chamu, so they buy Chamu. But not only Chamu, but the entire circus, so the circus joins the caravan. Hikaru tries to befriend the tiger, but Chamu doesn't really like people, so Hikaru loses interest in the circus as a whole. The caravan ends up on a boat at sea, and the animals are at risk because they aren't secured properly on the deck, but Hikaru doesn't care. Naruto scolds him because of how little he values the lives of these animals, and this gets Hikaru to go out and try and save Chamu. But he and the tiger both fall overboard, but Naruto saves them. The following day, after seeing his act of bravery, Naruto, Sakura, and Lee befriend Hikaru. Once they get to the Land of the Moon, they learn that while Prince Michiru was gone, his friend and one of the nobles, Shabadaba, staged an uprising to seize control of the country. He killed the king and then hired a trio of ninjas to act as his elite soldiers. He also plans to kill Michiru and Hikaru to wipe out all heirs to the throne once they return. Shabadaba gives the order to the Land of the Moon army to kill the prince and his son, but they're saved by some soldiers who are still loyal to the late king and his family. They get brought to a cave and see that the king is still alive, but only barely, and that his arm has been turned to stone, completely petrified. Sakura is able to treat it and keep the king alive for a bit longer, and the king says that he knew something like this would happen, and that's why he sent Michiru and Hikaru away on this huge trip to just get them out of the country. Before he passes, the king tells Michiru that people are what's important in life, not material possessions. Then the prince, Hikaru, and Leaf Ninja try to flee the country at night by boat, but they're stopped by Shabadaba's ninjas. They poison Naruto, Sakura, and Lee with a neurotoxin that slows down their reaction time, which makes them very easy to fight. Prince Michiru is captured, but Naruto is able to use some Fox Chakra to snap back into action and fight off the ninja before Hikaru can be captured as well. At the castle, Michiru learns that Shabadaba took over purely for material reasons. He values the same things that Michiru does, only he's willing to go further to obtain them, and he just wants to use the country's immense wealth for himself and not to benefit the people. This disgusts Michiru, and he realizes the truth of what his father was saying. Shabadaba sentences Michiru to death by a drawn-out hanging, and he builds a contraption that will ensure that, sooner or later, Michiru will fall and die. Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, Lee, Hikaru, the Loyalists, and the circus put into action a rescue mission to save the prince, all infiltrating the castle by pretending to be circus performers. Kakashi fights the soldiers in the courtyard with his Sharingan, Lee fights Kongo, who's the guy who looks like an Easter Island statue. Sakura fights Karenbara, who uses the Genjutsu to hide her movements, but Sakura is able to see through it by smelling Karenbara's very strong perfume. And Naruto fights the leader of the ninjas, Ishidate, while helping Hikaru save his dad. As Michiru drops from the gallows, Hikaru shoots an arrow to cut the rope, saving him, and Naruto's shadow clones catch him as he falls. Ishidate wields the Petrification Gauntlet and is the guy who can turn people to stone. Due to Shabadaba's constant comments and bickering, Ishidate accidentally petrifies the tyrant, but he also petrifies Naruto's leg. So Naruto rides on Michiru's shoulders to reach Ishidate. Naruto makes for a Sengan, which due to lining up with the shining crescent moon in the sky, grows in power and becomes a crescent moon Rasengan. Naruto hits Ishidate with it and sends him flying, crashing through the petrified Shabadaba, killing them both. After the death of Shabadaba, Michiru takes the throne and vows to rule benevolently like his father had, starting with a weight loss regimen. He also says that once things settle down and he settles into his new role, he wants to reconnect with Hikaru's mom, who had, like, the one scene earlier. Kakashi is completely immobilized due to overusing the Sharingan during the rescue mission, so he suggests that they relax with a vacation in the Land of Moon so that he can recoup. 2 weeks pass, and Kakashi recovers to the point where he and the Genin can leave to return to Leaf Village as guardians of the Crescent Moon Kingdom. And Michiru decides to reconnect with his ex-wife now that he's changed for the better. Now, this might be controversial since, from what I've seen, this is one of the fan favorite movies, especially out of these first 3, but I thought this one was the weakest one. I thought it was kind of lame. The first and foremost reason is that this movie just takes way too long to really get going. It's actually a couple minutes shorter than the Stone of Galel movie, but the main plot doesn't kick off until over 30 minutes in. So by the time the main conflict and villains are introduced, they basically have to just speed their way to the finish line. There's also the whole plot line with Hikaru's mom that gets very little screen time, or they just made this movie around the same length as The Land of Snow and cut 10 minutes from that first third. It would make the pacing so much better. But you wanna know what else really sucks in this movie? Naruto, because he's so uncharacteristically mean in the first act to Hikaru. I get that Hikaru's supposed to be a spoiled brat, but that doesn't warrant the just pure vitriol that Naruto feels for him. And sure, Naruto goes back to his normal self as the movie goes on, but even while watching this with my cousin, he commented on how much of a douchebag Naruto is in this one. The villains are also very forgettable in this one. I only remember Shabadaba because of his name being Shabadaba, and the only one of the ninjas who I remembered is Kongo because of his goofy shaped head. Again, the trio of enemy ninjas archetype really gets overused in this first show's filler and movies. And my last big complaint I have is just how underused Rock Lee is in this movie. I was so excited to see that he was the guest member on the squad in this one, but he barely does anything. He has maybe like a paragraph's worth of dialogue and that's it. In all honesty, the movie isn't that bad. You know, it's definitely still a watchable movie, and to balance out the bad, I want to talk about some of the things that I really liked about this one. I think Hikaru and Michiru are a very solid pair of characters to focus on. They both have to man up by the end for the sake of protecting the people they love, and Michiru especially really does feel like a completely different character by the end of the movie, in a good way. And again, the animation here is stunning, and the fights are actually really well done in this one. The highlight is honestly Lee's fight with Kongo during the rescue mission. Seeing Lee's fast-paced fighting with a movie-level budget is something I think everyone should see, and is really the one thing Lee has going for him in this movie. The other big positive that this movie has going for it is just the vibe. Once things get going, it's actually quite a bit of fun. The Land of the Moon is a gorgeous locale. You know, the whole movie really does feel like a summertime Naruto adventure, especially since I watched this back in January, so I was kind of craving some warmer weather at the time. But the characters all even have redesigned outfits in this one to fit the hotter climate that they're in. And even though this isn't the last thing in the timeline of filler content for this first show, it really does feel like a fitting last thing to watch. What with it ending with a vacation montage where all the characters who were in this movie just having a fun time. It really feels like a good send-off for this first show. This one gets 2 out of 5 stars. I didn't enjoy it too much compared to the others, but what it does well, it really does well. And I know it's a fan favorite, but that first third is just so slow and feels like you're wasting so much time just waiting for the movie to get going that I can't give it any higher than that. So that's it. I've recapped and reviewed all of the content regarding pre-Shippuden Naruto. Wait, hold on. There's a handful of OVAs as well? I'll maybe talk about those some other time. I'm about ready to wrap this project up. Now I can finally get around to watching Shippuden, because that's like the constraint I put on myself. I wasn't watching Shippuden until I made this series. I had no idea how much work this would be. So what's next regarding Naruto or anime in general on the Tactic Zombies channel? Well, I plan on releasing a supercut of all these videos together as one complete package, probably sometime over the summer. And I want to make it like a remastered version. I want to clean up some inconsistencies with stuff like fonts throughout the videos, as well as maybe even completely remake the Land of the Waves segment, since I did that before. I really knew what I was doing with this series. Plus, I was sick when I recorded the voiceover for that one, so I wouldn't mind a do-over. And I think the big question is, will I continue making this series for Shippuden? And honestly, I can't say. I like making these videos, I think they're a lot of fun, and I love having the opportunity to talk about a show that I love to any audience at all, but it's no secret that these videos don't exactly rake in the views compared to my other content. So unless this last part of the supercut really blows up and brings in a bigger audience for this type of video, I'd say a Shippuden recap / review is probably off the table for the time being. Never say never though, you know, maybe when my channel grows some more I can return to the series. I also have to watch Shippuden first, and that's a long ass show, so maybe these videos will hit the algorithm right and bring in people interested in these videos in the meantime. I still can't believe I did it though. You know, this is the largest scale project I've ever done on this channel, and low viewership or not, I learned a ton while making these and I had a ton of fun. So if you're one of the people who watches them, thank you. You're awesome. But I guess this is goodbye for now. Peace out. God bless, and one last time, for old time's sake, believe it, I'm Tactic Zombies, and thank you so much for watching.